it's here. I think Elon, ever since they acquired Maxwell Battery, has been talking about this for a year. And he broke his silence yesterday, which is pretty intense. So I'm super excited to see what's going to happen today. We're even going to create a little bingo card. We're going to watch some YouTube videos. Kind of get ready for it. I see some of you coming in, but I don't see the thing. So hopefully we get transcoding on Twitch and I don't have to restart this shit. Let me check that out. Let's check it out. 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 Perfect. I'm here. Roll out the batteries. Well, that's the thing. Is Tesla going to be redefined? Oh, JS, you weren't first. 4C was. But 4C gets some points because he was first. Quick on the draw. Jesus Christ. Hey, Sinewy. How is that picking the top industry going? Let's add you some points. Add points. 4C _ blue. 5,000. Look at you. 38,000. Jesus Christ. Someone's been saving. Okay. So either Tesla's going to be redefined as an actual battery chemistry company is what I'm gonna. My ear is not feeling better. It's a little bit better than last week, but you know, it's not going away. So I'm gonna have to go to an ENT or something. And it's really, I don't know what it is, and I'm just being a little bitch complaining about it because I don't know. It'll give me these terrible headaches. So I don't know. I might do this intermittent thing instead of trying to keep a schedule and not keep it. So we'll see what happens. I'll just come when I'm feeling better, and that's what I can do. But I'm trying. I down a lot of ibuprofen so I can make it through to battery day. So hopefully this, because I can't miss battery day. No way. Look at you, 17,000. Cool. So let's talk about battery day. So there's a lot of misconceptions because Tesla wasn't a battery company until they purchased Maxwell batteries. Now, they did pack construction, which it depends on how you define a battery company, right? I think they were an energy company because they did pack construction and they sold it to utilities. First time that I'm going to watch Battery Day. What is really bad? Okay, well, guys, we're going to do some paint. This is how I understand it. I am not... So, it's been really easy for me to follow Tesla because I'm really into... I don't know, cars and stuff like that, but batteries, I don't know that I'm that great at it, at like the technical chemistry or even talking about pack construction. But I think from a business standpoint, I understand at least a little bit about what the misconceptions are. So I'm going to give you a little disclaimer. Let me get my chat up. Premistic, first time I'm gonna watch. Okay, we're gonna do a primer right now. I had Tesla being a battery company for the other car companies back in 2017 when they announced the Gigafactory. So, yeah. So, JS, it depends on what you define as a battery company, right? So, let's imagine what's a company that assembles their cars? That outsources a lot of parts. Okay, let's just say fictitious car company, right? And a lot of car companies, they purchase from vendors numerous items, right? Like engines, or they may make their own engines, you know, turbos, axles, the internal parts, even seats, windows. They may not make any of this stuff in-house, right? But at the end they come out with a car, right? So is it really a car company or a car assembly company? Right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing on Twitter, at least. And so when I talk about people talking about it, it's not you. It is literally me going out there and seeing the misconceptions. You see what I'm saying? Because the real money is in the self-driving tech that will be a subscription revenue for Tesla. Maybe in the future, but the real money right now is regulatory credits. There's no denying that regulatory credits basically puts them over the edge. I'm hoping that the FSD becomes a high margin revenue driver, but it's not right now. Data is also another thing that people think that that's the real value of the company. So the story of Tesla trades like a tech company. I don't know that I agree with lofty stories, but yeah, I mean, you have a point. Anyway. Okay, so Tesla. Okay, so you have multiple divisions, right? So you've got energy storage, and generation. Okay, and they choose their words very carefully, and it's actually Tesla Energy. It's what happens when you have Elon Musk as a CEO, can be anything. Kappa. Yeah, I mean, we like to tell ourselves stories, and they are possibilities. And you can consider Tesla, I guess, as a collection of small startups within it. Because actually, you know, back in the day, they weren't even focused on cars. The energy storage portion was actually something that was a mistake. They didn't think they were going to sell it to utilities, which is really funny. But you have energy storage, which is basically battery assembly. Now, battery assembly is actually really important. I would like to call it custom battery assembly. Okay? Because within a battery, you have cells, and they have to be arranged in order. I think it's like there's parallel. Don't get me right about this. You can put them in a series and then into groups.
Then again, what's the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
Thank you, Millennial, for your
just resubscribed for 7 months. Beret is taking a dump all over TSLA Rita.
Who's taking a dump all over TSLA? Who is it? Oh no. Did you say, who do you say? Let me go to Twitch to see. Bury? Oh. Oh no. Oh no, please don't. The lower, okay, so he's, let me see it so you guys see it. So I'm going to respectfully disagree with Burry because just yesterday, even though he deleted his shit, he basically asserted that Tesla was a car company. And today he, I guess, decided to look into the fact that it has energy storage. At least he understands that it has a 1,000,000-mile battery already. So we have success. Okay? Because if you read articles that say if Tesla has a 1,000,000-mile battery, and so then you know that they're an idiot because they already have a 1,000,000-mile battery. So anyone who says that Tesla needs to get to having a 1,000,000-mile battery is an idiot because they already have it. And that's specifically in their Powerwall, which is the energy generation unit. And yes, it is a valid unit. It makes $500 million a quarter in revenue. So I think it's legitimate, which apparently is what I've been told I'm an idiot for on Burry's threads. Hey, Papa, what's up? So, lithium iron phosphate tech. Yeah, lithium iron phosphate isn't that great, but currently Tesla is the leader in energy storage for utilities.
Cycling Panda just resubscribed for 4 months. Will Tesla announce a 1,000,000-mile battery today? Kek.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Duracell is inferior. If you're going to buy rechargeable batteries, get Eneloops because they're the 21780s that literally go into the Tesla. And they recharge. They have 1,000 cycles. I still have Eneloops from when I was in college. Eneloops. Eneloops.
But then again, what's the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
Thanks for the 5-month resub.
We just resubscribed for 5 months. Tesla 500 tomorrow. Kappa.
Oh man, you guys really want to trigger the fuck out of me. I know, I've been gone too damn long. I know. Okay, but so so Bubbles. So if he starts to talk about the other parts of Tesla, then maybe we can have a discussion. Now, so to say that a company is not legitimate because they depend on government subsidies is a criticism of it, but it is not a reason to delegitimize a company. The entire, unbeknownst to a lot of people, the entire oil industry is based on tax credits. And if you decided not to invest in Exxon because of that, back in the day, you would have missed out on a lot of gain, and it was in the S&P 500. So there were a lot of people who invested in it, unbeknownst to them. You know, before, you know how we have the FANG now, Exxon and McDonald's used to be part of the previous FANG, right? So I think Burry needs to go deeper into it, which I'm sure he will because he has, but I'm watching him go through the arguments that have always been made. So you should know everything, but I still think that he needs to go further. Because we have this Maxwell acquisition and we do not know about Maxwell. We don't know what Maxwell battery has. And that is today. That's the thing. Will Tesla become an actual battery company? Because he's criticizing the lithium iron phosphate tech. Okay, fine. We can talk about that in a second. But that's not even their tech, because Tesla buys battery. Currently, today, Tesla buys batteries. Hi, Cicini. I don't know that I'm better than TSG. TSG is just different. TSG is fucking hilarious. He knows a lot about a lot of the stock market, whereas I can't go into the medical field. I can't go into a lot of other fields and sound like I know what I'm talking about, while Millennial and TSG can. So, I mean, we're just different. But I appreciate you saying it's good content. Even I knew that, Dr. Burry. Well, and this is kind of the thing with Tesla. And, you know, it is Twitter. He's on his journey of discovering. He has gone in one day farther than most people do in a year of supposedly researching Tesla. So let's give Burry that credit. Thank you, Chow. I appreciate you. Okay, so let's explain what I already know about Tesla, and then our journey today.
If you never say fuck you.
Kim was just resubscribed.
Kimmy, thank you for the 5-month
All in
resub.
Martini. Less than 3.
Less than 3. Oh, it's the heart. Thank you, Kimmy. How are you? How is everything? I feel like I should have music on, but I'm streaming through YouTube and I know I'll get banned. Let me open Spotify and use my
what's the point of having
copyright
fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
Jeff Bezos gifted AJ18 a subscription. It's our 20-month anniversary. Do I get something special?
Do you get something special? Sure. What do you want, AJ? Tesla on a silver platter? Sure. Okay, let me at least play something. Where is it? Epidemic. Hip hop. Let's see if it's all right. It's kind of like whatever. Like mad cringe. It is mad cringe. This is what no copyright music is. Latin. That might be fun. Epic. Soothing piano. Or just epidemic sound. Oh, they have moods. Okay. Let's see. Tropical feels. How about that? You and me stuck on the ocean now. Nothing but waves in this feeling in. I want to dry up, but you just keep on going, don't you? I don't even know how we got here. That's better, I guess. Whatever. Twitch just chatting. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. Now playing Dollar Store Nelly. Biggie or Tupac? That's tough. Tough choices. Oops, I DC'd. I'm good. How's everyone? I'm just waiting for Tesla to print. So I should caution everybody. You should look at the history of announcements. I don't think there's been one that has gone up afterwards. Just look at Cybertruck reveal. Look at Autonomy Day. Look at all of them. I really think this is a buy the news or buy the rumor, sell the news kind of situation. That is my opinion. Do your own due diligence. Okay, so let me finish this explanation. So you got Tesla Energy, okay? You have Tesla Automotive, and they're different, okay? So inside Tesla Energy, you have energy storage and energy generation. This is solar panels and solar roof, which are different. Solar roof is a new product. Okay, and according to Exile, this is straight crap. And here's our resident contractor. We works in the Nicola movies. I'm waiting for the Fire Festival documentary. I'm down. I'm waiting. So you have solar roof and solar panels, okay? Solar panels came from the SCTY acquisition, which is Solar City, headed up by his brother, Kimball Musk. Okay? Yep, Tesla is a family business. Can you fucking believe it? So you have energy storage. Energy storage is just custom battery assembly. Okay? And a battery is composed of cells that are arranged. So I would call it battery assembly. And the arrangement is important. The third thing that you have to consider is scale. How do you, and Elon refers to this, how do you build the machine that builds the machines? Okay, there's a part that today, this is what today, what Battery Day is about, is does Tesla bridge the gap into a cell chemistry company?
White sticky substance is now following.
Thanks for the follow, Sticky. So does Tesla bridge the gap into cell chemistry? Okay. Bridging the gap into cell chemistry is not necessarily the panacea. They could announce something in battery assembly that's crazy. For example, thermal management. There's just a lot that comes into it, right? They could announce something that is in assembly that changes something inside the cell chemistry, which is like battery density. Martini the Tesla Guru, I like it. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Please ask questions if you don't understand, and you know, I gotta be in chemistry, so I fucking hate chemistry. I'm heavily bankrupted by Tesla. What happened? So that's what you need to understand when we talk Tesla batteries. Is it the assembly? Is it the scale? Or are you talking about cell chemistry? Okay, and they kind of interchange too, but those are the basics on a purely business level. So today, Tesla actually buys batteries or cells. The correct term is they buy battery cells.
What's the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
Refrain 87 just resubscribed for 4 months. TSLA Pogu.
Thanks for the 4-month resub. This is where all the cool kids are. That's right. Tabless battery, speed up. Production, lower failure rate, lower rework, lower cost, more tendies. So Excel's talking about cell construction, which is, I don't know which camp you put it into. It's like this like intermediate part, right? Because cell construction is different, and they may not use these words, but I've from watching a couple of things that in prep for today, I feel like it's different, but I'm not really that great at batteries, and together we will get better at batteries, because now Tesla may become a battery company, right? I found a classmate to do it for me. They are not producing their own batteries. Currently, right now, they buy it from CATL, Panasonic, and what's the last one? Where's Panda? Fuck. Cattle, Panasonic, and there's a third one. Anybody know? I'll give you 2,000 points if you know. Just fucking thank you, LG Chem. Appreciate you. We got an emo for Hype Train. Look at you.
Bitterless is now following.
I did it wrong. Okay, you have 2,000 points. Hit exclamation point store to see what you can redeem them for. Sorry guys on YouTube. I don't like this dandy. I don't know what you mean. So you can spend your points on alerts. Thank you for the follow, Batolas. I guess they're still in the phase of developing the technology to manufacture them. Yeah, exactly, Chawu. Okay? Exactly. Okay? Now, they acquired this company. They bought Maxwell Battery last year. Late last year. Okay. They paid, I think, 300 million for it, and plus stock, which puts them in the $500 million category, I think. Let's check. Maxwell Battery. $218 million. The offer value of each at $475. I thought it was a little plus other stuff, wasn't it?
How different I would be if someone had.
Of one of the world's most iconic characters.
What's the name? Ratchet. Mildred Ratchet.
From the creator of American Horror Story.
I should have never let you into this hospital.
Letting me into this hospital was the best decision you ever made.
Ratchet, now streaming only on Netflix.
I thought it was more. When I read the IR, there's the acquisition.
Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized
Oh, I thought it was more. Okay, it's not.
Giving you prices that
That's
are
why I
lower
checked.
than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Now through September 22nd, you can earn 4 times the fuel points.
I still want to go into the
Download your digital coupon.
the announcement because I swore that it was a lot more, but whatever. So what I'll tell you right now is the reason you look into the filings is because mainstream media gets it fucking wrong a lot. And for some reason, they get it wrong a lot about Tesla. I don't know what it is about Tesla that they get it wrong.
We could save money if
So they purchased Maxwell Battery late 2019, and Elon has been very hush-hush about what it's about. The suspicion about Maxwell Battery is that they have technology that they were working on. It's called dry electrode. That may change the energy density of the battery. Why is the energy density and recharge time, or recharge cycles? What does it mean by recharge cycles? It's the number of times that you can recharge a battery before it degrades in capacity. Oh, I did see Michael Burry on Twitter. I did a breakdown, Snappy. And that's why I'm doing this kind of basic explanation, so we can all be on the kind of big picture page about what Tesla is and it is not. Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Tractor. I've heard about the issues that they have. I mean, that's new technology. It's going to have issues, so I'm hoping to hear more from today, but so we can understand. The reason why I started at noon is that way we can all understand when we hear the shit coming out of his mouth, what's actually happening. 250 kilowatt chargers are amazing, aren't they? Switching to immersion or plate fixes that nicely. That I don't know what Exiled is referring to. I think Exiled is much deeper on the battery tech than I am. I listened to that thing last night though, with the lady from the Limiting Factor, that YouTube video you linked me. I don't know that I have the capacity to completely understand what she was saying. So let me break down Lucid for a second. I think Lucid is, I put it in the dog shit territory. I understand they have a car and it recently beat a Tesla on the Nuremberg Okay, whatever. It's only 2 years older than Tesla, and look where Tesla is. We're at the 3rd Gigafactory. Okay. And where's their factory? Oh, that's right. They delayed it again. Let me tell you what I think Tesla's advantage is. It's utter incapability of going slow. Look, you know what Elon says all the time? He goes, if you work 100 hours a week, you're twice as fast as the next guy. Do I want that personally for my life? No, I'm literally considering that I don't even want to work that much during the day of doing this content creation, because if I sit here on stream, then I gotta go do all this other stuff. Okay, and I'm gonna try to maybe make the commitment of treating it like a job to do more time. And I'm only even complaining about 8 hours. I am a fucking weenie. You can't say it's total dog shit yet. Well, so the reason why I just call it dog shit is because I'm talking about capital allocation. It is the best place for my money as somebody who works twice as hard. And the evidence shows that they have delayed a factory. They have delayed production. Elon already has 3 gigafactories, sent a man to the moon, and built the Boring Company. Oh, and started Neuralink. Oh, and like, how many ands do we have to have that when we decide that this is the place for my money? Godfather is here. Guys, if you haven't checked out Godfather, please check him out. He's super fun to hang out with. I've been ignoring this poor friend because now we are on a different time schedule, and it's my fault because I need to get up earlier so that way I'm actually awake when he is. Because I think it's like, what, 7 where you are now? Are you still in BST? Or has it turned to off summertime yet? I thought I did the shout out. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, and then an ISP from SpaceX. Like, I don't know. I just, you know, it's like why you buy Google, because they're Alphabet, not Google anymore, and they have the moonshots. I believe in inverted risk to reward scenarios where you pay this much and you have this possibility that this thing turns out crazy. And so I'm going to take that chance. Is it more risky? Yeah, absolutely. Porsche Taycan rules. Don't get at me. I don't know. Your hand's delayed again? I don't know what I mean. Switching to custom scene, that's weird. End of October, we go back to GMT. So Oracle and Sun, yeah, you're in the UK then. Or where are you? I mean, you don't have to tell us. Are you in Europe? It's nearly 7 because someone forgot to renew their driver's license. I had to drive them to their night shifts. That sounds like me. Lucid is like Friday lottos. Yeah, you know, price fixes a lot. Allocation in your portfolio fixes a lot. I get it. Who's driven the Porsche Taycan? Because I haven't, and I am hoping that I get to drive it. So, yeah, Rivian. See, to me, it's just all hype. Where's the cars? Where's the progress? Like, at some point, you know, when you guys come here and say you haven't been around, I agree with you, right? I don't fucking sit here and tell you that I haven't been around or it's coming and blah, blah, blah. I just said, yeah, I haven't done it. I fucking haven't done it. I take responsibility. Take responsibility. All you have is a prototype. Build a fucking factory. Get it over with. That's Tesla. It's not even about getting it done because their products are shit sometimes. So let's be honest that they're on an agile. They just get it out and sometimes it's shit. But they deal with it. I don't know if they allow test drives. I want one though. It's like what a Tesla interior should have been. So, have you ever driven the Model S when they had all the interior from the Mercedes? Mwah! It was great. They had the Mercedes interior, but it was a Tesla. And not the C-Class interior. I'm talking the S-Class interior. That was nice. I should have. Oh man, Nikola, holy shit, we shit on Nikola so hard. We really do. I have to admit, I am totally biased when it comes to that shit kicker. I out Elon. Well, where are you now? Oh my, I always hate Nikola. I mean, it's an ad. You know what we should be sad about? We should be sad about the families that moved to go pursue the hydrogen dream. The people who want to validate hydrogen as a technology because it has some good uses. Those are the people that got really fucked in this. And the people that invested and lost half their money, those are the people that I am really concerned about. Can you imagine that you moved your whole family out there and you took a risk and now you have Nicola on your resume? Okay, so I think that is a great overview of Tesla, so that way you can understand kind of the structure about Battery Day. Best thing about the report was the LinkedIn profiles. I mean, it was a little humorous, but I do not think that not having experience in something doesn't mean that you should be discriminated against in your capability of doing something. And I will put forth Millennial as an example, and Exiled. They don't have, I know Millennial doesn't have a traditional degree. I don't think Exiled does either. Can you correct me if I'm wrong, Exiled? Honestly, if I was there, I would just quit and I would just erase it from my resume. Nicola? The Gigafactory in Austin is so much bigger than it looked when I drove past. Well, how much time was it between driving past? Morbidly, what's up? Wait, what? Millennial, I was talking... Oh, I don't know. Oh, Exiled has 2 engineering degrees. I thought one day you went on this rant about how you don't have a traditional education. I'm doing it. Well, then I put forth Millennial as proof that you don't need a traditional education. And he's destroying sell-side analysts. Look at his ranking on Tip Ranks. I am enjoying every bit of it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go get a degree or it isn't good. I'm just saying you shouldn't discriminate against people who don't have it, even though it was pretty I don't know that I'm not going to dig on people, at least on Nicola, for not having a traditional degree.
And you'll save $1 each with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
You know when you're at Ross and you find that brand?
I can hear the anger in Exiled's voice. I have 2 engineering degrees.
From the latest trends to your favorite brands, it feels even better when you find them for less at Ross. Yes, for less.
Did you know Geico's now offering an extra 15% credit on
He will get used to the fact that maybe
15% on top of what Geico
maybe
save you. So what are you waiting
I forget stuff.
to actually believe you?
And you're flossing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. And you're cutting down on your sweets?
I know the Spotify
Wonderful.
thing.
Then I don't even need to look in there.
Great. See you in 6 months.
I can't buy Spotify. Oh yeah, wait, I have it for free through Game Pass. Did you have it for free through Game Pass?
Visit geico.com for details.
Let's pause for a pure, crisp smart water break. It's the vapor distilled, purely balanced pH smart water you love. Fit for your go-to playlist.
Greg's engineering training.
Visit
Shut up with fucking Greg's. Oh my god. I am currently beating 30k analysts in their fancy schmancy degrees. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm dead. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, on there. So here. Is it just in the Xbox app now? What's tanking? Don't tell me it's Tesla, because... Where's my chart? No chart stick? Oh good, we're getting a little bump up. Okay, I guess it has to restart.
But then again, what's the point of having fuck you money if you never say fuck you?
4 months.
Freezer Burn 2
Guys,
just
thank you so much.
resubscribed
You're the
for 4
best.
months. Oi mates, D.
What's the message? Oi! Bruv. Love it. Okay, has this thing updated so I can show you? Still going through updates. Oh, I guess it just didn't start. Okay, now we can get to this. Fuck you, I just updated you. Did I not update the right thing then? Oh, there's another one. Nice. Happy Better Day! Things are pretty heavy at work, so dropped off the plane for a bit. Hey man, shit happens. You gotta keep going those priorities. I get you, man. I thought you'd be sending every sub a pack of AAA to celebrate Battery Day. I don't know, that's the thing. Are they gonna become a battery company? Like a for real battery chemistry company? Now, let's review Elon's tweets because a lot of people were saying that this says some of these things are saying that Elon said makes them not a battery company. I think he still left open the door. Oh, somebody retweeted that. That's nice. Okay, so let's go look at Elon tweets. Nevada Gigafactory is still making Panasonic or new Tesla formula. We don't know. That's what today is about. I really hate this song. So we're going to keep this up, and I'm going to keep this up on my left side after I read these things, because we need to make sure if he tweets again, that stock is going to move. Important note about Tesla Battery Day unveiled tomorrow. He says this affects long-term production, especially semi, Cybertruck, and Roadster. But what we announce will not reach serious high-volume production until 2022. So there is an announcement, but it will not scale. Remember, I told you to think about it in 3 terms: assembly, cell chemistry, and cell construction. Okay? Hi, Josh. How are you? Our first comment of the day from Periscope. I know we're talking about Battery Day, but Rita, do you expect anyone to understand that scribble? No, probably not. But it's scrolling. Maybe I'll make it better, I guess. Supply for the demand is great. For what part, Josh? What are you looking to invest in? Obviously Tesla, I'm thinking. Oh, are you at Zaxby's, AJ? So you need to think of it in terms of that. So when he's talking about, actually the 5th thing is here. 4th thing. Wow, I look like a 5th grader scribbling. You're right. It is scribble. Oh, regarding Elon's tweet? Yeah. So I think Josh has a great point. It is a good sign to be supply constrained. So what Josh is bringing up a great point that I do want to talk about eventually is what's happening is electric vehicles are a new thing for the world, right? I think it only compromises 3% of all vehicle sales right now are electric vehicles. So if that's true, then it is new, right? So what's happening is automotive companies are starting to realize that they need to be vertically integrated because their suppliers cannot handle the volume, and they can't handle that one year one vehicle sells well and then the other year it doesn't sell well, because see, building batteries is very expensive. Okay, I mean, look at Tesla. We've had to go through billions of dollars of capital raises just to get Tesla where they are. And do not, I know they've made money for the last 4 quarters, but do not think that Tesla is not a high cash burn company. So all the fans that they have is very good because they have the ability to raise that money to do what's called, what do they call it? They call it a capital intensive business, right? So this is the place where the industry is trending, is vertically integrating. And that's why they acquired Maxwell Battery. That's why they're going through the Grohmann acquisition in Europe. That's why they're going through all these acquisitions, because they need to vertically integrate and make sure that they have enough cars to sell. Because other companies are running into that where they don't have enough cars to sell. That huge push into it. Hey, Christian Sour Patch, good to see you too. And what was really funny is about Nikola. Okay, the big deal about Nikola is that they weren't vertically integrated. They do not. The company that's going to win is the one that is vertically integrated, in my opinion. In 20 years, it will be EVs, no more ICE vehicles. Well, I hope that. I hope for that. Thank you for the follow, Noise Fix. What is a monopoly? Pin. ICE cars and vehicles? Yeah, they're definitely a monopoly for sure. Okay, so let's go back to his. So he's referring to scale. Thank you for the 1 bit.
Fun coupons.
We intend to increase, not reduce, battery cell purchases from Panasonic, LG, and CATL. So remember I told you they had 3 battery cell suppliers. See, he calls it a cell. However, even with our cell suppliers going at maximum speed, we still foresee significant shortages in 2022 and beyond, unless we also take action ourselves. He's talking about a battery cell company, right? Have you driven one, JS? Do you I know Snow has one. If Snow's in the chat, if you could tell us how you like it, that would be awesome. Or if you don't like it. The extreme difficulty of scaling production of new technology is not well understood. It's 1,000 to 10,000% harder than making a few prototypes. The machine that makes the machine is vastly harder than the machine itself. So he's saying even if they become a battery cell company, who gives a fuck? Because the scale is the most important thing. And what do I always tell people? Well, Tesla has gigafactories and they're already at scale with EVs. And if that's the 10,000% harder problem or the 1,000% harder problem, then a company that works at X speed against all these other companies that just have prototypes, you know? Once you drive an EV, ICE feels so sluggish. Oh yeah, because it's an instant torque. So good, so good. I totally agree. Yeah. Oh, you did say that. Sat in one in the mall in Golders Green Mall. The dashboard has improved 100 times. Really? You know, I remember my Model S. When I had my Model S, it was like not... Touchscreen was kind of like crappy. So I had the P85 and a regular one, I had one of them was P. So I did have a Tesla limo company in a past life. So anyways, the one that was mine was the P85, right? And I loved when I pressed the gas, you could literally feel your skin go. It's an intense feeling. It's like, holy. Yeah, the screen had so much lag. I remember you touch it and then it do something and you're like, what the fuck is this? Let's look at notifications. Kiss kiss. Does anyone know French? Kiss. I don't know what that means.
Cleanings, checkups, and cavities? Have Dr. Chang's dental practice at capacity.
Patient in room 1 is getting a root canal. The x-rays in room 2 are gonna have to wait. We're down to 1 hygienist.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
Okay, what does this mean?
You get a short list of quality candidates.
What will get us out?
Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded job sites combined, according to
someone retweeted my notification and said, qu'est-ce qu'il va encore nous sortir? Don't know. When they hit the pedal, do you see speed lines? Probably.
Tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that
I hate these ads. It's driving me insane.
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Let's
Now through
hope.
September 22nd, you can earn 4 times the fuel points on gift cards.
So about the Xbox app and the Spotify thing. Let me show you the section where you can find
policies. That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Your teenager to help around the house?
Okay, Mom, I emptied the dishwasher.
Okay, so you go to perks.
Wait, what?
Oh, and next, I'm gonna clean Mitten's litter box.
And with Game Pass Ultimate, you get these perks and you'll see 3 free months of Nitro. Thank you for those of you who have boosted my server. It has been awesome since we have 1080p streaming there. And they used to have, oh my god, it's gone. They used to have Spotify on here, right? It's gone. It's the 3 months of Spotify is gone, right? Well, I was way off. Thanks, High School French. It's on the site though. Not sure if it's still available. Okay, well, try it on the website, but at least we know I'm not making it up. It means we reject your freedom prize? Oh no. America. It's still a thing on Game Pass Ultimate. Alright, well. But that's how you get free Spotify. For at least 3 months. Might as well take advantage of it, right? Okay. Thank you for retweeting me, Exiled. Okay, so let's go back. So we got Elon. So I always go to his tweets and replies because frequently he has more information in the tweets and replies. So remember, if you are trading Tesla, if you are investing in Tesla and you are not reading his Twitter profiles, his Twitter at least every week, I'm thinking you're missing about 40% of it. I'm not seeing anything. Anything about battery day. Now, have you heard about the Dojo computer? Okay, so I do not... I don't see anything else about battery day, so I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything more. Okay, so I think we've gone through what he said for battery day, at least recently. So I want to watch a few videos on Tesla battery day. Okay, so let's read about what he has not leaked so we can kind of know what maybe where to go. So I think for the next 2 hours, let's research it. Sword, damn it, broke it. Didn't I just mod you? How do you lose your mod status all the time? Someone is trolling me. It's probably AJ. Honestly, AJ does pranks like that where it's like, it's not until like forever later that you're gonna notice. I'm your type? I'm probably not. You know that saying that you don't meet your heroes because you'll realize what they're like? Yeah. You don't want to... AJ, I don't know how AJ stands me. To be entirely honest. Can you imagine how pissed off I get about stocks? Can you imagine other things? Defund them once. I am not a cakewalk, okay? Well, I'm too basic to afford mods. I can't afford their pay. They're too good at what they do. I can't afford it. Someone mentioned cake. I would love lemon cake. Lemon cake, I just had lemon cake. It's really good. That's why I didn't want to meet in London back in July. Wow. It's okay. Algo Bro rain checked me too. I get it. But still, fuck you. Never go to Dallas. Yeah, there's a whole Dallas crew. You're cheating. You don't get that accurate with Nerf without some practice. Yes, AJ's coping mechanism is to prank the ever-loving shit out of me. Do you guys want to have a little story time about the pranks that AJ has done to me? Do you know what a Dutch oven is? AJ, literally, like, I'm not even awake. He, like, wakes me up all nice and then farts and then sticks me under the fucking sheets. And I am stuck in there and he's holding it and I'm just fucked. Oh, I was so violent. I was like, get me out of here. It was awful, okay? It's one thing for someone to fart. It's another thing to be trapped in someone's fart. It's kind of like how we're having masks. And I know if I didn't brush my teeth very like good enough, because by the end of the day, you're like, I really don't want to be in this mask. So you can imagine a fart. Okay, so let's watch some YouTube videos. Let's get going with Elon. Welcome to Fartsville Population Youth. Tell him next time to do the same when he's driving, but lock the windows and doors. He hasn't done that in the car. I think probably from safety, because I get really out of hand when he pranks me. What other prank that he did that it's really good? He probably farts on my mask. That grain silo is getting some altitude. Your defense, being woken up in Dutch oven is worth getting violent over. The decaf. Yeah, so AJ decided to switch my regular coffee with my decaf and didn't tell me for a week. It was utter hell, and it was being done to me. When we looked at you through the window, that was pretty funny. Fuck you guys. So Webb has visited us when we're on our travels, and we have gone to see Webb and stuff like that. And then they both get on the pranking Rita train. So they went outside the window and started creeping on me while I was streaming and scared the shit out of me. Because they're bastards. Are you gonna bleep that out, Exile? We literally had to have a conversation last night about whether I should curse that much. You got sax bass. I meant he, not we. You've creeped in a window before, did you remember? Hold on, let me get tea. You get in on the pranking. I know you do. Okay. Oh. Shouldn't have done that. All right. All right, let's read what the disclosure is not about. Tesla Battery Day is less than a week away. In my view, most Tesla commentary continues to overlook what is already known when it comes to predictions for what will be revealed on Battery Day. Oh, I'm sure it's pretty funny. Well, there will no doubt be exciting showcase technology and plenty of one more thing elements. Elon Musk has probably already revealed the main battery tech that will enable Tesla to massively scale its mission to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. Don't tell them, Web. Really? You're gonna dox me that if you scare me hard enough, you probably will make me pee myself? Dickhead. This is really fucking up. Why is my platform? Fuck. Tastyworks is having a cow. Okay, I literally had to shut it down. This one. Fine, we'll look at it on here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to sell off half of our Tesla position. And I was going to show you how much Tesla we have.
Now, the X-rays in room 2 are going to have to wait. We're down to one hygienist.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed,
Yeah, but
you get a
everyone was there, Web.
from our resume
I think he's going to unveil Tesla jet skis. You're savage, Tori. Can't remember the last time I catched your stream. Were you there for the Apple announcement? That was pretty cool.
for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply. Many ways to prepare steak. You can
Do
top
I
it off
have
with
to sit
shiitake
through an ad?
mushrooms,
I may have to buy
béarnaise
Spotify.
sauce. You can have
Okay, so we have 200 shares of Tesla. The buy-in price, let's open this up, is 371. The current price is 430.25. So I'm going to drop, I think what my plan is going to be is to drop 100 shares, which will be about $43,000, and keep the other 43.
At that price? Are you kidding me? That's yes for
Through battery day. I think the right play is really to drop it, but I'm turning this account into a long-term hold account because I think I need to do what I say and show you guys that long-term, I think just it makes more money than trading it in and out.
Bubbly, crack a smile. Available at Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
Well, the recording too, Saki, is on YouTube. I'm not gonna TCA into BB. I don't give a fucking shit. I will agree with you that I missed out on GME, okay? I did agree with that play and then I never got into it. But we have the baby ETF. We have some of these other ones. Ugh. Oh, you did? Oh, good, Saki. Thank you. Thank you for watching it. I appreciate you, man. You know why I can't do it? Okay, so who remembers the Apple versus BlackBerry debate? Okay, so I remember the debate was BlackBerry's not going anywhere because of the security, and I just I don't know, it like sticks in my brain. I can't, Snow. I can't do it. Ugh. Sorry, I deleted a DM. Okay, got it. Almost done. Stock offerings? Nice, Victoria. Okay, so that's the position we have. I need to be very cognizant of the time because I don't want to, I want to close it by the end of the day at least. It's kind of just doesn't want to buy back up above, I guess, this range right now. Marty Gale out from $100 a share. Yeah, exactly. Little companies. Oh God. It's gonna go up, and all I'm gonna hear from Millennial is, "Wait, I was right. Look at me. I have to tell everyone how I'm so right all the time." Dickhead. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay. So they think Elon has already revealed the main battery tech. I analyzed and explained my take on the news immediately after it broke, but it seems a significant portion of Tesla chatter has simply missed it or most likely not understood it. Not everyone knows that LFP battery packs are at least 20% cheaper per kilowatt than nickel-based battery packs, and that LFP cathodes have no mineral supply constraints or price spikes, unlike nickel cells. But when you do know that, and if you heard what Elon said, it adds up to something very significant. So let me unpack that. So I think what LFP battery packs are lithium-free packs. No, the lithium iron phosphate. I thought that's what they meant by lithium free. Ooh, now I have to watch that video again. Tell them to check that pinned message about Tesla when that happens. It will be re-announced. Uh-oh. You can't get away from lithium. Never say never, Iconian, but yeah. I just thought that, I don't know, that's what I connected it with. Okay, so LFP battery is lithium ferrophosphate. So let's put that in our Notion. Let's just get a Notion. So we have a stream kind of content management system, which I'm sure Exile's gonna poo-poo all over it soon. But this is actually a public thing, so you guys can go in there and comment. Some of you have the link. So let's go to this and let's add in LFP. Okay, so my aim is to kind of put some of the stuff together so that way we all have it. I've forgotten how to fucking do this. Think. Create embed. I don't want embed. Does that work? Perfect. Okay. Not me, I like Notion. Okay. Well, that's good. Hey, Martian! How are you? Long time no see. I'm glad everyone's coming back. Okay, so we're doing Tesla Battery Day. Are you ready, Martian? You guys. Okay, so let's keep reading. Not everyone knows that LFP battery packs are at least 20% cheaper per kilowatt hour. Okay, so a big thing in scale is price at scale, right? So some of this stuff might be basic, but I want you guys to understand, if you don't know about Tesla or you don't understand about, you know, manufacturing economics, right? Having the ability to produce something at a lower cost at scale is a huge advantage. Lusitano, what's up? It's Tesla Battery Day. It's exciting. Wait, I don't understand much of this and still better content than other people. Well, that's amazing that you think I'm better than other people. But when you do know that, and if you heard what Elon said, it adds up to something very significant. I missed the part. Okay, or at least 20% cheaper per kilowatt hour than nickel-based battery packs. Okay, so we're gonna... This is from September. Yeah, but we'll still read it. So with cell chemistry, right? I'm not really up to date on cell chemistry because Tesla isn't really a battery company, and I understand that. So I haven't given a fuck really. We're talking about cell chemistry. So right now Tesla is not a cell chemistry company. So when you think of a battery, you got to think of it as a cell, and then a row of cells gets turned into, well, multiple rows of cells or many cells are arranged into a battery pack, right? So there's really 4 things that you're considering within Tesla is battery assembly, and we have this on the paint just to catch you up, Lusitano. Battery assembly, the cell construction, battery pack assembly actually is probably the better word. Cell construction, cell chemistry, and the scale at which each of those is, right? So nickel based is a different cell chemistry, right? And then you have to think of the different supply that goes into this. So we talked about that on another day. So we have the cost per ton of different supplies, right? So we're going to fact check, and a lot of DD is about fact checking, right? So we have this picture here saying 20% cheaper per kilowatt hour than nickel-based battery packs. So iron. I'd have to figure out what goes into that. But critical questionable supply, critical existing supply for nickel. Okay, so let's keep reading what he's saying. I don't know. And then LFP cathodes have no mineral supply constraints or price spikes, unlike nickel cells. So that's a big assertion. So we're gonna check this assertion. Okay, but when you do know that, and if you heard what Elon said, it adds up to something very significant. So let's break it down one more. Here's what Elon already said in the Q2 call for those. The real limitation on Tesla growth is cell production and an affordable price. That's the real limit. So that's why we're going to talk a lot about more of this on Battery Day, because this is the fundamental scaling constraint.
With so many new pet owners, Kezia's grooming can't keep up.
Iron is cheap as chips. Well, now we know. Oh no, I'm late. Didn't know you were streaming. Did the notification not come up? I'm sorry, Lily.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded.
However, what we're seeing with our passenger vehicles is that total vehicle efficiency has gotten good enough that we are actually comfortable having an LFP pack in Model 3 in China, and that will be in volume production later this year. So we think about getting a range that is in the high 200s. You probably get a range almost 300 miles with an iron phosphate pack, taking into account a whole bunch of powertrain and other vehicle efficiencies.
Boneless New York strip steak, raised right here in the USA.
So actually, this is the assertion that I couldn't talk about, that I couldn't talk back to with
where shopping is a pleasure.
Burry. So let's look at the Burry tweet.
You know when you're at Ross and you find that brand at that price? Are you kidding me?
I may have to buy Spotify. These are a lot of ads. Ugh. So he said lithium iron phosphate tech behind Million Mile Battery means lower energy density, reduced range. So he's asserting something different. Let's keep going. I have written about the economics and properties of LFP cells and nickel cobalt cells for electric vehicles several times. So maybe I have a different perspective from most Tesla watchers. The interpretation of Musk's statement seems unambiguous to me, but even simple words are open to different interpretations, so I spell out my interpretation here. I'm going to hard lean into, in my opinion, on BB with you for the next few weeks. Maybe after this week I can concentrate on BB, but not this week, man. Not with Nikola being a total fucking sideshow, and not with Tesla Battery Day. I've waited. Earnings is in 2 days? Fuck. Okay, so tomorrow, but then just not today because I can't think about it. I've been waiting a year. I've been waiting a year for him to tell me what's up with Maxwell. Can I click that, Snow? Oh, God. Wrong copy pasta. Okay. Here's his interpretation. There are a lot of varieties of electrochemistry, but currently there are only 2 main commercial pathways for EV cells: iron phosphate based cathodes and nickel cobalt based cathodes. This is widely understood within the industry. So far, so good. Okay, so there's another type. And we've seen, based on our picture, that nickel has critical existing supply. And then from chat, we're talking about how iron is cheap as fuck. Okay, so 10,000 per ton. And look at manganese and aluminum, graphite, lithium carbonate, all of these. Cobalt, and look at cobalt, it's 27,000. So nickel and cobalt, which is critical questionable supply, right? So this is why it's good to have a notebook so you can remember this shit. Okay? Let's just keep copying this stuff. Quote. Okay. The higher energy density of nickel cobalt cells compared to LFP is well suited to long range weight sensitive electric vehicles like the Tesla Semi. However, in contrast, for Tesla passenger vehicles, especially the entry-level vehicles, not needing 400 plus miles of range or crazy power to weight performance ratios, Tesla many years of accumulating powertrain and other efficiencies mean that even the more modest energy density of LFP is now sufficient to give almost 300 miles of range. Okay, so let's break that down. So let's split this into LFP. So they're 20% cheaper, no mineral supply constraints. What did he say? LFP is lower energy density? Modest. Yeah, lower energy density. Now good enough for passenger vehicles. Okay. So what that implies is that nickel cobalt is more energy dense. Almost enough for semi variety. Okay. Mineral supply constraints, phosphate. The mineral supply constraint, I think, is nickel cobalt, because nickel cobalt, as you can see on our picture, is critical. Cobalt is critical questionable supply, and nickel is critical existing supply. So nickel isn't that bad, but cobalt is, the supply is tough. So is that what you're saying? Mineral supply constraints. More with nickel, less with cobalt, but both expensive. So I think that's what we're gonna say. Is that correct, guys? Have you asked Tesla a question as a retail investor? I have not. So apparently you can submit questions in their, retail investors apparently can, ask questions on their shareholder time. You know, they do it on YouTube. Oh, you're telling me to do that. Ooh, upvote. Do you have to log in? Oh, I have to verify. I don't like any of these questions. Oh, this one I like. What Twitter handle or YouTube channel have you come across do you believe understands Tesla battery technology the best? I like the battery recycling. Some of those shareholder questions go off the rails, yeah. What batteries continue to be is Autobidder something you envision making into the consumer level at point? I like that. I like asking about the master plan. This is cool. I usually just watch the YouTube video. Let's put this in here. In our little notebook. Okay. Martini reader for Tesla board. Yeah, right. I probably don't know enough about the company, to be honest. He deleted his account. Oh, the irony. Wow, he wiped himself off the... Wow. Are you shorting Nicola? How's Nicola today? Oh man, I just... Oh, so juicy. What a juicy fucking day. I can't even... It's up. These dickheads have... I guess nobody really liked him. Yeah, tell me if his Insta is gone. I would love to know, Staffy. Well, if you read the Nicola Reddit, they seem to think it's positive. Which, I mean, I think he wasn't doing well for the company. So, I mean, I get you, but like, there is no universe where you're a board member or you are the CEO and not observing him saying the things that he's saying and not... Still up a private? Interesting. You know, actually, you know what? I am fucking relieved. Now I just never have to think of it again and I can focus on Tesla. So who's gonna pick up Nicola Trevor Ghost? He's deleted it. No, only in her memories now.
With so many new pet owners, Kezia's Grooming can't keep up.
Kezia's Grooming. Sorry, we'll book solid through the week.
This had to be said. That's great. Okay, sorry. Sticking around. All right.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database.
He did. He canceled himself. Unbelievable. Where's ACRX? I will put that up. Oh.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Millennial ACRX.
There are many ways to prepare
well.
steak.
Okay.
You can top it off with shiitake mushrooms. Or
I wonder if he himself deleted the account or someone else. Well, you know, part of his separation agreement was to not say anything on social media. Maybe he felt the need to delete it to comply. I'm not really sure how that works.
Right here in the USA. It's perfect.
Okay. So we have talked about, we need to keep reading through this. I think this is good.
A dream bathroom's not only real, it's possible during the Home Depot Days of Doing bath event with new low prices on Moen and Pfister faucets. Vanities from as little as $159. Plus, get up to
the higher energy density of nickel cobalt cells is well suited to the long range weight sensitive electric vehicles like the Tesla Semi. Okay, so weight sensitive. Is it lower in weight?
Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid through September 27th, US only.
Okay, I think he's referring to the power. Okay, so power to weight ratio is high. Lower weight, more energy density. Would you guys characterize it that way? It's maintaining 1.8 millennium. He was told not to say anything in social media, so he went and said as many things as possible in social media. I feel like deleting your account is saying something. You know, JS, I think Elon is doing the best thing that he can do, which is not to acknowledge its existence. So there's one thing I've noticed about social media, right? Like, so if I interact with something, it exposes my community to it. And if it's good, they'll continue to promote it. If it's bad, they may continue to look at it because we're making light of it or something, but it gives it attention. And in the world of business, attention is everything. So who are the marketers in chat? Who are the salespeople? Would you agree with that statement or would you disagree? If no one's looking at you, if no one is buying your product, it doesn't fucking matter what you make. Okay, we have one sales guy repeating. I truly believe that if you don't have if you have attention, you know, it's just such an essential ingredient to selling something, to building something. I mean, Elon, I think is at 4 million followers. I mean, I will put up Trump as an example of attention is everything. Okay? I agree with some of the things he says. I disagree with some of the things he doesn't say. But goddamn, the way he talks is embarrassing on the world stage. I remember when presidents used to talk a different way. And maybe I'm being elitist thinking that, fine, you want to be completely fair, that's what it is. But that man gets attention, and that's how he got the presidency. It was essential to his rise. I mean, look at it, and it's the best example of showing why you shouldn't even mention the other person. Very elitist, Martini. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. All right. Power to weight ratio is high. Added the crucial side note that Elon knows very well, but most of Tesla community apparently know that LFP EV batteries are much cheaper per kilowatt hour and much more scalable than nickel ones. Okay, so we're going to say cheaper. We have cheaper. Much more scalable. Conclusion, we are now at a point where the lowest cost electric vehicle battery technology, LFP, despite its lower energy density, has enough energy to power Tesla's highest volume entry-level vehicles with a range of close to 300 miles. Tesla is not going to unlearn all the vehicle efficiency technologies it has gained. It will only improve them further. LFP is not going to get less energy dense with time. It will improve further. LFP will not increase in price. It will get cheaper. Therefore, all of Tesla's future most affordable entry-level vehicles will also get very decent range. Enough range for mass market acceptance by using LFP batteries at a low cost. Okay. In short, LFP is by far the cheapest and most scalable EV battery chemistry that exists today, and for the foreseeable future, being at least now 20% cheaper at the pack level. See how they constantly make the distinction between cell and pack, right? Remember, multiple cells go in a pack. Is the LFP the million-mile battery? Yeah. Wait, no. Is it? LFP iron phosphate. No, the nickel cobalt is the million. So the pack that is in the Powerwall is not the same one that's in the vehicles. It would be crazy of Tesla not to use LFP. True, LFP does not have the highest energy density. True, it doesn't have the image of the most glamorous or sexiest battery tech out there, but don't let appearance fool you. It is precisely LFP's low cost and potentially massive production scale that the EV revolution needs in order to displace combustion engine, and killing off the internal combustion engines in the age of global heating, pollution, and dysfunctional fossil fuel politics is sexy as hell. To satisfy the mass market, EV don't need extreme range. They need low cost and higher manufacturing volume. The 2012 Model S was already capable of 265 miles of rated range. The 2017 Tesla Model 3 was already capable of about 300 miles of range and 20 minutes of charging for decent onward progress. These vehicles already had sufficient technical capabilities to replace combustion engine vehicles for a large proportion of car buyers. So guys, remember, 20 minutes is dead to full. I think it's dead to 80%. Now it depends on whether you're on the Supercharger 1 or the Supercharger 2. I remember the Supercharger 1 was dead to full 15 minutes to 80%, because you're never going to come to the Supercharger empty. Even when I drove to Florida, I never came to it empty because the Superchargers are close enough. How much longer? 4:30 Eastern. So we've got about an hour and a half, Carla, till battery day. The real limitation on Tesla growth is cell production and an affordable price. The technical capabilities for the broad acceptance of EVs are in place. Mass market dominance requires lower prices than EVs have been offered up until now. Remember, this is the article that Elon actually responded to, so that's why we're reading it. Let me go back up. Let's read that one next. Where are we? Here we go. Tesla. No. Has Musk already leaked the battery tech? So no, but you made some great points. Important to note that iron's cost advantage is partly offset by increased pack mass. Okay. Important to note that iron's cost advantage is partly offset by increased pack mass. So the fully considered cost is closer to nickel. That said, iron alleviates much of the scaling problem. So there is a leak. I feel like there really is something that he hasn't leaked because he hasn't already leaked it. And that was September 17th. So if the Roadrunner leak, okay. I feel like a detective. You guys getting that feeling? So let's keep going. At least he said we make good points. In the US, putting one side the outlier culture. Okay. I think Elon was more surprised no more leaks anything months back until really a week before. Yeah. Detective Rita exposed Trevor now onto Must Secrets. You know, I will have to admit I'm a little behind. And that's why I started at noon. So we're gonna have to keep trying to get up to speed before. Because, you know, I realized something last night. That's why I'm saying I am absolutely relieved that that Trevor is out of Nikola so I can concentrate on Tesla. Tesla 500 dream is real. It's possible. I think we're really... You guys really need to understand that the valuation today is really crazy. Super, super cray-tastic. Like, I don't even know how to explain how... It's just really interesting. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's another different kind of mood music. Jingle Trap. No. Let's see what the game playlist brings us. Callie is here. How are you, Callie? Precisely these dynamics led to the arrangement between Tesla and battery maker CATL to supply LFP cells for its Shanghai factory Gigafactory Model 3, news of which broke in February. Reportedly, the two had been talking about LFP supply for more than a year. What's behind the cost advantage of LFP? Okay. Ooh, this is awful.
Cleanings, checkups, and cavities? Have Dr. Chang's dental practice at capacity.
Patient in room 1 is getting a root canal. The x-rays in room 2 are gonna have to wait.
Tesla is undervalued compared to Nikola. Panda.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list.
You know, I asked Panda how he deals with ear infections all the time, right? And he said because he's just angry all the time. And I just had the realization that Panda might be more savage than I am.
You can top it off with shiitake mushrooms.
I can't even imagine. Over time, both nickel and cobalt can steadily be mined more extensively, but mining projects have a very long lead time, and the mineral supply squeeze is already setting a looming cost floor for how cheaply nickel cobalt batteries can be made in the medium term, and obviously setting limits on the quantities in which these batteries can be made. Nickel cobalt chemistries still work around 100 kilowatt hour at the pack level, even for the highest volume contracts from the lowest cost suppliers.
Savings at the Home Depot Days of Doing Bath event with new low prices on the latest greatest faucets. Vanities from as little as $159. Plus, get up to 40% off.
LFP avoids all these constraints through the relatively huge abundance of the constituent minerals currently mined. LFP has already reportedly achieved 80 kilowatt hours at the pack level. That is a price. That is a price I have heard before, and from the YouTube video that Exxon sent me. So we're gonna put 80 kilowatt hour. That's important. $80 per kilowatt hour. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting to the leak. I should be cleared by now, nickel cobalt batteries are not as cost competitive, but have energy density advantages over LFP batteries. They have more room to gain and more quickly gain in energy density in the future, given the discussion above. Obviously, this higher density is no longer strictly required for capable enough for mass market vehicles and struggles to compete with LFP on cost. Okay, so Elon said that this was false. It actually comes out to the same price. See? Important to note that iron's cost advantage is partially offset by increased pack mass, so the fully considered cost is closer to nickel. So he's saying, am I right, you guys? I think he's saying that nickel costs almost the same because of density. Yeah, I'm just gonna God, these are awful songs. I'm gonna link that and just put it there. So I think that's significant. It's the same cost. Well, close. Same cost or closer. Would you guys interpret it that way? Oh my God, it really is awful. What were we on that was kind of okay? It's tropical chill. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to that. Okay. Okay. Tesla's Roadrunner battery project. So the leak that everyone is talking about this week is Tesla Roadrunner project. In March 2020, an environmental study document surfaced relating to a novel Tesla battery project. The document described proposed construction works at Tesla's facilities in the Cato Road area of Fremont to accommodate new battery manufacturing equipment and R&D space known as Roadrunner. Let's chat. I just want to see Tesla's price. Tesla has not spoken about the project publicly, but this will almost certainly play a major role as the high-end technology showcase at Battery Day. The study document reveals the following details: the construction of 30,000 square feet, at least 400 new production employees with shifts of 100 employees working at any given time, an additional 20 megawatt hour per day of electrical supply to support the project. This would be enough for 3,000 kilowatt hour of battery production per day. Declaration of both nickel, cobalt, aluminum, and nickel, cobalt, manganese materials on site, suggesting both of Tesla's existing nickel, cobalt cathode variants will be produced. So now we already have nickel-based batteries. So now we're talking about nickel, cobalt, aluminum, and nickel, cobalt, manganese batteries. Material declarations give no indication of LFP cathode variants being produced as part of the Roadrunner project. As of a month ago, the Roadrunner main construction work was nearing completion. Tesla will also presumably use the Hybar subsidiary's electrolyte filling technologies. Another rumored recent acquisition, Sil-Leon, will be leveraged to optimize the silicon content in the graphite anodes without excessive swelling and mechanical stress to improve energy density. The work of Jeff Dawn Research Group at Dalhousie University will be leveraged to optimize electrolyte doping. They've also been working on single crystal cathode technology and other chemistry improvements, mostly aimed at optimizing cycle life. And Tesla isn't a battery company, huh? There's also Tesla tabless electrode technology that we already know of via a May 2020 patent application. This will reduce ohmic resistance of the current flowing inside of the cells and thus significantly reduce heat generation, improve cell longevity, and reduce simplified cooling needs. I was told that I was an idiot for considering that Tesla could become a battery company in a Bury thread. Weird. Way more important than it sounds. Tabless electrode. Okay, so let's put that here. How do I get that tooltip to come up? Seriously. Oh, boomer problems. Who wants to say boomer problems? Fuck me. Incoming read a documentary. Well, you know, this is deep research. You just gotta get through it, I guess. Boomer problems. Fuck. Okay, tabless electrode. What does that mean? Okay, so a lot of times what I find really tough for me about investing is I don't give a fuck about chemistry. Okay? If you talk to me about Tesla and cars, it's originally the reason why I was like, ooh, I'm going to research the shit out of this, right? So a lot of times what you have to understand is in business, you don't really need to know what the thing is except to understand what's the point, right? I still remember having a boss that would literally, I would say something and he'd be like, what's the point? So what does it mean to have a tabless electrode? So sometimes when you want to check out, that's the way you check out effectively. What is the implication? So I'm going to quote this part. Whiskey Scotch Showdown. Okay, well, it's on Brewage Ladage. I've never had that. These whiskey, yeah, I've never had these. I'm only really deep into bourbons, so haven't had that. I feel like I am not. Where are all these other ones? I haven't had any of these, and I refuse to have Scotch because it tastes like socks. The peatier it is, the more I want to vomit. Which one's that one? I've never had that. I've never had any of these. Are you insane? Usually I have at least somebody. Oh, McKellen? That I've had. Holy shit. Which one's this one? X-Ounce?
There are many ways to prepare steak.
Can you give us a higher quality image so I can see what's on the labels?
You can have it pepper crusted.
Or is that just Discord cooking your quality?
Have tender, juicy, Publix premium USDA choice.
I feel like I recognize that bottle.
Here in the USA, it's perfect with nothing but the grill. Available for only $7.99 a pound at Publix.
All right, in chat, tell me your favorite bourbon.
With so many new pet owners, Kezia's Grooming can't keep up.
Kezia's Grooming. Sorry.
I don't have any of these.
I can give you a call back though if something opens up.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed.
Never tried any of these.
The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded jobs.
The classic laddie.
2019. Visit
Blanton's. Oh.
$75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions.
Do you have all 4 tops, T-Rent?
I knew you were organized, but this is next level neatness.
Dee Dee's discounts. Their deals help me fit
Pappies, because it's so rare.
in one closet.
So cute and so clean.
I've never tried it.
And shoe has a home now in this bathroom. Notice anything?
Not really.
I get the budget pappy.
Kids keep every single one of my son's bath toys.
You guys know what the budget pappy is?
And hardly took anything out of my pocket.
Fashion, home, gifts.
Dee Dee's!
Click the ad to find a Dee Dee's discounts near you for deals on the daily.
That's what I was gonna say. That the budget pappy is Weller. Weller are the rejects that don't make it into the pappy line or whatever. Napua gin. I can't have gin, apparently. Where's the tea? Right here. Okay, so if they have Tesla's tabless electrode technology via the patent that they've filed, it will reduce simplified cooling needs, reduce the energy needed for cooling. It would also make the cells more tolerant of high power charging and thus reduce supercharging time as well as improving peak power output. So, power output is directly correlated to how fast the fucking car goes. So they have to tune a car of peak power output because it can go really fucking fast, but then you discharge faster. But it's really cool to think that if you just get that out of a battery, we can have really fast cars. Really, really fast. Along with all of these are very likely a few other battery innovations. Discharge faster. Yeah, that's probably a better way to say it. I'm gonna sound like an idiot for about a month until I research the fuck out of this, okay? Fast cars and bad drivers. No joke, when we had the PD5, I thought that we might, I mean, it is so exhilarating because like the 0 to 30 torque instead of the 0 to 60 is just so crazy. Like you want to slam on the gas all the time. I suggest you never give a teenager a Tesla. I can't even imagine. Along with all of these are fairly likely a few other battery technology innovations and manufacturing innovations. Remember, Elon is saying that the manufacturing innovation is much more important. What other liquor do we have? Oh, Cybont. That's so gross. I don't know what we're doing here, but here's my recent purchase. Yum. I like the low rye. I personally like low rye bourbons. Oh, that's right. What, through valet mode? What have they added? Wait, that is really, what the fuck? That is probably the coolest bottle. That's some shit, right? I don't know that I want to lit speed limits. Oh, yeah, I probably would. But the acceleration is something I would also want. Premium. Albert Type Premium. Nice. I think Tesla announced the availability of these Plaid models on Battery Day. Okay, so the other thing that we're looking for is the Plaid model line. It's teased to be huge range, and faster cars because they have such bigger battery packs. So that's definitely what we're looking for. Thanks for the follow, Cardinals
is now following.
Tesla is great for teenagers since you can track their car. What's your opinion on the VW ID EVs? I think VW is maybe the only one who had a chance. My bet of competing with Tesla, my bet in the initial part was Mercedes. Because back in the day, Mercedes bought 20% of Tesla. They have since divested. And they, for a while they were using Tesla's EV tech. They decided to go out on their own. They changed some management around. And the relationship, to me, as an outside observer, got a little less chummy. And now it's really chummy with VW. Following. Thanks for the follow, Tori. Thanks for trolling me. So, so I don't know if you saw on Twitter, but VW, the VW CEO actually drove the VW ID with Elon, and they looked like they were having a great time. So I'm thinking that VW's, and there's other reasons why I think VW's the only people who are really keeping up with Tesla, but keeping up with Tesla is semi-relative because VW makes other cars. By volume, they're much bigger than Tesla, right? But by volume in the EV space, they aren't. Tesla is the #1 selling EV. Mercedes also has, energy storage as well. And they just released their line of semis, which looks like a fucking trash can. Have you guys seen that? You guys. So everyone in chat, tell me, is it a trash can or is it not a trash can? How loud is this for you guys?
Hello, my name is Sven Ennast. As the board member for research and development at Daimler Truck AG, I'm happy to present you today our concept of a heavy-duty fuel cell truck for long-haul transport. Our Mercedes-Benz Gen H2 truck.
Loud. Okay, let me put that down. Is that better? Yeah.
As you can already see by the design of this truck, it stands for the future of transport. A future in which heavy-duty trucks are increasingly becoming CO2-free vehicles.
Like
therefore, we are focusing on two CO2 neutral technologies, battery-driven and fuel cell-driven vehicles. Only by using both types of propulsion, we are able to cover the entire range of our customers' use cases. The Gen H2 concept truck is a major milestone along this road. Because it is the base for the series production vehicle, we will bring into large-scale production in the second half of the decade. And customer tests will already start in 2023. Our goal, a hydrogen-powered fuel cell truck,
I'll give Nicola
which is
one
in
thing.
no
They
way
produced
inferior
a pretty
to
truck.
today's heavy-duty diesel trucks in terms of performance.
So just Thomas the Tank Engine. It's waste management, their primary customer. Oh boy. It's just ugly as fuck. All those trucks in motion. Okay, I thought you guys should see it because it's fucking hilarious. Entirely digital kick. I think he's sitting next to one. I don't know if it's a pusher or not. To be honest, I haven't looked too hard. At least Nicola Brothers don't know. Tesla is in Power Hour. Come on, buy it up, bitches. Buy it up so I can sell half my shit off. We have seen that even the most... Okay, so it's about the plant line and the Roadrunner technology. That's what Battery Day to me is about. So that's what everyone's question is. I hope this is a good primer, really high level kind of thing. Let's keep going. Let me just speed read this last part, and then I'm gonna watch a little bit of videos because there's a couple that I wanted to see. Since Tesla's highest volume vehicles are so efficient that they can make use of fairly generic cells from any available supplier, the company can shop around pretty much anywhere to ensure it's benefiting from the most competitive prices on the open market. Add to that available palette of the in-house Roadrunner cells, which ensures that Tesla is not dependent on anyone else's technology to maintain its reputation for being at the cutting edge of halo electric vehicles and frontier applications like long-range semi-trucks. And Tesla should be in a strong position. Related to the non-dependence point, this flexible strategy, drawing on diverse types of cells, allows Tesla to hedge against the vagaries of mineral supplies and cost fluctuations, especially for those in nickel and cobalt. Okay, so let's talk about the million-mile battery. Let's see what he says. If it's anything that I don't already know. What did you click? Tesla is in Power Hour. Come on, buy it up, bitches. Buy it up so I can sell half my shit off. Tesla is in Power Hour. Come on, buy it up, bitch. Savage. I sound like I want to dump shares on people. It's only 200 shares. Ah! Oh my god, I sound... Oh, it's awful. Okay, where was I? So, when you hear about million-mile batteries, right? And people say, this is what I see. Oh, shit. It's really awful, isn't it? When people say million-mile batteries, you have to understand that million-mile battery, they already have a million-mile battery. The thing is, the application to the EV powertrain would be important, because then what happens is Tesla can use it as energy storage, but it has to be a million-mile battery to make it into the energy storage unit. Why? Because it has to get through enough cycles and last all that time if it's going to be constantly recharged and discharged in your house as putting it back onto the grid. So be careful of the myth when you're reading about it. If million-mile battery, blah, blah, blah. It's driving me nuts. The Semi, see here says, the Semi will use nickel-based versions of million-mile battery, which they already have. An LFP version would be more cost-effective. Okay. So scale, that's the last issue that we're talking about. Remember back where we were, we talked about pack, we talked about cell construction, we talked about cell chemistry, but Elon is telling you that scale is the most important thing in this financial picture. And it's not the sexy part. Ooh, do they have a new battery that changes everything? You know what I mean? It's more of a process engineer's perspective, which is, you know, typical Elon. He understands the problem. Panasonic's classic NCA cells will continue to be produced at Gigafactory Nevada. So somebody asked about what's being produced at Nevada. So now at least we know. So what they're saying is the Cato Road facilities cannot scale right now. And they're the ones who are going to scale the Tesla Semi. Remember, it's not about the passenger vehicles for the nickel-based cells, right? The scale will likely take place in portion of some of Tesla's new gigafactories, Shanghai, Berlin, and Austin. So there's some pictures of the Austin. How much longer? We're about an hour till the event, and Elon is never on time, so who knows if it'll actually start at 4:30. It might start at 5, Carlo. But likely Roadrunner may not be the exclusive Gigafactory cell type. And I'm hoping I'm going to take, in about 20 minutes here, I'm going to take a moment to sell off half my stock, and we're gonna create a little bingo sheet of our predictions. And if we get bingo, I'll give a bunch of bits, not bits, but my currency, teenies, to the chat. All right. Trevor Milton just released a YouTube video calling out Elon. I'm scared to click. I'm scared to click.
Have Dr. Chang's dental practice at capacity.
Patient room 1
Fuck you, I knew it. I knew it.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short
I
list
knew
of
it.
candidates from our resume
Cool.
database. Indeed
Fuck
delivers
you.
2.5 times more hires than the other
Fuck you, millennial. Go
to Breezy HR 2019.
right to
Visit
hell.
Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Ciroc vodka, made from.
I had to know though. I had to know. I'm like the little kid in the room. The parent goes there and he says, "Don't touch the red button." What did they fucking do?
Party playlist. Ciroc, perfect for turning up the volume for your celebrations at home. Please drink responsibly. 40% alcohol by volume. Imported from France by Diageo, New York, New York. Blue Dot per 1.5 ounce. 96 calories, 0 carbs, 0 grams protein, 0 grams fat.
However, Tesla Roadrunner cells work out as cost efficient and high performance as they are planned to be. It will only make sense for Tesla to ramp up the manufacturing capability, since they will likely be the most cost competitive nickel cells.
And check out this jacket. Is that cheetah print? You know I love cheetah print.
Bear in mind, though, that the potential nickel and cobalt mineral supply issues mentioned above mean that Tesla will look to avoid overdependence on any cell type beyond LFP.
Discounts for deals on the daily.
Some such mineral supply contracts will be necessary for even the modest Kato road production of Roadrunner. Even if Roadrunner goes to plan as noted above, LFP, since it can also benefit from some of the same novel manufacturing tricks, will still have the cost advantage and ideal fit for the entry-level vehicles. So again, let's ignore how he's saying LFP is the route to sales volume to scale, because Elon basically said no, right? But if he said he makes some good points, we got to pay attention. Okay, let's go through his speculative events. Oh. Okay, so he brings up an important point. We know that smaller and more affordable Tesla models will come in the future, but I don't see any announcements on these happening for another year or so, partly because they may Osborne orders and sales of the Model 3. And why? Okay, what is the Osborne effect and what is he talking about? What he's really talking about on a capitalistic basis is the cannibalization of current sales for the preference of future sales. That's what cannibalization means, okay? So think about it. Are you going to go buy the current PS5 if you're waiting for the new PS5 that's coming, right? Thank you for doing an ETA clock, Millennial. That's really helpful, and I need to sell off the Tesla stock. Okay? That's what he's talking about. If everyone's thinking, oh my God, there's going to be a new battery. Well, I'm not going to buy a Tesla right now because I'm waiting for that, right? That's what happens. People delay their purchases. So Starlink, think about it that the million-mile battery already exists. The thing... Some people think that the big issue with the million-mile battery is making one that's for the passenger vehicles. They already have a million-mile battery that lasts in the Semi and in the Powerwall. But it's not really the issue. It's not what Battery Day is really about. Battery Day is really about the Roadrunner project. And whether or not they can scale nickel batteries. VW! It's something. Okay, so I think that was really informative. Let's keep going. Should I cancel my Roadster order and buy a PS5? If you can afford a Roadster, I might have to beg for like a picture and seeing it if you can get a hold of it, because that would be absolutely insane. Okay, so they think that this is the Roadrunner battery. I don't think it is, because I think it's just the cover. I don't know. I don't think they understand that it's the enclosure, personally. But I don't know. Who knows? We're about to find out. Has hell frozen over? Hey, I'm a big proponent of buy the rumor, sell the news. I don't know if there's a Tesla announcement. I'm only selling off half VW. Okay, it's going into Power Hour. Nicola is dying into Power Hour. Good. How long until the live stream? It starts at 4:30, but Elon's always late. So we're about an hour away. So we're just pre-gaming and researching. Of my whole position? No, just what's in the Tastyworks account in front of you. So I have about 80, 90 grand in Tesla right now. We've made 11,000. So we're going to sell off half, about 40. Right before close. Yeah, 1 hour. Where's your drink if you're pre-gaming? Well, I want to be totally sober for this shit. I'm in the UK. Yeah, see, this has got to be super late for you. What are you at? Like 8 p.m. where you are, Josh? I don't know anything about stocks. What software are you using? Well, this is Thinkorswim. It's from TD Ameritrade. I really like the platform. It's kind of ugly, but it has a lot of powerful features. There are nicer interfaces like TradingView. If you don't want to like download something, that's a really good product. 9 p.m. already where you guys are? Fuck. That's late. I'm selling off half my position. So you can manage risk by allocation. So I'm going to sell off half of my position in Tesla. Thanks for the follow, Grumpy Cat.
I am the Grumpy Cat is now following.
Yeah, shit. It's late. You guys are late. It's very late where you guys are. Not very late, just whatever. All right. Okay, so I don't want to go too deep into that one about the leak. We got the news. Let's leave that there. Okay, I just want to make sure. So let's refresh this page and make sure Elon hasn't mentioned anything else before the event. Okay, he hasn't. All right, let's see the dearth of Tesla knowledge inside Burry's tweet. So what he's saying that lithium iron phosphate tech is inferior. So he thinks it's a bubble based on that. Now we know the lithium iron phosphate tech is lower energy density. He is right. Reduced range. Absolutely right. However, their cost per pack, right, which what Elon is saying is the real problem, is the scaling and the price. Teach stocks. I try to do education on long-term investing, and right now what we're doing is fundamental analysis, specifically qualitative, right? Because quantitative would be coming up with a mathematical model, right? But you still have to figure out what we think the future is, right? Because when you come up with a price, you discount the future value of their revenues and you bring it to the present, and that's how you come up with a price. Why am I selling? Because there's a phrase that a lot of people say, and it's called buy the rumor, sell the news. Typically in tech companies, the hype doesn't live up to what people are expecting. So what happens to price most times is it buys up before an event and then it sells off when the news hits. That's what buy the rumor, sell the news means. Now that's just my opinion. Please do your own due diligence. I am not a financial advisor. These are just my thoughts and how I do things, okay? Yeah, Burry calling out bubbles is scary. Bingo, essentially the only profitable part of the business is a melting ice cube. Okay. In May of 2019, Tesla bought Maxwell. Signs available dry electrode battery. Oh, I love it. This is likely what Tesla will announce. Ooh. I like that when he gets into the technical part of it, it's way less responses. So I'm going to come up with a tweet on here. Hi, Tesla fangirl. I basically am. Buy the Cybertruck, sell the Model S. The Cybertruck is exciting. I'm gonna really like to see how the population that generally goes for trucks may buy a weird looking Cybertruck. I think it's cool in its 80s, but other people have told me that it looks like dog shit. Do you guys like how the Cybertruck looks? And would you get one? Surely you're in Tesla for the long run, though. Yes, I have another long-term account, Josh, that I don't show on stream. So this is not all my money. This is the model account to keep you guys keeping me honest, and then there's accountability.
Just subscribed for 2 months. That GameStop earnings call stream from a few months ago really paying off right now. Smile.
Oh yeah, it is, Fries bro. I'm so happy that you remember our calls. Millennial recently watched the Investing with Maslow's Hierarchy, where we called what we thought about for the whole next year, and I think we got it right. AJ Cybertruck is better. I miss him taking out the room. So we actually have a robot that interacts with the chat on the stream, and it can scan QR codes, and you can move it around and see it. It's really cool. I have a pre-order for Cybertruck. Do you really, T-Rent? Which one did you get? Did they allow you to get the variants in the pre-order? I don't think so, but I don't know. I didn't pre-order, so. Keep us DJs on it. You made 11K on Tesla stocks. Yeah, that's the PL Open right here. Well, now it's 10,000, right? But my PL year to date is 85,000. So this is, I think I started this account in March-ish. Well, no, before the crash. So maybe February. I don't know. I have to look at it. When I started showing it to everybody. I don't know if I want the Cybertruck or a Model X. See, I know the Gullwing doors are kind of crappy, so like I didn't want the Model X. I don't know. I want a Tesla, but as of kind of my situation changed a little bit, I have to take care. I have to take care of my family, so I have to pay a lot for that. So there goes my Tesla payment.
We're down to one hygienist.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database.
Everyone is in the Discord right now, man. They're just talking up a storm, I bet. See?
Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75
Join them. Say hello.
Terms and conditions apply.
Go peeps.
I've spent my life working for change.
You can load your Nikola Jet scanner.
Our work must include completing
Model X looks big and awkward. Yeah, it does. I want a big car. I want space in it. I don't want like it. So by the way, guys, I invest for a living. I live in an Airbnb, so we take all our shit with us. So a bigger car would be better for me.
For summer DIY projects, you know the Home Depot's always in your corner. Now with our mobile app, it can also be in the palm of your hand with digital.
I'll have to listen to him go on how he is right on Chewy.
Recognize it and serve up product
Size matters. Oh God.
We'll check availability and lead you right
you
to
guys
the Home
love
Depot
it.
mobile app. Download it today to get started. Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Okay.
Grilling is an art.
So what I think I'm going to mention is, what are we going to say to Burry?
Bubbly sparkling water. No calories, no sweeteners, all smiles. Bubbly, crack a smile. Available at Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
The recent Maxwell battery so let's pull up those 3 companies that they've acquired. So it's Maxwell. He said that what were the 3 companies? So Maxwell, Hybar, and Cilion. Will the acquisition of Maxwell Battery, Sil Leon, what was the other one? And Hybar redefine their nickel-based batteries. Redefine their nickel-based batteries. For me, this is a transition of a cell battery pack assembly company to a battery company. What was the other one? It was Hybar. I didn't write that. The patents already published, promising, but can they scale? What happened to the PETA from Rita? It should be there. Is it not there, Purple? We've had Scotch Hawk. Now we're back to ACRX and BB. Oh no. Hey, is he? You should be talking Tesla. I'm sure Exiled has some commentary on my Tesla commentary. Will the recent acquisition Maxwell Battery, Cillian, and Hybar redefine their nickel-based batteries? For me, this is a transition of a battery pack assembly company to a battery company. The patents, since I can't fucking already publish, look promising, but the patent already published looks promising, but can they scale? I can't fit everything. Fuck Twitter. I thought they added more. Okay. All right, how about that? Do you think this is a good? I think this is a good response. Whatever. Time to abbreviate aggressively. Yeah, exactly. Okay, everyone is okay, watch for the hate. Watch, wait. Wait for the hate. What time does Elon talk? 4:30. 3:59. Fuck, I gotta stop. Oh shit. Oh, we're out. That was close. Okay, so we're going with 100 shares into Battery Day. Okay, and now I'm gonna go pee because it's a thing. Yeah, no shit. You know, it's almost like I need an... Hey Siri, set an alarm Monday through Friday for 3:55 p.m. Eastern. Dickheads. Ridiculous. All right, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Enjoy the clip.
I did fart one time. I did not enjoy that. That definitely did not go anywhere for a hot minute. Just me and my farts for just like a solid 8 minutes.
Gross.
It was like 7 minutes of heaven, but then like that one extra minute made it like 8 minutes in hell. And then of course like some cute girl comes up saying like, oh my god, I want to take your picture. I was like, don't squeeze me.
Don't squeeze the pickle.
And then she squeezed me and then she's like, oh, you know what, I think one's enough.
Game.
Yeah, you never put in a lot of hours with me though. On Twitch, say hi to chat.
What up, chat? wherever you're from. Man, that's a lot of action.
Yeah, so there.
Bradley Cooper is falling on hard times.
Oh,
eat a dick.
Yes, that's a good response.
Yes.
Good response to them.
You're fitting in well.
Yeah. So Twitch can be not nice, guys. Seriously, Jesus.
It's Brandon Lane, and I am an actor, and I have a much better voice than Bradley. So.
Oh, there you go. I'm so sorry about that. I feel so bad.
All right, guys. Oh. Why is it out of focus? Okay, there we go. Do you guys enjoy the clips? I went to the bathroom because I'm drinking tea like a... What did I want to do? Oh, yeah, I wanted to check the webcam. Turn off autofocus. Wow. Look at cat drag man. Rita, I think we're pivoting back up. Check this out. Let's see. Let's see, yo. And I think you guys had a lot of fun in the chat. I went to pee. Weren't you just 10K up? Yeah, because I booked the profit, so now you don't see it anymore, right? Because I sold 100 shares. I had 200 shares. So if we just go to the activity, and you know, it's better to see it in history because it'll show you money amounts. So sold 100 at 424.42. Paid no commissions, fees to the SEC for $1. We can even go back 7 days. So give me $1 of interest. Lovely. And we'll just filter by Tesla. And you can see when I purchased it. So I bought back puts. I bought them at $371.60, the 200 shares. So 58 plus 42 is 100. Bought another 100 on 11th. And so we only sold off 100 at 424.42 for a profit of, if we only count the 100 shares, about $5,000 to $6,000. So this is still open because we're going into battery day with 100 shares. Make sense? Is anybody betting on Tesla? Thanks. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be sticking with the handle when I made it 10 years ago.
Sounds pretty basic.
I'm basically all in Tesla puts. All in, Jordy. Jordy, no all ins. Oh, Reef Guzzler. I get it. Reef Guzzler, how are you? No all ins. No.
Zero sugar, 0 calories, bold flavor. Mio, we fix water.
Bad degens, bad. Buy 1 million at 326 gold.
That's why Optimum Nutrition Gold Standard 100% Whey takes pride in being the world's #1 selling sports protein powder brand. Because your goals are
I
worth
don't know if they're selling or not. I haven't looked in TLT in a while.
before. Check out your screen and click here to find out more about Optimum Nutrition.
Edge with shares, thank God. Oh, you're doing well. That's good.
We at Epic Bar would like to come clean about something.
No, I didn't get his new name, but now I do.
Pepper Bar is beef, and beef wasn't made by us. It was made by nature. I mean,
Garrett is here. 5 shares into battery day. Ooh, I'm excited for you all. I hope you all win, but we can't all win since we're all betting different directions. It's a reference to leafy
salt and pepper bar with only 3 grams of carbs and 11 grams of protein. It's nature.
420. Is that its close price? It's literally at 420. I want to buy a stock at 420.69 just for the memes. Yeah, we're gonna go buy a share of 420.69 just for the memes. You guys think? Because I can actually do after hours in here. I'm not gonna buy 100 or 1 share of 420.69 if I can get that price. So if you're making an after order after 4 p.m., make sure to do the time in force is EXT or GTC EXT. That's called extended hours. And only do limit orders, no market orders. Why are we listening to ads? Because I'm too cheap to buy the subscription. Could I actually get that price? No, I can't. It's at the bid ask is at 421 and 422. I can't get that. I missed it. All right, if it comes back down, we'll get it at 420. And I'm not getting 100, dude. I'm only getting 1 just for the memes. Jordy, why? This is why you don't go all in. What is the strike that you have? I can't buy it. It's at the bid at the Cybot. The bid ask is at 422. It's not gonna fill. I mean, we just put the order out there, so it's only 1 share at 420.69. Just for the use. I'm talking about the music. Oh. Yeah, it's no copyright music. Welcome to my life. When you're on YouTube, you can't use copyright music because you'll get banned right off that fucking platform. I hope you get yacht money. Hope you get yacht money, but I still think it's a dumb decision to YOLO anything.
I call them fun coupons. See that? A fun coupon.
Purple just cheered 69 bits. I love this. I don't, Meritori. I don't have short shorts. I wanted to get short shorts, but they sold out. At least pay for it so we don't need to listen to ads. Alright. Get off my dick. Ugh. Yeah, you will be a battery god. Are you gonna post? Oh, picks or ban. When you say you're going all in, picks or ban. I'm not gonna actually ban you, but I need proof. Hey Siri, go to wallet app. So I'm gonna use my Apple Card. Anyone have the Apple Card? How do you see the... the card number? There we go. Expiration year. My country doesn't match. What the fuck does that mean? Change your account location. Oh yeah, because I'm non-UK, dicks. Can you not change it to United States? It's not even a... What the fuck? That's not even a choice. Oh, because they wrote USA. Unbelievable. Instead of United States. God. So it doesn't come up. That's hilarious. You're kidding me. I have to put it back in. Here, I'll show you Tesla in after hours. Oh, Tesla's going up. I couldn't get it. Ah. Let's go. 1 minute. Okay, so I think the other things that may... What do you guys think are other things that may be affected? Maybe space? Yeah, look, kind of climbing into power hour. Let's think about other EV companies. We have... Mercedes? Do they have one? Well, look at GM. What other tickers do you think are important to look at in after hours in addition to Tesla? Voodoo! I am back in the state. Well, that answered my question. What was your question? I'm in the US. My anxiety. What now? Now? Okay, I'm going off stream now. I need to chill. Okay, we will pray for you. Go with God, son. But please, please. I mean, you can't get out. It's after hours. So I guess all we have to do is pray for you and learn not to all in. Fucking shit. Okay, now is it gonna work? Okay, so I shouldn't. Let's close Spotify and start it again. Maybe it'll recognize that I purchased it. Don't worry, Rita. I took calls on Tesla to prove very wrong. Oh gosh, guys. Oh, Uber would definitely be affected. That's a good point. Let's add another one in here. So what's really cool is you can customize this grid and add another. So we're going to look at Uber. We're going to put this to 1 minute. We can see what it does as well. Hit customize grid. Again, and what's really cool is you can save this flexible grid as whatever, right? So you could say like Tesla, right? Is it me or sound poopy? I don't know. Is it bad? Can you guys tell me? Tesla's motoring, man. It was like a $5 move in after hours. Okay, let's see. NKE. Let's. Did it come back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Okay. Yep. Okay. This is my internet connection. I'm telling you, that's why. It came back, like it drops intermittently. It's the biggest bullshit ever. It ruins video games, streams. SpaceX and Neuralink merger confirmed with Tesla. Where? Aw, someone retweeted. That's so nice. It's very nice of you. Okay, it must have been because my shit was dropping. So my internet's okay right now. Good. I'm not sure if I should just go sleep or watch Tesla. Kind of tempted to watch though. Well, you know, it's not going to start exactly at 4:19. I'll tell you that. Let's open up the link though. Let's find it. It's just on Tesla. Maybe I actually have to look for the link. Ah, thank you. Thanks, Panda. Oh, it's happening. Oh, shit. I thought they were only starting at 4:30. Or is this just some film previews? Is there no sound on this? Can someone confirm if it actually has sound or is it just like stock video that they're pumping? Because I don't hear jack shit. Why does that take him look weird? Seriously though, is it just stock video with no sound? They could have at least put some sound on it. Okay. You guys tell me if there's anything important. Not sure why I can't close that. Let's just close it. Wow, Chrome is being a dick. Okay. Got it. Okay. We should do the real-time stock price of Tesla too. Sure, that sounds like a good idea. So we're gonna have this up in the big window. Let's put Tesla's price. Nothing else has reacted except Tesla. So we'll just look at it. I don't know if that trading view is going to be accurate. So Move this over here. Like that. That's how we're going to watch it. Okay, boys? 7 minutes. 7 minutes. All right. I'm ready. I'm ready. Is everyone ready? They got DC Evade. Other people on Twitter are saying the sound is out. Thanks, Twunderground Specialist. Okay, so yeah, so I thought it was mine. Good. I don't want it to be mine. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, let's see if there's... Let's watch a little Tesla videos until we're there. Where is... It's because I need my other account. There's a video I did watch last night, but at least it's very informative for everybody.
You look at the global installation of battery
Wow. It's like YouTube's being weird. Yeah, it's like not allowing me to play. Ah, there we go.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Jordan Giesige, and this is The Limiting Factor. Today we have a special guest, Professor Shirley Monk of UC San Diego, Jacobs School of Engineering.
There we go.
Shirley specialized in nanomaterials engineering, and I think she's the perfect person to speak with about the excitement around silicon anodes last week. Today we'll be speaking about silicon.
I am restreaming. You can see it on YouTube and Periscope
and speak
Twitch.
about what we can generally expect from anodes in the next few years. And with that, I'd like to welcome Shirley. Before we begin, a special thanks to Bradford Ferguson of
just some battery basics
and all the other Patreon support.
Okay, just some battery basics. When you have a battery, okay, this is part of the cell. Remember I talked about cell versus pack. Okay, so this is actually the cell, right? You have a cathode and an anode. Their assertion is that the anode, I guess, developments are more important than the cathode developments. Okay?
Supporters listed in the credits. It's the support on Patreon that allows me to cover niche topics. Back to the interview. Thanks for joining us, Shirley. It's an honor to have you here today. Thanks.
Oh, it shows your full name, Webb.
As I stated in the introduction today, the focus will be on silicon anodes. So that would be my first question. Why would you want to put silicon in an anode? What are the benefits and the drawbacks of that?
Yeah, so let me start by saying that silicon anode is indeed a very promising.
So remember, if you've been here since the beginning, we talked about lithium iron batteries. We talked about nickel batteries, two types, the aluminum and the manganese kind. Then what they're talking about is silicon, including silicon in the anode now. So this is completely different than all the research we did.
Anode choice for the future generation of the batteries. There is no doubt about that. The reason why silicon is so attractive is because when silicon reacts with lithium, it doesn't follow the same principles as graphite, which is called intercalation chemistry. I think you know that last year, Nobel Prize was given to intercalation chemistry. So basically in the graphite,
why do you insist on being a dick,
goes in and go out, the volume change is like very minimum, like 4 or 5%. But silicon, each silicon atoms can take 4 more than 4 lithium ions. So when the lithium goes with silicon, the volume change can be very significant, like 400% volume change. So the benefits for adding silicon is, of course, it's a
Of course he's joking. If Elon dies, I'm done.
Lithium,
I'm done.
It
Can't even
actually
stream this. Can't do it.
mechanism is called alloy.
But I'm going to check just in case. I'm
It's
always
completely
going
different
to
from
check.
intercalation chemistry. It is one of the potential solutions that we are exploring to double or triple the energy density of the future lithium batteries. And if I can you can give me the chance to show a quick view graph. I want to show you why it is not possible for the 10 times increase that many people have been talking about. It's actually, even with silicon or even with lithium metal, 10 times increase in the energy density is not possible.
That would be perfect. I'd love to see that, because it's people ask me that question a bit, and it's the answer is a bit involved. So I'll let you get into that.
Okay, yeah. So let me show you very quickly
here we go,
slide
boys.
that
Look at
I
this.
actually used to teach my battery
Ban,
class.
ban. You know, people can pay
you
to
see the
ban
full
him.
Screen, right?
No, actually, no, because he's a.
Okay, so this is a simple simulation we did with.
Hold on, is it started yet? We'll put this in another box. While we wait, put this in another box over here while we wait. This is gonna be great. It's like a. Ooh, it's on fire.
Just the anode of silicon combined with carbon graphite and in combination with lithium cobalt oxide. So the reason why you cannot go
probably it's an hour or two
is
because we have to go through the
specific energy
shareholder
density
day and we have to
does
go through
not
battery day.
linearly increase with the anode capacity. So think about it. The anode is a host. What's the
He's not. He
carrier for
left,
the energy
Takano.
is actually the lithium ions. So all the lithium ions are inside the cathode, right? So when you, for instance, this graph shows you if you have no silicon in the graphite, you have 360 watt-hour per kilogram. Everybody knows that. Now, just by adding 10% of the silicon, because each silicon can take up to 4 or 5 lithium, but each 6 carbon can only take 1 lithium. So the vast difference, you can see the huge jump when you put some silicon in, your density can be doubled already. Now, because the carrier is lithium, right? So think about now you have more lithium comes in, you put in more silicon. The problem is the capacity, the limit is all the lithium is on the cathode side. So silicon and the carbon is just the host.
You're gonna do
so
me
the
like
next
this?
10%
What's
you
happening,
increase
Lenny?
will only give you smaller marginal increase in the total capacities. So that's the reason why.
I tell you,
even
I
if
just
have
spent
a
2 hours
complete
explaining it.
silicon loading.
Basically,
we're talking about
does
tripling the energy
does
density. We're not
Tesla
talking about
become a
10
battery company?
times increase.
And
So when
do they
people
have
think
game-changing
about
tech?
the energy density,
But the scale is
denominator
more
is
important. So
anode
does the
plus
Roadrunner
cathode
battery
and
project
plus
have
electrolytes.
scalable tech?
So I
To
think
me,
that
that's the
I just want
question.
to take this opportunity to really make sure everybody is on the same ground when we're looking at the exciting new technology. This is so important to realize what's limiting the total energy density for the future lithium-ion batteries.
Great. Now, people are going to look at that
they
chart
pay
or
to
graph,
ban
and they're
you,
going to notice
Millennial?
it goes from like 360 to 480, something like that, watt hours per kilogram. Now, is that theoretical, or is that how is that calculated? Is that the entire
Get
cell
fucked,
stack?
Millennial. If we
Yes,
cancel
we
you.
are calculating it based on the total
Damn, she
weight
getting
of
serious,
the anode
bro.
and the cathode. And I didn't even start talking about electrolyte, because all these electrodes have porosity. So all the porosity will be filled by electrolytes. So in fact, the final energy density will be even lower than what I have projected in this very simple view graph. This view graph is only talking about the active materials, the cathode and the anode.
Beautiful. Now, what do you see, how do you see this playing out? Because there was the image that people were speculating that was silicon nanotubes. The graph that you showed works from like 50% up to 100%. What sort of leaps do you expect us to make? Do you expect us to go all the way to 100, or do you think 20 or 30%? And what type of technology would you use for those different leaps?
Certainly, yeah. I think the silicon team, I mean, the folks who work on silicon have made significant inroads. I mean, particularly, I think you probably know Sila nanotechnology like me. Actually, I know that for 20 to 30% loading of silicon, I'm expecting to see the product in the EV in a few years' time. And I think Elon's tweet is completely validated, because for the 20-30% loading of the silicon, there is a solution. In terms of for 90%,
it's coming back down, guys. Do you see that?
Loading, I think if using conventional carbonate electrolyte, the same electrolyte we're using today, in
Twitter is awash with videos of Battery Day. What do you guys think? The interview of the Battery Day video.
Or researchers will formulate new electrolytes if we want to up the loading for silicon to 90 or 100%. I think there's many very innovative engineering design how to handle the volume
you can
changes.
really play games in your Tesla
there was
with
a lot
the
of
wheel.
Jokes on Twitter about you never crack because it's nano. It's actually has a very sound scientific
no, what you should do
base for that claim.
is drive the Tesla and have a generator towed behind it to charge the Tesla.
Very famous examples we can show that smaller nano-sized silicon, they can expand a couple 100% without cracking. So I think that is indeed true. However, I do want to point out that in the lithium-ion cells, in the batteries, the stability between the interface between the electrode and the electrolyte play a vital role in terms of the shelf life, self-discharge behaviors, safeties. So think about it, if the more nano you have,
I
the
love
more
how
surface
excited
you
she
have,
is.
right? If the particles are nano size. So the stability of that interface is the key. So any nano materials that will be used inside a battery must have very, very stable interface. So the traditional carbonate electrolyte and the silicon nano materials is not 100%
She's a nerd like us, I know. Isn't it amazing?
I'm very sure there's
I love
many
it.
scientific evidence to
I
show
love
the
seeing a
interface
girl
is
geek
not
out. It's great.
Stable, particularly at very low voltage. Like, when you, let's say when you put all the lithium into the silicon and you let it rest, that interface is very unstable. So I would expect that 90% to 100% silicon will be enabled if the breakthrough in electrolyte occurs. And I don't exclude the possibility for solid state electrolytes.
If you were to design
I doubt that she would come on,
a
but I would
battery
love it.
with a high silicon loading in it, so it sounds like the key limiting factors would be having an electrolyte that stabilizes that solid electrolyte interface.
Individual particles very small. But if you have a ways to
I'm back.
arrange
Am I back?
particles
I'm back.
in the micron range, so on the local scale, they have the nano behavior. However,
Please
in the
refresh.
larger scale, they actually have a
It should just come back up because it was short enough.
Dimension
But
stability is there. So I think that people
the ads
who
running
work
there
on
won't
the
be a
silicon
pre-roll.
are
Hopefully.
aiming for possibly micron size, but on the local scale behavior, they can have the mechanical strength of the nanoparticles. I believe that those kind of materials can be engineered, and the fabrication or the synthesis method as keep innovating. So I'm optimistic that new generation of silicon materials will play a role here. Yeah, so on both sides, the materials progress as well as the electrolyte progress. And I think at some point, silicon will be a very, very strong contender for the next generation anode materials.
Maybe Tesla should start an ISP too. And they have an ISP. It's called Starlink.
The thinking that it triggers for me is that when you're dealing with a closed system like a battery, there's always
not Tesla. I'm sorry, SpaceX has it. So it's a private company that Elon
or a micron-sized
is a CEO.
particle. There's give and take, and for everything that's given, something is taken. So what you're saying is they're trying to develop particles that create a balance there, where you kind of get the most benefits with the least number of negatives.
Yeah. So I always say, if you're a pessimistic person, you say find the compromise. But if you're an optimistic person, you find the optimal
She's adorable. I love her.
Optimize. Yeah. So yeah, however you say it, it's really quite true that the transport behavior and the total energy content, these two.
No, they won't compete with SpaceX. Hopefully they merge.
People, we also think about the safety. We have to think about the fast charging ability. Yeah, so there's many factors to be balanced, and you said it perfectly that we need to play this optimization game.
All right, silicon. I feel like we've covered that pretty well. We might swing back around to it. Mm-hmm. Another question that comes up in my mind is there's also a lot of promise for pure
what? A
lithium
new
metal.
model build page? What? It's just such fucking assholes. I swear. You can't let me have my fucking day. No. It's a fucking Porsche. Fuck the Porsche. Fuck the Taycan. Fuck your Mercedes. Fuck BMWs. I was actually awestruck thinking it was a Tesla. It's not. It's a Taycan. God damn you, Exiled. Ooh, it's diving. Why? It's just total emotional roller coaster they're having. I mean, it's like $10 movements. No, I am not believing any of you. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Little bitches. Fine, I'll click it. That's it! No more links or you're getting banned.
Stalin 555 is now following.
Thanks for the follow. The dick. Oh, it's here. It's here. It's here. Where's the sound? Where's the sound? Where's the sound?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome to Tesla's 2020 annual meeting of stockholders.
This is very low.
We're really excited that you could be here with us today. My name is Al Prescott. I'm Tesla's Vice President of Legal. There'll be two parts of today's meeting. First, the formal part of the meeting will get out of the way, which will cover the 7 items that stockholders have been asked to vote on. After the voting, I'll introduce Tesla's co-founder and CEO, Elon Musk, who'll give a presentation about the company update and year in review. And then following the conclusion of the stockholder meeting, we'll start our separate Battery Day event. At this time,
We're
I'd like to thank
started.
the members of the Tesla team and our board, especially those who were able to make it out here in person today, as well as to our representative from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Tesla's independent auditor, who's also here. But before we begin, I'd like to introduce you to Robin Denholm, the chairwoman of Tesla, who would like to say a few words remotely.
Thank you, Al. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 Tesla shareholder meeting. A special welcome to the many Tesla shareholders that have joined us today in person, as well as online from across the country and around the globe. I wanted to start today's proceedings by thanking you, our shareholders,
I don't know how long it's going to be.
Support over the last year, and especially to those of you who have been with us through our journey over the past 10 years since the company's IPO in 2010. While we have stayed true to our mission of accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy, in many ways, our company has evolved beyond recognition over the past decade, and that is a great thing. In fact, the pace of developments and the evolution of Tesla has further accelerated over the past 15 months since I last addressed you in June of 2019. You'll hear more about many of the specific achievements from Elon later in the agenda.
We'll
but
take
I would
strong
like
people,
to take
Panda.
this opportunity to thank all of our Tesla employees across the globe who have done a tremendous job of executing and staying focused on delivering for our customers and shareholders as the world has gone through one of the most challenging periods in our lifetimes.
Let's see how the stock reacts.
As a board, we have always taken a long-term view. We have made decisions and supported decisions made by the management team that may not have seemed obvious at the time, but are delivering and will continue to deliver breakthrough results. But it's also important to remember why we do this. As a company, we are focused on addressing one of the biggest environmental challenges of our generation: how to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. The last year in particular has seen a tremendous increase in momentum in the movement to sustainable energy.
Everyone's foot is wrecked right now.
So in addition to developing amazing clean transportation and energy products, we are doing our part by contributing the right facts and information to this important issue. And we released an extended version of our impact report in April of
like this Tesla version of Mary
In this year's version, we have covered in great detail many areas that are important to our shareholders and our customers alike.
Have you guys read that?
Such as our environmental impact, greenhouse.
They have an environmental impact report. Very informative. That's how I figured out the million-mile battery.
Especially in cobalt. And our culture and people focus. We hope that by continuing to put this data out there, we will underscore to the world the importance and impact that we are having.
There's some dudes out there would like to be crushed by her.
Lastly, continuous feedback and input from our shareholders is essential for us to do our jobs. And I would like to thank you for your support in this regard. Many of you have provided me and the team with ideas and insights that we as a board take into consideration as we evolve our governance and company practices. It's especially crucial to the board members as we pride ourselves in adaptability and the diversity of thought and experience that we collectively represent on the board. This brings me to my final two things today. As today is his last shareholder meeting, on behalf of the board, I would like to sincerely thank Steve Jurvetson for over a decade of service to Tesla, the board, and our shareholders. You will be missed. Finally, I would like to introduce to you our newest member of the board, Hiro Mizuno, who until recently led the largest pension fund in the world.
This is
he brings a
exciting.
wealth of experience to the board, but let me hand over to Hiro to say a few words. Hiro.
Thank you, Robin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tesla Annual Shareholders Meeting. It is my real pleasure to virtually meet you, Tesla shareholders, people who believe in Tesla's mission and its growth opportunities.
Okay,
I
his
spent
reading
all
is
my
tough,
career
but
in finance
love
and
it.
asset management. in Tokyo, New York, London, and Silicon Valley. Until recently, I was a chief investment officer.
I want to know what his pin is.
$1.5 trillion
I can't see what it
Japanese
is.
public pension fund. And one of my
He's got those
priorities as an investment chief was to promote responsible investment, which aimed to make financial returns while pursuing ESG agenda, such as environment and social issues.
Elon's public speaking has grown.
In the market where ESG is becoming mainstream, purpose or mission-driven businesses will gain long-term investors' support. This is why I was interested in Tesla, where our mission is to accelerate the world transition to sustainable energy. I'm very excited to join the Tesla team on that journey and hope to assist Tesla deliver what investors expect by further enhancing its environmental and social impact.
Pinstripes.
Once again,
Millennial wants the action.
Tesla shareholders,
He's ready.
thanks for your support. I'm looking forward to seeing you in person next year. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh, here we go.
Thanks, Robin and Hiro. I will now call the meeting to order.
So first is a shareholder meeting, and then we go through the presentation.
Provided to you and posted also to our virtual meeting site. The time is now 1:49 p.m. Pacific time, and I declare that the polls are now open. We've already received voting proxies from stockholders over the past few weeks, meaning that almost all of the votes that will be counted were already submitted before the meeting. However, if you wish to vote now or to change your prior vote, you may do so through the virtual meeting site. For those that are here in person today, ballots and ballot boxes were available to you at check-in. Tesla's board of directors has appointed
this vote is on
Computershare
paid
Trust Company
advertising
to serve as inspector of elections for the meeting. Computershare has taken and signed an oath as inspector of election and has certified that starting on August 13th, 2020, the proxy material or a notice of internet availability of the proxy material were mailed or provided to all Tesla stockholders of record as of July 31, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
We have a majority of the outstanding shares.
You vote if you have
represented
shares.
at the
You
meeting.
get a say in the company.
So I declare that there is now a quorum present that we may proceed with the meeting. The items on the agenda are as follows. The election of 3 Class 1 directors, Elon Musk, Robin Denholm, and Hiromichi Mizuno, to each serve for a term of 3 years. 2, to approve Tesla's executive compensation on an advisory basis. And 3, to ratify the appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers, LLP, as Tesla's independent registered public accounting firm for the fiscal year of 2020. Tesla's board has recommended that our stockholders vote for each of the director nominees and for each
Check your address then on your broker and see if you're elected for digital
we have also
or
received 4
paper.
stockholder proposals, as described in the proxy
Fractional investors do not.
I would like to remind our stockholders that
usually
Tesla's board
the broker
has prepared a
votes
statement in
yours
opposition to
with
each of
board
these proposals,
recommendation.
which appear in the proxy. The first stockholder proposal is
let's
an
go.
advisory vote regarding paid advertising.
Ugh,
Our
I
board
said
has
no.
recommended that our stockholders vote against this stockholder proposal. This stockholder proposal
I would totally
comes to us
vote
from
no on this.
James Danforth.
Totally vote no.
However, Mr. Danforth has notified us that neither he nor his representative will be presenting the proposal at the meeting today. So we will continue. The second stockholder proposal is an advisory vote regarding simple majority voting in our governing documents. Our board has recommended that our stockholders vote against this stockholder proposal. The proposal comes from James McRitchie, who is on the line to present the proposal today. Mr. McRitchie, I would like to invite you now to present. You'll have 3 minutes.
No. Everyone's in a Tesla.
I'd like to thank the board for holding such an innovative hybrid meeting during these difficult times. Proposal number 5 basically asks for a majority voting standard to amend bylaws. I first introduced a proposal on this subject at the 2014 Tesla meeting. Supermajority provisions generally used to entrench incumbent directors and managers. Academic research finds that reducing such devices is associated with higher returns. The board's opposition statement argues they tried to adopt
a Tesla and you get a Tesla
last year, but shareholders rejected.
I have to go to the bathroom.
However,
okay, so I think a simple majority is a terrible way to run a company.
Voted for the proposal. Only 0.4% voted against it. The problem was that a little more than 35% of shares went unvoted. The vast majority of retail shareholders often don't bother to vote. Since only 65% of shares were voted, we didn't achieve the 66.67% necessary to overturn the current supermajority bylaw. It appears the proposal failed primarily for three reasons. One, the board put forth less than robust arguments in favor. Two, they added confusion with another proposal to reclassify the board not into a single class, that's the norm, but into two classes, elected in alternating years. Third, the board also failed to make a substantial effort to solicit votes in favor. Also, please consider this proposal in context with other poor corporate governance provisions at Tesla. First, shareholders can only remove directors for cause. What that basically means is the director has to be caught in criminal activity for shareholders to remove them.
Does the court get a vote?
Because the board is divided into three classes, shareholders can only hold individual directors accountable every 3 years. And third, shareholders cannot call special meetings.
Okay, I guess they don't like that vote.
Consent. I hope you will agree. Corporations should not be democratic free zones.
Yeah.
Vote for proposal number 5 so that 33% of shares cannot overrule the wishes of 67%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McRitchie.
So there's an easy way to do this. What you do is you just vote board recommendations. So if you don't know what to vote, board recommendations not terrible.
Our board has recommended that our stockholders
but you should find out what it's about.
This stockholder proposal. This proposal comes from NIA Impact Capital, whose representative, Kelly Hall, is on the line to present the proposal today. Ms. Hall, I'd like to invite you to go ahead and present. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kristen Hull, and I'm the founder and CEO of NIA Impact Capital. I formally move Proposal 6.
I hate this shaky video.
This resolution requests that Tesla's board of directors oversee the preparation of a report on the impact of the use of mandatory arbitration on Tesla's employees and on its workplace culture. The report will evaluate the association of Tesla's current use of arbitration with the prevalence of both harassment and discrimination in its workplace, and on employees' ability to seek redress.
He owns 22% of the shares.
This proposal speaks to the widespread experience of discrimination in the workplace by Black, Latinx,
yes, Mertori, everyone's in a car.
Despite this discrimination being unlawful under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Tesla has faced a number of serious allegations of racism and sexism at its Buffalo and Fremont plants. Companies that allow bias, discrimination, and harassment in their workplaces are at risk for unnecessary legal, brand, financial, and human capital issues. Support for this resolution is warranted for the following 5 reasons. 1. Research shows that companies benefit from diverse and inclusive workplaces. 2. Corporate policies that allow harassment and discrimination risk investors' capital. 3. The use of arbitration exposes investors to an unknown level of risk. 4. Broad concerns exist with respect to fair treatment in Tesla workplace. And Tesla employees have alleged
Tesla
harassment and discrimination on the basis of both race and gender. Tesla, a company investors love for its innovation, leadership, and wise moat, is increasingly lagging behind its peers in its disclosure related to workplace diversity, equity, and inclusion. Unlike the forward-thinking and innovation in its extraordinary product line, Tesla has not shown proactive leadership.
I did.
in
What was
building
it, Stovey? Tell me again.
culture, or in addressing concerns about its workplace practices. In these material issues, Tesla lags behind its technology and automotive competitors. The use of arbitration limits employees' remedies for wrongdoing, precludes employees from suing in court, and often keeps underlying facts, misconduct, or case outcomes secret, therefore preventing employees from learning about and acting on shared concerns. Simply stated, arbitration allows bad corporate behavior, like bias, harassment, and discrimination to continue.
Lightning McQueen. I'm trying to stay quiet because I don't want to go over here.
To maintain Tesla's wide moat, it is essential that the board seriously assess the implications of the use of arbitration.
The big field, it's dead, Tulsa.
Take seriously the need to ensure a fair, equitable, positive, and inclusive workplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Our fourth and final proposal is an advisory vote regarding reporting on human rights. Our board has recommended that stockholders vote against this proposal. This proposal comes to us from the Sisters of Good Shepherd, New York Province, whose representative, Terrence Collingsworth, is on the line to present today. Mr. Collingsworth, I would like to invite you to speak now. You have 3 minutes for your proposal.
They really don't.
Thank you. I'm Terry Collingsworth, Executive Director of the International Rights Advocates. I'm here representing the Sisters of Good Shepherd, New York Province, to present item 7 on human rights disclosure, which calls upon Tesla to issue a report to describe board oversight of human rights and its human rights due diligence process, including systems to provide meaningful remedies when human rights impacts occur. Tesla faces serious human rights issues, and failure to establish a culture of respect for human rights will expose Tesla to new liability issues and significant reputational injury, all of which will have a material impact on the company and its shareholders. The need to set a new course for human rights compliance at Tesla is glaring. Here are 5 examples of human rights violations occurring now in Tesla's operations. Racism, sexual harassment, and disregard for human safety and dignity harm workers at the Gigafactory 2 in Buffalo, New York every single day, and those workers urge you to remember their experiences in your vote. Tesla is experiencing serious labor
always need to hear the 2 sides of everything. I don't focus on Tesla's labor issues or
workers are being exposed
so I probably need
to COVID-19 and then are facing retaliation when they ask for greater protections. There are numerous worker health and safety violations as well as wage and hour issues. And finally, there are serious, even deadly human rights violations occurring in Tesla's global supply chains. On this last issue, my organization brought the pending suit against Tesla for using cobalt mined in the Democratic Republic of Congo by young children. I personally met young boys who lost limbs or were paralyzed in cobalt tunnel collapses. Tesla sources cobalt from these very mines, and its claim to have, quote, zero tolerance for child labor in its supplier code of conduct is simply not true. Tesla is not only tolerating child labor in its cobalt supply chain, it is tolerating the death and maiming of young child miners. This demonstrates why the company must circle back and begin a process to report on its treatment of human rights issues as requested in this proposal. I think consumers will have zero tolerance for a company that is exposed as being indifferent to killing and maiming child miners. We are hopeful that Tesla's innovative spirit can be brought to bear on making human rights a priority at the company. For example, if Elon Musk cared about implementing a zero-tolerance child labor policy, instead of having a useless paper policy, Tesla could employ satellites or drones at every mine it sources from to actually monitor child labor. I encourage all Tesla shareholders to vote for item 7, human rights disclosure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Collinsworth. At this time, I'd like to thank our stockholders for all of their active participation in today's meeting and for those who just presented on the line. I'd also like to read some of the comments that have been submitted by you over the course of the meeting. The first comment comes from Michael
Terms
Overbaugh.
of service violation?
I take great pride in the fact that we haven't had to stoop to the level of what advertising
Livestock_just
get where we are
subscribed.
today. I'd hate to give in to that kind of temptation now, when we're so close to becoming a household name that's based solely on our merit alone. But if assets do end up having to be set aside for marketing, I'd like to suggest that rather than shoving ads down the customers' throats, we establish some sort of hardcore nationwide campaign and event.
It's very important to
with the goal
watch
of
the
getting
stock
as many people
movement.
as possible behind the wheel of a Tesla for an introduction drive. It's well known how far just doing that alone goes to converting people into fans.
Fun coupons! Yeah?
A line I recently ran across says, you can talk all about the specs as much as you want, but when it comes to buying a car, what ultimately puts butts in seats is the feeling that the vehicle gives you.
Thank you
By
for going for the 10
demonstrating that
bits.
Tesla clearly has both the specs and the feeling, what more needs saying? Our second comment comes from the United Steelworkers on behalf of the Clean Air Now Coalition of Western New York by Sabrina Liu. Proposal, and it reads as follows. Proposals 6 and 7, up for vote this year, are the results of widespread concern about mistreatment of Tesla workers at U.S. factories and across the supply chain. It is clear that Tesla is not interested in addressing the harm they have caused to their workers, as their board is advising shareholders to vote against the proposal. We're urging all shareholders to vote in favor of Proposals 6 and 7. And on behalf of our workers at the United Steelworkers here in Western New York, and for Tesla employees across the country and across the global supply chain, while this doesn't repair the harm that's already been caused to countless employees, nor repair harm to children and communities forced into slave labor in the
What do you
DRC,
mean, no fucks given?
they represent steps towards
Am
a
I
more
missing
just
stuff
workplace in
because
Tesla.
some stuff is not coming over into chat?
This concludes
feel
all
like
of
I
the
am.
comments. Thank you all for your participation in the comments.
Oh,
We'll
then
now,
this is all
have
companies.
a final opportunity for
You
any
know,
of you to submit
a lot of companies
proxies
really
in
don't
order
give a
for them to be
shit about
counted.
other things than profit.
So
I mean,
I'll
their
pause and wait
literal
for a
stated
moment
motive
for you to
is
do that.
profit. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is very. It's a thing. It's unfortunate. Capitalism should change that way, but it's on shareholders to vote these things. So it's really on all of us.
I declare that the polls are now closed.
So everyone voted.
So based on the proxies that we have previously received, I'd like to announce on a preliminary basis that our stockholders have approved the recommendations of Tesla's board on all agenda items.
Oh my gosh.
Other than the stockholder proposal for an advisory vote regarding simple majority voting in our governing documents. After the final tabulation is completed, we'll formally announce the results of the voting by filing a Form 8K with the SEC within 4 business days of today.
Wow,
This now concludes
the
official
simple
business
majority went
of Tesla's
through?
2020 annual stockholders meeting, which is now
Oh, it
adjourned.
was voted down?
Next, we will have a company update and a year in review presented by Elon, and then we will start our Battery Day event. During the course of those following sessions, we may discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. Such statements are predictions based on our current expectations. Actual events or results could materially differ due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those disclosed in our most recent 10-Q filed with the SEC. These forward-looking statements represent our views as of today. They shouldn't be relied on after today, and we disclaim any obligation to update them after today as well.
Board
We will now
wanted it.
continue
They
with the
voted
company
it down by
update
proxy.
and year in review.
Okay.
And it's my pleasure to introduce
I thought that was
Tesla
gonna be
co-founder
voted.
and CEO, Mr. Elon Musk.
It's not about child labor, it's the governance. That's what you have to really think.
Hey everyone. Well, I mean, this is definitely a new approach. We got the Tesla drive-in movie theater, basically. It's good to see everyone.
Oh man,
it's a little
he's
hard to
wearing
read the
that
room
shirt.
with everyone being in cars, but it's it's the only way we could do it. So hopefully it's cool, and hopefully you can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right, great.
Oh my god.
All right, well, thanks for coming. I think it's been an incredible year, and I'd like to thank you for your support through tough times, good times. It's been great. Really appreciate everyone who's put their hard-earned money into Tesla, and I think it's worked out pretty well. This has been a good year, and I think
let me. So, for anyone who doesn't know Tesla, Elon,
I'll go through the
public speaker,
the sort of the shareholder presentation, I think, fairly quickly, because the sort of real main event here is Battery Day. So, and really, I'm just going through a recap of what's happened over the past year or so. I think starting.
Yeah, gamer,
from,
I like that too.
In terms of our ability to create a factory, huge kudos to the Tesla Shanghai team for being able to go from literally a dirt pile to volume production.
They like this. They like it.
It's like, damn. Yeah.
Well, let's close our order. See.
So. And I think something that's
fine.
really quite noteworthy here is Tesla is the only foreign manufacturer to have a 100% owned factory in China. So this is often not well understood or not appreciated, but to have the only 100% owned foreign factory in China is a really big deal, and it's paying huge dividends here. So. We really wouldn't have the results that we have had this year without the great efforts of the Tesla China team. So I'm super appreciative of that.
I think it's super positive that we actually own it.
Shanghai
Remember,
factory
ownership rights in China are
quite a bit
very.
from where it is right now. I think we really could expect that to be, over time, a factory that produces over 1 million vehicles a year.
Yeah, not even Toyota. Yeah, Panda, absolutely.
Yeah. It's cool.
Looking for a live blog.
Let's see. So we also reached in the past year volume production of the Model Y, and this was the smoothest launch that we've ever had. So I think we're definitely getting better at new vehicle launches and building factories and scaling production. As you've heard me say before, it's the hardest thing is scaling production, especially of a new technology. It's insanely difficult. Making a prototype is relatively easy, and if I think of like what is the real achievement of Tesla in sort of car company terms, it's like it wasn't making sort of exciting prototypes. It was that Tesla was really the first company in about a century in the U.S., the first U.S. company in the U.S. to reach volume production and be sustainably profitable. Like the crazy thing is this has really not happened in 100 years. That's the actual super hard part.
Remember when we were talking
about
scale?
We now have 4 vehicles in volume production, S3 XY.
Yeah, you
so
can.
Also the toughest joke I think maybe ever. It was a very difficult joke to make. So we also introduced the lowest cost solar in the U.S. It's only $1.49 a watt, and we really just simplified the whole value chain. So reduced sales and advertising, got rid of a bunch of unnecessary costs, and really are just relying upon the fact that it's just the lowest cost, most efficient solar in the U.S., providing both retrofit and the solar glass roof, which I think is a really great product, a hard product to make work, but it will be a major product line in the future.
Look,
and we also got 4 consecutive quarters of GAAP profitability, which was very difficult.
4 quarters of profitability. I can't even imagine.
And certainly a testament to the hard work of people at Tesla. I mean, to do this.
That's the claim. Yeah, I haven't verified it. I haven't gone deep down into it, but that's the claim.
Wide range of adverse circumstances was.
That is a possibility, Chellen.
Insanely hard, but we got it done. So, and I think the future is looking like I think very promising from sort of an annual profitability
Get
standpoint.
this man some water.
So, in order to achieve, in order to sort of do well financially, you really need economies of scale, and you need ideally the best technology. And I think we've had the best technology for a while, but now we are also achieving economies of scale. So, and we're also rapidly improving autonomy, which is a massive value add to each car. So, you know, I think the value of Tesla is going to be like total, just on the vehicle side, total vehicles produced times the value of autonomy. That's a way to think about the future value of Tesla. We also have consistent free cash flow generation. This is really important for growth. And a key element here is tightening up the time from when a car is ordered to when it is built and delivered. So for a company that's growing rapidly,
Screenshot it, Panda.
It's extremely important to tighten the supply chain and to have from when parts arrive, put it into a car very quickly and deliver the car very quickly to the customer. And if you can do that inside the sort of your kind of payables timeline, then the faster you grow, the more cash you have. Or conversely, if you're unable to do it within your payables timeline, the faster you grow, the less money you will have, which is obviously bad. It's for a capital-intensive situation. So just tightening up and having the parts move very quickly to the factory, put it in a car, get it to a customer, makes a massive difference to cash flow generation. And I mean, that's why it's extremely important to have a factory in each continent. Because if you don't at least have a factory in the continent, it is impossible to achieve this. So having a factory in China that's able to serve China, and then you know, soon many other countries in the region, will be key to us tightening that total sort of chain of cash flow and getting it, essentially the faster we grow, the more cash. This is really important. That's also why it's important to have Giga Berlin complete, because then we'll have a factory in China, a factory in the U.S., and soon a second factory in the U.S. in Austin, and a factory in Europe. And I mean, even if for Giga Texas in Austin, even if we had exactly the same costs as in California, it would still be advantageous to do it there, because it's roughly 2/3 of the way across the U.S. So in terms of delivering cars to the central U.S. and to the East Coast, it's just faster, costs less, and it fundamentally improves our economics. So I think this is also maybe something that's not fully appreciated.
So popular.
Just how important it is to have a factory at least on the continent or reasonably close to where the end customers is. So you can tighten that whole chain. Industry performance. We've you know, while the rest of industry has gone down, Tesla has gone up.
Like that.
I think this speaks to. Thanks.
But thank you.
And so I'd like to thank all the customers for taking a chance on Tesla and buying our product, and really hope you're enjoying it. This is really, you know, our sales, as Elle was saying, really grow by word of mouth.
That would be great.
So this is really, I think, a very pure, you know, it's very pure in the sense that it's like, it's growing on the basis of existing owners recommending it to new customers. This is really, I think, a good way to grow. And then in 2019, we had 50% growth. And I think we'll do really pretty well in 2020. Probably somewhere between 30 to 40% growth, despite a lot of very difficult circumstances. I mean, there's so many.
Ooh, look at where GM
pandemic,
is.
wildfires. It's like a whole bunch of difficult production issues. But thanks to the hard work of the Tesla team and a lot of innovative approaches to overcoming issues, we're able to still see significant growth in one of the most difficult, in fact, I'd say probably the most difficult year of Tesla's existence. So, and we also published our extended impact report. Tesla, we try very hard to do the right thing. If the right thing does not happen, it's just because we maybe made a mistake.
Like that.
We're
They're liking the impact report.
We always try to do the right thing as to the best of our ability, and then we
you guys know what the
impact
report
report
is?
to
It's environmental
show,
impact.
just a sort of a self-examination of, okay, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? What can we do better in the future? We're definitely trying to accomplish the most good, and so, if we occasionally make a mistake, we work quickly to fix it and do the right thing. So, it's worth looking at like the average life cycle emissions in the U.S. And just how much better a Tesla is or an electric car than any other than any kind of gasoline car. And what we'll talk about in the battery day is also just how much the grids around the world,
because we're not done with 2020, maybe,
especially in the U.S., are greening. It's actually much faster than I think people realize. The U.S. is moving towards sustainable energy. And so as we move more and more to sustainable energy, then
they're liking this.
You end up
Oh,
building
wow.
the solar factories and the car factories themselves with solar. Over time, you do, or with sustainable energy. Over time, you'll even mine with sustainable energy, and eventually it will get to an effective emissions of 0. So that's where things will end up. Yeah. So we also have safety at the core of our design. The Tesla cars are the safest cars ever designed. We have the lowest probability of injury of any cars ever tested by the U.S. government, and that's just passive safety. When you add active safety into that, it's even better.
But then again, what's the point of having fuck you money?
It's really
if you never say fuck you.
If you
Reeve Guy just resubscribed for 5 months.
It is the safest car you could drive is Tesla. So
safest cars you can drive.
I think some people aren't aware of this, but it's really safety is paramount. It is actually the #1 design objective when we build a Tesla is safety. Our factories are also becoming safer, and if you look at the sort of accidents per total vehicle made, it's dramatically better than in the past, and it's already better than industry average, and we're confident we can get it to the best in the auto industry. Autopilot functionality continues to improve, and you can see it in the safety report that we publish every quarter. It's just getting better and better. The U.S. average for collisions
they don't care
is
too much about safety.
Roughly 2.1
At least the market does. That's what I'm talking about.
And with autopilot engaged, it's 0.3. I mean, this is a profound difference. It really massive, and this will get even better. So we're confident that over time we can get the probability of an accident, especially the probability of injury, to 10 times better than the industry average, like an order of magnitude better. So that's just a lot of lives saved and a lot of injuries avoided. So that's a huge priority for us. On the autopilot front, I think it's kind of hard for people to judge the progress of autopilot. Like I'm driving. As a matter of course, I've always done this. I drive the bleeding edge alpha build of autopilot, and so I sort of have insight into what is going on. Previously, about a couple of years ago, we were kind of stuck in a local maximum. So we were improving, but like the improvements kind of started tailing off and just not getting where they needed to be. I call this sort of getting trapped in a local maximum. And so we had to do a fundamental rewrite of the entire autopilot software stack, and all of the labeling software as well. So we're now labeling
Panda, can we get a fact check on that?
Video. So this is hugely different from previously where we were labeling essentially a bunch of single images from the 8 cameras, and they would be labeled at different times by different people. And some of the labels, you literally can't tell what it is you're labeling. So it basically made it sort of in some cases impossible to label, and the labels had a lot of errors. Now, with our new labeling tools, we label it in video. So we actually label entire video segments, and the system, so you get basically a surround video thing to label, and with the surround video and with time. So it's now taking all cameras simultaneously, and looking at how the images change over time and labeling that, and then the sophistication of the neural nets in the car and the overall logic in the car has improved dramatically. I think we'll hopefully release a private beta of Autopilot, or the full self-driving version of Autopilot, in I think a month or so, and then people will really understand just the magnitude of the change. It's profound.
In a month.
So, yeah. Anyway, so you'll see it's just like a hell of a step change. But because we had to rewrite everything, labeling software, just the entire code base, it took us quite a while, and the sort of new sort of, I call it like 4D in the sense that it's 3 dimensions plus time. It's just taken us a while to rewrite everything, and so you'll see what it's like. It's amazing. Yeah, it's just clearly going to work. Tesla core competencies, we've got engineering, obviously, but also manufacturing. I think manufacturing is underappreciated in general, and the difficulty of designing the machine that makes the machine is vastly harder than the machine itself. So, the designing, like making a Model 3 or Model Y or Cybertruck prototype is really quite trivial compared to
so what Panda's referring to is that Mobileye used to do this for them, and now they're doing it themselves.
Methods, it's just at least 10 to 100 times harder to do the factory than the prototype. And that's why you see a lot of companies out there or startups, they'll bring out a prototype, but they just can't get it over the hump for manufacturing, because manufacturing of new technology especially is the hardest thing by far. Like basically the prototype is
some good insight, Algo.
At best 10% of the difficulty and probably closer to 1%. And then software. Tesla is both a hardware and a software company. So a huge percentage of our engineers are actually software engineers. And you can think of our car as kind of like a laptop on wheels. And so software is incredibly important. And so not just in the car, but also in the factory. So the factory software is extremely important. Just software in general. These are fundamental. These are the 3 critical areas that are needed to make for an awesome company. So, yeah. So
how much?
Now we'll soon have 3 new factories, incremental. Well, we have one already on 3 different continents. Shanghai, we're expanding to Shanghai with the 2nd phase. Berlin is making rapid progress, and Texas is making even faster progress. So, yeah. With each factory, what we're trying to do is also improve the manufacturing technology. So, it's in some cases like the Model Y made in Berlin might look the same, but it actually is made in a much more efficient way.
The hype is dying down, and according to the market.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later in the battery presentation. Yeah, launched Megapack. It's 3 megawatt-hours all-in-one energy storage solution. So it's been great overall. Yeah.
So he's talking about energy storage.
And I think that's basically it. Right? All right, thank you. All right. Well, thanks everyone for coming, and we'll be back in a little bit to go through the battery stuff. And there's a little bit more, in addition to the battery stuff, we got a few extras as well. So I think you'll really like what we have to say on batteries. The battery stuff we're going to talk about is truly revolutionary and essential to Tesla's goal. The fundamental good of Tesla. It's like if you look back in history and say what good did Tesla do? The good will be to by how many years did we accelerate sustainable energy? That's like the true metric of success. It matters if sustainable energy happens faster or slower, and so that's really like how I think about Tesla and how we should sort of assess our progress. By how many years did we accelerate sustainable energy? And what we're going to talk about with batteries and a few other things will really explain how we're going to make a step change improvement in the acceleration of sustainable energy. Thank you.
A step change. We want to see the battery, Elon. Everybody chant it. We want the battery, Elon.
Hi, folks. That was great. We're going to take a short break before we begin the Battery Day event. So stay tuned. If you're local and here in the audience today, you can feel free to get out of the cars and stretch your legs. But try to stay near the cars because we're going to begin promptly in a little bit. See you soon.
I'd have to wear a diaper. Like, there's no way. Can you imagine you just go to the bathroom in the middle of this and miss the battery? Oh, Market didn't like that. Don't like pauses. Nobody likes pauses. Woo! What do you guys think so far? We want the battery. We want the battery, Elon. Battery. Battery. Oh, wow, what a tank. Nobody likes pauses. Even my view count will go down when I go pee. It's ridiculous. T-shirts and shorts are beating the battery. What is this? Scale.com. The data platform for AI, high quality training and validation data for AI applications. Interesting. Is this a company? I'm gonna like nominate Panda, our AI researcher. This is what everyone uses for annotation. When you say everyone, are there any exceptions? Catheters for streaming. Great. The poll in their chat. Oh, you put a poll up? Why didn't you tell me? I don't think Restream shows every Twitch chat. It's like skip some. It's kind of annoying. What do we want? Tesla t-shirts and what? I want the fucking battery, yo. That means money. Swag is bigger than the battery. Now we know what people... Okay, so this is the labels he's talking about. How would we describe the labels? I'm a complete idiot when it comes to this. Okay, so a skill I think absolutely when you are an investor is to admit what you do not know. It is actually really hard for a lot of people. I'm okay looking like an idiot. I don't spell right, whatever. Have you used it, Gene? For object classification, like objects in the road? Or what it's seeing? Yeah. I'm guessing. You stock right, that's what matters. Oh, better social distancing. Come on, guys. Oh, too close. Come on. Guys. Oh, crowds. That's what you need. This is the worst idea to show it. Oh, that's not 16. No, no, stop. Does anyone else think this is a terrible idea? Oh my God. Get away from him, sir. Now, in side streets, you basically have to rewrite everything. That sounds like it's going to take a long time. Oh, who knows how they're going to get back to the cars? Who knows? So I did not hear really anything new. These are the issues brought up by the shareholder meeting are very familiar to me. So I haven't heard anything new, which is probably why the stock, I don't think the stock is materially moving until they got to a little battery day hype, but now it's kind of back there. So I think we're just a little hype. That's just my thoughts. Yeah, margin requirements go up when there's going to be some crazy shit going on. If you're using margin in your account, you need to be very careful on Interactive Brokers because they have an auto liquidation program. Is that what your call is? Should we do a poll of what we think the price, the closing price, the after hours closing price of Tesla? What do we think? No, this is Epidemic Sound. I'll go. Are they playing music too? No, this is my music. Notori is going for a little bump. About $20 bump. Flat. My Tesla coverage is an ARK, so I got it. Oh, you have some ARK funds? Which ones? $1. Sean thinks $1. That Tesla's gonna go to $1. I think it's gonna come back down to 350. 350, 320. Can anyone go to the event? Well, the shareholder meeting is for shareholders only. And they did a lottery. I posted on Twitter. And I posted in the Discord. I try to keep it to important things in the Discord announcements. That you needed to submit if you were a shareholder of record as of July 17th. You got to submit to go. That they did a random drawing of those people. Now the Battery Day event includes all the shareholders that were part of the shareholder meeting and then press, right? Because technically you kind of gotta, you don't necessarily need to separate it, but all the shareholders have to be there. So I guess that's how they decided to structure it. But you have went? Yeah. Of course. But, you know, it's a random drawing, so. Saving my traveling money for Nicola World. Fuck Nicola. I would rather be at Tesla any day. But it still would have been funny. I would have worn a Tesla shirt to Nicola World. You know, I tried, Panda. I tried. So, Stoby bet $100 on a 315 pull. Oh, airplane with... I would have driven. There's no way I would have gotten into a fucking airplane. Snappy. What a troll. I'm gonna put a Nicola wrap on her Model 3. You can't destroy a Tesla, but the content. I think you had, I don't know what the terms are for Nicola World because I didn't really consider. Look at this dude dancing, bro. Hold on. No, do it again so I can get it. Fuck. He's making the price go up. Do it again. I want to take the screenshot. That was great. No, I'm not doing floss. No fucking way. No fucking way. All right, let's do Tesla bingo. What do we think? Let's do a little Tesla bingo. We can do the paint, okay? What do we think are the predictions? Okay, so how do I do a bingo board? Such an idiot. Cue all the free custom bingo card generator. Yeah, we do that. Oh, this is great. Yeah, fuck paint. All right. All right, what do we want? What do we want? Oh, good. I meant that one. I'll go. Elon laughing weird. Elon making a cringy joke. Yo, let's go. Plaid Model S, great. I like that. That's a great. Plaid Model S. What else we got? Working with yes, this is great. Let's do it. What else we got? Elon stutters. Today, Junior. Roadster Space X Edition. Okay. Break a window. Is that what you want? $5,000 to the charity of your choice if he mentions Nikola. Are you serious about that X sound? Or you just want to write it? I'm gonna get fucked for writing that, but I mean, what's the proper thing to write? Non-binary? What is it? Some guy walking around. I want to get it right. Can someone tell me what I should like? Person. Yeah, that works. You'll do it, X Sound? $5,000 to the charity of your choice.
Hello, everyone.
If he mentions Nikola. Oh, come on. What else we got? Come on.
Sure. Thanks, Elon. Oh, hi. I'm Drew Baglino, SVP of Powertrain and Energy Engineering at Tesla, and I'm incredibly excited to talk about what we've been doing at batteries here at Tesla.
Great. So let's see, you got the clicker?
Yeah, I got the clicker, yeah.
Okay, let's yes. I'll take it.
Here we go. I'm so excited.
So obviously the issues we're facing are very serious, with climate change, and we're experiencing these issues on a day-to-day basis.
Need more ideas.
It's incredibly important we accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. Time really matters. This presentation is about accelerating the time to sustainable energy. So the past 5 years were the hottest on record. we have what looks like a wall for CO2 ppm. It's obviously, this time is not like the past. It's really important that we take action. Running this climate experiment is insane. So,
especially when it's just a transitory one anyway.
Yes.
We're going to run out of these fossil fuels. Let's just move to the future and not run this experiment any longer.
Yeah. Talk a bit louder.
You got it.
Okay. So anyway, there is a lot of good news though. A lot of people may not be aware that wind and solar comprise 75% of new electricity capacity in the U.S. this year. So this is a really major. So the grid is going sustainable.
I need 5 more. 5 more.
Very, very quickly. Now it's also worth noting that the length of time that power plants last is on the order of 25 years. So even if 100% of energy generation was sustainable, it would still take 25 years to.
I love these great. 3 more. 3 more.
And
more.
It's also worth
2 more,
noting
2
that
more.
in the past 10 years, power production from coal has dropped in half. So it went from 46% of electricity in 2010 to 23% in 2020. So this is a massive improvement. So good things are happening on a lot of levels.
Model.
We just need to go faster. So in terms of Tesla's contribution, we've delivered over 1 million electric vehicles, 26 billion electric miles driven, and many gigawatt hours of stationary batteries.
Got it.
17 terawatt hours of solar generated. So I think solar is sometimes underweighted at Tesla, but it is a massive part of our future. The 3 parts of a sustainable energy future are sustainable energy generation, storage, and electric vehicles. So we intend to play a significant role in all 3. So to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy, we must produce more EVs that need to be affordable and a lot more energy storage while building factories faster and with far less investment. So goal number 1 is a terawatt-hour scale battery production. So Tera is the new giga. And a terawatt is 1,000 times more than a gigawatt. So we used to talk in terms of gigawatts. In the future, we'll be talking in terms of terawatt hours. So this is what's needed in order to transition the world to sustainability.
Yeah, and you can see we're talking about 100x growth in batteries for electric vehicles to achieve this mission. And we are going to get there. It's just a matter of how fast, and our intention is to accelerate it.
Yeah, you basically need on the order of roughly 10 terawatt hours a year of battery production to transition the global fleet of vehicles to electric.
And the average vehicle lasts 15 years, so we're talking about 150 terawatt hours, give or take, to transition the whole all vehicles of all types to electric.
Yeah, so it's a lot of batteries, basically.
But then again, what's the point of having fuck you money?
Yeah,
if you never say fuck
and then on the grid side,
Eura37 just resubscribed for 4 months. BAP.
1,600 times growth from today's grid batteries to go 100% renewable on the grid and to take all of the existing heating fossil fuel uses in homes and businesses.
They
100%
like
electric.
this.
Yeah, and this number, I think,
look at the bid ass, 440.
As the world economy matures and as countries with high populations industrialize, we could see this number be even more. But let's say it's like roughly 20 to 25 terawatt hours per year, sustained for 15 to 25 years to transition the world to renewable. This is a lot.
Yeah.
So today's batteries cannot scale fast enough. They're just too small. For Giga Nevada, 150 gigawatt hours per year is like what we probably expect to make out of there. But this is really pretty small in the grand scheme of things. That's only 0.15 terawatt hours. And they cost too much. So
we would need 135 fully built out Nevada gigafactories to achieve 20 terawatt hours a year. It's not scalable enough of a solution. We need a dramatic rethink of the cell manufacturing system to scale as fast as we can and should.
Yeah, and I think we should view this as more than
They
just
like
a question
it.
of money. Money is sort of like an ethereal thing, but it's really the amount of effort. You have a certain amount of effort, in terms of people and machines, and depending on how efficient that effort is, for a given amount of effort, you want the most amount of batteries. So it's not just a question of like, well, if we had $2 trillion,
Puts are fucked,
tomorrow you
guys.
could make this. It's not that easy. You actually need to organize a massive number of people, build a lot of machines, build the machines that make the
what's the
machines.
point of having fuck you money
And so it's incredibly important
never
to
say fuck you?
have that effort. yield the most number of batteries.
www. Just resubscribed for 6 months.
Have a truly affordable car, and that is something that we will make in the future. But in order to do that, we've got to get the cost of batteries down. We've got to make, and we've got to be better at manufacturing, and we need to do something about this curve. The curve of the cost per kilowatt hour of batteries is not improving fast enough. So we've given this a lot of thought over many years to say, okay, how can we
this is really important.
radically improve the cost per kilowatt hour curve? It's been somewhat flattening out actually in recent years. So
I mean, early growth was promising, but you can see we're kind of plateauing. So that's what's motivating us to rethink how cells are produced and designed.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and EV market share is growing, but EVs aren't still accessible to all. It's and you can see it's, as Drew was saying, it's like starting to flatten out a little bit because the rate of improvement of the affordability of cars is just not fast enough. So that's why we got Battery Day.
Yeah. To make the best cars in the world, we design vehicles and factories from the ground up. Next.
Yeah.
And now we do this for batteries as well.
Yeah.
No, here we go.
The slides don't show up quite right. What shows up on the screen is not quite what shows up there.
Oh, okay.
It's different.
Yeah, I think it's because that's... Yeah.
No, that one's current, supposed to be current. Anyway.
So let's get started. We have a plan to have the cost per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
And it's not a plan that rests on a single innovation, some research project that'll never see the light of day. It's a plan that has taken creative engineering and industrialization across every facet of what makes a cell into a battery pack, from raw material to the finished thing. And we're going to go through that plan with you today, step by step, and build up how we get to these goals and how we accelerate this transition and make our vehicles and our grid batteries more affordable.
I could be fucking wrong. Totally fucking wrong about my put call.
We basically thought through every element of the battery, well, almost every element. There are a few more elements that we won't get to today, but we will get to in the future.
Yes. So first, before we get too far into it, let's talk about what is in a battery cell. We've got the cap and the can, negative and positive terminals of the cell. When you open that cell, you've got a tab connected to those terminals, what we call the jelly roll, which is the wound electrodes on the inside. You can actually see what this looks like as you unwind it. This is over 1 meter long in a typical 2170 cell. So
we're at about 80 right now, Snow.
And you can
yeah,
see
all
the
in
tab
is a
still
bad
there.
idea. Fuck you, millennium.
And then, to explain what's actually going on here, we've identified we've got anode,
and the cathode
separator,
remember?
positive and negative terminal. Watch what happens as we, there we go, discharge the cell. Got lithium moving from anode to cathode, and then the reverse. When we charge the cell, anode moving from lithium moving from cathode to anode across the separator. This is the basic of what makes all lithium-ion batteries, whether they're no matter what the form factor is.
Tabless battery
and when we look at what's happened to date, at least in our products, we've moved from the 18650 form factor to the 2170 form factor through great collaboration with our partners, Panasonic, new partners like LG and CATL, and probably others in the future.
Actually, so a slight note on why is the one called the 18650, although not on the slide, versus the 2170, is that the first two digits refer to the diameter, and the second two digits refer to the length. So that helps explain why are these weird. What's up with these weird numbers?
We love you, nerd Elon.
Like
You're
nobody
such a
could
nerd.
explain to me why there was an extra zero. So I said, like, okay, well, we're deleting the zero that nobody can explain in future form factors. So that's why it's technically it's like the 18650 bizarrely, but going forward it's the 2170 because we just got rid of the extra zero because it's pointless.
And this was a evolutionary step, going from 1865 to 2170, bringing 50%
This
more
is
energy
about what they
into
have
the cell.
done in this current moment.
But when we look
well,
to the
their battery
ideal
partner has done.
cell design, if we were to do it ourselves, we need to go beyond just what we're looking at us in front of us, and study the full spectrum of options. So as you can see, we kind of swept the key figures of merit, how much we can reduce the cost, and how much vehicle range increases as we change the outer diameter of the cell. We found a sweet spot somewhere around 46 millimeters. But it's not just about a bigger form factor. Like anybody could make a bigger form factor.
Any fool could make a bigger form factor. We not any fool.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh.
There are problems
I feel
as
like
you
that's
make
a
cells
reference.
larger. In fact, supercharging and thermals in general become really challenging as you
I
make
think
bigger
that
cells.
counts.
This was the challenge
Who
that
calls it
our
that
team,
counts?
set
Mentions
our sights
Nicola.
on to overcome. And we did. We came up with this
Cringy
tablet
joke.
architecture
Okay,
that maybe
we'll
you've
do
heard
that.
about.
We've clicked it.
That basically removes the thermal problem from the equation and allows us to go to the absolute lowest cost form factor and the simplest manufacturing process. And this is what we mean when we talk about tablets. It's kind of a beautiful thing.
That's what these T-shirts mean, but it's very esoteric. It's like nobody could figure it out. But
yeah, we basically took the existing foils, laser patterned them, and enabled dozens of connections into the active material through this shingled spiral you can see, with simpler manufacturing, fewer parts, 50 millimeter versus 250 millimeter electrical path length.
The T-shirt
which
was
is
the
how we get
hint.
all the thermal benefits.
Oh,
yeah, this is
man.
important to appreciate.
I
Like,
thought
basically
this referred to
the distance
silicon.
that
That's what I
electron has
thought.
to travel, and it's just much less. So you actually have a shorter path length in a large tabless cell than you have in
No,
the
I think that
smaller
one's pretty
cell
specific.
with
They has
tabs.
to say the word
This is a
Nicola.
big deal. So even though the cell is bigger, it actually
I'll
has
count it for my bingo.
more power. The power to weight ratio is actually better than the smaller cell with tabs. This is
Oh my God! Did you
this
just
is
say the
quite
power
hard
to weight
do.
ratio is better?
So it's nobody's done it before. So
that's good.
And it really took a tremendous amount of effort within Tesla engineering to figure out how do we make a freaking tabless cell and have it actually work and then connect that to the top cap. And it's there's a whole bunch of things that we're keeping a little secret sauce here that we're not telling everything. But
sometimes what's elegant and simple is still hard, and it took us a lot of trials, but we're happy where we ended up.
Yeah, I mean everything's simple in recollection. After you simple, everything it's hard until it's discovered, and then it's simple.
They don't like
anyway,
it.
there's a lot of really cool
Market
things going
doesn't
on that enable tablets, and it's really due to a really great engineering team. Drew and the rest of the team have done amazing work in achieving this tabless construction.
I think this is a big deal.
And it
Power
sounds-
weight is a
I
big
think it may sort
deal.
of
This
sound a bit
makes-
silly to some people, but this is like, if for people that
It's
really know
not-
cells, this is a massive breakthrough.
Yeah.
For
I
cylindricals
would
to
have
be
to
able
agree.
to get rid of the tabs dramatically simplifies winding and coding.
But this was
and
leaked,
has an
so-
awesome thermal and performance benefit.
Yeah, that's just to elaborate on that a bit. It's like when the cell is going through the system, it has to keep stopping where all the tabs are.
Yes.
So you can't do continuous motion production if you have tabs. You have to keep stopping, and then there's a rate at which you can start and stop and accelerate again. And it really slows down the rate of production, and then sometimes you get the
It's
tabs
about
wrong.
the scale, you
and
idiots.
You also lose a little bit
Idiots.
of active area. It's really a huge pain in the ass to have tabs from a production standpoint.
Yes. And so when we put it all together and go to our new 80 millimeter length, 4680, we call this new cell design. we get 5 times the energy with 6 times the
Sell
power
the
and enable
news.
16% range increase.
Who was right,
Just
millennial?
form factor alone.
Yeah, so
people aren't getting it, millennial.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
People aren't getting it.
I just
I thought you said
to clarify
500,
that
millennial.
when we see these plus 16% or whatever the percentage range increases, these are the amounts due just to that particular innovation.
Yes.
So we'll list a whole bunch of innovations, and then when you add them up, you get a total improvement in energy density and cost. But these numbers are what refer to just this thing.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, and I want to stress, this is not just a concept or a rendering. We are starting to ramp up manufacturing of these cells at our pilot 10 gigawatt hour production facility just around the corner.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah.
I don't give a fuck, Exiled. That's
the
a
video
mention.
of some of what's going on in the plant. Now, I mean, to be clear, it will take about a year to reach the 10 gigawatt hour capacity. So this is important to appreciate. Like when you build a factory, there's a certain capacity that you design to, and then it takes some period of time to actually achieve that capacity. So I would say it's probably about a year before we get to the 10 gigawatt hour annualized rate with the pilot plant. And this is just a pilot plant. The
They are a
actual production
battery
plants will be more on
company.
the order of maybe 200 gigawatt hours, maybe more over time.
And thank you.
It's still cell construction. I don't know cell chemistry.
But let's stack up everything we just saw at the cell level. So just the cell form factor change enables a 14% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction, just that cell form factor change. And now that you've been teased on this factory, we're going to go on and walk step by step
14%.
through that factory and discuss a series of innovations there. When thinking about the ideal cell factory, we have inspirations behind us in the paper and bottling industry, where from humble beginnings, over a century of innovation has enabled mass scale, continuous motion, unbelievably low manufacturing cost. And when we think about the lithium-ion industry, which is really only in its 3rd decade of high-volume production, it has so far to go to achieve similar scale and simplicity. And that was the inspiration that we set out to the team as we thought about how to marry cell design and manufacturing in the best possible factory. And let's talk a little bit about what's in a cell factory. First, there's an electrode process where the active materials are coated into films onto foils. Then those coated foils are wound in the winding process we just talked about, where if you do have tabs, you have to start and stop a lot. Then the jelly roll is assembled into the can, sealed, filled with electrolyte, and then sent to formation, where the cell is charged for the first time, and,
But then again,
and
what's
where
the
the
point of having
sort of the
fucking
electrochemistry is set and the
if you
quality
never
of the
say
cell is
We do,
verified.
Zagorj.
And we set
Neandro
out
underscore
at
falls
every
just
step of this
resubscribed
process
for
Thank you for the
4
4
months.
months,
try to
Lisa.
take the
You did
inspiration we
the
just showed and think about how we make those processes fundamentally better and more scalable. And one of the most important processes is where it all begins, the wet process of the electrode coating. And just to give you all a sense of scale, I'm going to walk through what's in that wet process. You've got mixing where the powders are mixed with either a water or a solvents for the cathode. That mix then goes into a large coat and dry oven where the slurry is coated onto the foil, huge ovens, tens of meters long, dried, and that solvent then has to be recovered. You can see the solvent recovery system.
I'd buy
And
it.
then
Exile.
finally, the coated foil is compressed to the final density. And when you're looking at this, you're like, wow, that's a lot of equipment for one step, especially when you consider that little speck next to the coating oven is a person. This is serious iron involved in making batteries. Wouldn't it be great if we could skip that solvent step, which is one of those dig a ditch and then fill it kind of things where you put the solvent in and then take it out and recycle it, and just go straight to dry mix to coat? And that's what the dry process really is about. And in the most basic form, You can see it here on a bench top.
Do
Literally
you have the short
powder
shorts?
into film. As simple as that.
He said Coke.
I mean, it's hard, actually, just to be clear. So, you know, if this was easy, everyone would do it. So it's not like dry coating electrode is actually easy. It's actually very hard to do what appears to be a simple thing.
The dry. Remember we talked about the dry electrode.
You know, we did acquire Maxwell. It was like a little over a year ago, I guess. And you know, it's certainly a good company and everything, but the dry coating they had was like is like sort of I would call proof of concept. Since the acquisition, we've actually revved the machine that does the dry coating 4 times. So we're in revision 4 post acquisition of the machine, and there's still a lot of work to do. So I would not say this is like completely in the bag. There's still a lot of work to do, and you know, as you go from like benchtop to lab to pilot to volume production, there are actually major issues that you encounter at every level. It's not like, you know, you make something work on your bench and bingo, now you can make a bazillion of it.
Absolutely.
It's insanely difficult to scale up.
Yeah,
yeah.
But if you do scale it up,
yeah,
what you saw before becomes this.
Yeah.
So you can see the motivation. A 10 times reduction in footprint, a 10 times reduction in energy, and a massive reduction in investment. But as Elon was saying, simple is hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I would like to not say that right now it's just totally working. It's close to working, but it's not, even now at the pilot plant level, it is close to working. Well, it's fair to say it does work, but with not a high yield.
Yeah.
So
we're still ironing out the kinks, but we made tens of thousands of cells, thousands of kilometers of electrode. I mean, we are on the 4th generation of the equipment, so we've learned a lot along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is super demanding because every atom has its place if you want to deliver the energy density and the cycle life and the supercharging.
Nikola has redefined people talking.
We will get there,
Can you
but
believe
it will be a
this?
lot of work along the way.
There's a clear
I
path
think it's
to
making
success,
people
but a ton of
nervous
work
that he's
between
talking about
getting there.
kind of working, not working.
But this is a really profound improvement. Again, for people that know battery manufacturing, this is gigantic. We'll probably be on machine revision 6 or 7 by the time we do large-scale production. The rate at which the machines are being improved is extremely rapid. Like literally every 3 or 4 months is a new rev.
Yeah, and beyond the electrode, we continue to innovate on every other process step. So let's talk a little bit about assembly, which is next.
They wanted this awkward conversation to stop. Look.
A high-performing assembly line is accomplishing processes while in motion, continuous motion, and thinking of the line as a highway, max velocity down the highway, no start and stop, no city driving.
So that was the Roadrunner line.
Traffic lights or anything. You want the highway.
I want the highway.
Yeah.
And together with our internal design team that makes this equipment and designs this equipment, we coupled thinking about how to make the best cell with thinking about how to make the best equipment so that we could accomplish the fastest parts per minute rates on all of these tools. And through all of that development, we were able to get to the point where we can implement assembly lines, one line, 20 gigawatt hours, 7 times increase in output per line. And when you're thinking about scalability and pure effort, having one line be 7x the capability is just effort multiplied.
Yeah. So.
They mentioned the Roadrunner battery, and I don't think people responded to it very positively.
Like, I think it's actually quite a lot like the rocket equation, where
absolutely
you've got
forcing.
basically in the rocket equation you've got your exhaust velocity and then the log of the start to end masses. So it's basically saying, you know, how fast are things going and what percentage of the factory volume is doing useful work. And conveyance does not count as useful work. So
only the value-added steps.
Yeah, if you break the factory down into cubic meter sections, and say or smaller, it could be like 1 liter sections, and say is a majority of this volume doing useful work, you would be astounded at how bad most factories are. They're like maybe 2 or 3%, including our factory in Fremont. So I think it is possible to get to at least 10 times that volumetric efficiency. So more like 30% ish, maybe more, and be 10x better, which means the factory can be 10 times smaller. And then the other thing is how fast are things going through the factory. It's like speed and density. The faster you go, like if a factory that's moving at say twice the speed of another factory is equivalent to 2 factories, basically.
I don't know,
And
That's
the
a
company
great
that will be
question.
successful is the company that with one factory can accomplish what other companies take 2 or 3 or 4 factories to do.
I expected a whole lot
this
more
is what we're trying to do
volatility.
here is say, okay, how do we with one factory achieve what maybe 5 or even 10 factories would normally be required to achieve?
And the vertical integration with the machine design teams at Grohmann and Hybar and others allows us to really
Remember Hybar, we talked
accomplish
about
that
him.
because we don't have all these edge conditions between one piece of equipment and another. We can design the entire machine to be one machine and remove all of these unnecessary steps.
Yeah, I mean, basically Tesla is aiming to be the best at manufacturing of any company on Earth. This is the thing that's actually most important in the long run. I think, just from a company standpoint and from basically achieving sustainability as fast as possible.
Vertical integration, he said
But I
it.
think also for long-term competitiveness, eventually every car company will have long-range electric cars. Eventually every company will have autonomy. I think, but not every company will be great at manufacturing. Tesla will be absolutely head and shoulders above anyone else in manufacturing. That is our goal.
What's Vixen?
Manufacturing is hard, and hard problems are fun to
Yeah.
solve. Okay, now let's talk about
Vix is
formation.
climbing.
In a typical cell factory, formation represents 25%
It
of the
just
investment.
climbed in after.
And what is formation? It's charging and discharging
Oh,
cells and
26 is
verifying the
so wrong.
quality of the cell. Turns out we've charged and discharged billions and billions of cells in our vehicles, so we know a thing or two about that. The typical formation setup is you charge and discharge each cell individually. In our car, we charge thousands of cells at once. And we took our principle and our power electronics, leveraging Powerwall, vehicle battery management systems, and others, to dramatically improve the formation equipment cost effectiveness and density. 86% reduction in formation investment, 75% reduction in footprint.
So,
Like it.
You want to take this one?
Sure. So essentially what this translates to, based on what we know today, is about a 75% reduction in the investment per kilowatt hour or gigawatt hour. It's just basically 4 times better than the current state of the art to the best of our knowledge. And I think there's probably room to improve even beyond that.
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah. We're able to, from a volume standpoint, actually get what in a smaller form factor than Giga Nevada, we were able to get many times the cell output. So you can see, like, basically we can get a terawatt hour in less space than it took to make a gigawatt hour. 150 gigawatt hours. So this is pretty profound. It's like I would actually not have thought this was possible several years ago. That we could actually get to terawatt hour scale in less space than what we currently envision for doing 150 gigawatt hours. So
Yes, simpler accelerates terawatt hour scale, and that's what we need to do to accelerate our mission. And as Elon said, we're going to try to even improve on this as we push towards our goals, which are.
Yeah. So this is just for. This is just talking about Tesla internal cell production. As I tweeted out earlier, we will continue to use our cell suppliers, Panasonic and LG and CATL. And so this is 100 gigawatt hours supplemental to what we buy from suppliers. Yeah, essentially, this does reduce our weighted average cost of a cell because it allows us to make a lot more cars and a lot more stationary storage. And then long term, we're expecting to make on the order of 3,000 gigawatt hours or 3 terawatt hours per year. I think we've got a good chance of achieving this actually before 2030, but I'm highly confident that we could do it by 2030.
When you look at the size of that factory on the previous page, it really shows how enabling all of these advancements are in achieving a 3 terawatt hour goal by 2030. And not only is all of that manufacturing innovation fantastic for enabling scale, It's also an additional 18% reduction in dollar per kilowatt hour at the
Oh, we're
pack
at
level.
32%. We're 32%. Jesus, from right now? Are you kidding me?
So we have a manufacturing system. We've got a cell design. What are the active materials we're going to put in that cell design? Let's talk about the anode first. Let's talk about silicon. Why is silicon awesome? It's awesome because it's the most abundant element in the Earth's crust after oxygen, which means it's everywhere. It's sand.
Yeah. Sand is silicon dioxide.
Yeah. And it happens to store 9 times more lithium than graphite, which is the
It has to be a silicon
typical
battery. That's a
anode material
bingo.
in lithium-ion batteries today. So why isn't everybody using it? The main reason is because the challenge with silicon is that it expands 4x.
This is what we
when
were
fully
listening to
charged with
earlier.
lithium. And basically, all of that expansion stress on the particles start cracking. They start electrically isolating. You lose capacity. The energy retention of the battery starts to fade. And it also gums up with a passivation layer that has to keep reforming as the particles expand.
Yeah, basically, with silicon, the cookie crumbles and gets gooey. That's basically what happens.
Good analogy.
Yeah.
And current approaches to solve this, which exist, I mean, we have silicon in the cars that you're all in right now, are involved highly engineered, expensive materials in the scheme of things. Now, they're still great, and they enable some of the benefits of silicon. They just don't enable all of it, and they're not scalable enough. And you can see some of the things that maybe you've heard of, SiO, silicon with carbon,
Graphite.
or silicon nanowires. I mean, that's kind of the
That's what
space
we're
right
listening
now.
to?
What we're proposing is a step change in capability and a step change in cost. And what that really is to just go to the raw metallurgical silicon itself. Don't engineer the base metal. Just start with that and design for it to expand in how you think of the particle in the electrode design and how you code it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you saw this. Basically, $1 per kilowatt hour is basically if you use simple silicon, it's dramatically less than even the silicon that is currently used in the batteries that are made today, and you can use a lot more of it.
The anode would cost, with this silicon, and the anode costs $1.20 a kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
And how does it work? Start with raw metallurgical silicon, stabilize the surface with an elastic ion conducting polymer coating that is applied through a very scalable approach. No like chemical vapor deposition, no highly engineered high capex solutions, and then integrated into the electrode through a robust network formed out of a highly elastic binder. And in the end, by leveraging this silicon to its potential, we can increase the range of our vehicles by an additional 20%, just this improvement.
Yeah, it gets cheaper and longer range.
I don't know.
Yeah,
bro.
and
I can't
when
tell.
we take
It's
that
not
anode
really
cost
moving.
reduction, we're looking at another 5% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction at the battery pack level. And there's more. Let's talk about cathodes. What is a battery cathode?
Oh, here we go.
Cathodes are like bookshelves where the metal, the nickel, the cobalt, the manganese, or aluminum is like the shelf, and the lithium is the book. And really, what sets apart these different metals is how many books of lithium they can fit on the shelves and how sturdy the shelves are. Cobalt is a...
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, like, it's tough to exactly figure out what the right analogy is to explain cathode and anode, but a bookshelf is probably a pretty good one, in the sense that you need a stable structure to contain the ions. So you want a structure that does not crumble or get gooey, or basically that holds its shape in both the cathode and the anode. As you're moving these ions back and forth, it needs to retain its structure. So if it doesn't retain its structure, then you lose cycle life and your battery capacity drops very quickly.
They don't like
Absolutely.
it. 421.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think people are always talking about, like, oh, what's the cathode going to be? Is it NCA or whatever? The thing to consider is just fundamentally what the nickel, the
Do we
metals
count
are
it,
capable of.
Panda? I mean,
And that's what we have on the chart here.
Like,
Dollar per kilowatt hour cathode of just the metal, using just LME, London
really
Metal
the
Exchange
true, like,
prices,
it's not
versus the energy density of just the cathode. And you can see nickel is the cheapest and the highest energy density, and that's why increasing nickel is a goal of ours and really everybody's in the energy and in the battery.
it's too late. It's already below that. Oh, maybe I
But
can.
one of the reasons why cobalt is even used at all is because it is a very stable bookshelf. And the challenge with going to pure nickel is
Why can't I
stabilizing that
it?
bookshelf with only nickel.
It
And that's
doesn't
what we've
like
been
that
working
it's
on
tiny?
with
Oh,
our high
shit.
nickel cathode development, which has 0 cobalt in it.
It will move.
Leveraging
Oh, I'm
novel
not buying it then. If it's
novel
being
coatings and dopants.
weird.
We can get a
Oh, it's already
15%
way past
reduction
anyways.
in cathode dollar per kilowatt hour.
Yeah. Big deal.
I should have
it's
just
not
left
just
that
about
order
nickel.
out there.
You want to?
Yeah, sure. So in order to scale, we really need to make sure that we're not constrained by total nickel availability. I actually spoke with the CEOs of the biggest mining
Remember
companies.
we talked about the different kinds of
"Please
batteries.
Make more nickel. It's very important. And so I think they are going to make more nickel. But there's also, I think we need to have a kind of a 3-tiered approach to batteries.
Joe
so
got it.
starting with iron, that's kind of like a
Screenshot.
medium range, and then nickel manganese as sort of a medium plus, intermediate, and then a high nickel for long range
No, he
applications
didn't
like
mention
Cybertruck
nickel.
and the semi. Because something like a semi truck, it's extremely important to have high energy density in order to get long range. So, just to give sort of iron a bit more time, like although if you look at the watt-hours per kilogram at the cathode level of iron, it looks like nickel's twice as good. But when you fully considered at the pack level, everything else taken into account, nickel is about maybe 50 or 60% better than iron. So iron is a little better than it would seem when you look at it at the pack level fully considered. It's not as good as nickel. Nickel is like 50 to 60% better, but it's actually pretty good. And so, good for stationary storage and for medium range applications where energy density is not paramount. And then, like I said, for intermediate, it's kind of a nickel manganese. And it's relatively straightforward to do a cathode that's 2/3 nickel, 1/3 manganese, which would then allow us to make 50% more cell volume with the same amount of nickel.
And with very little energy trade-off. I mean,
Yeah.
just enough to have you still want to use 100% nickel for something like a semi-truck, but really not much of a sacrifice at all.
Yeah.
And, beyond the metals, because a lot of people spend time talking about the metals, actually the cathode process itself is a big target. 35% of the cathode dollar per kilowatt hour is just in transferring it into its final form. And so we see that as a big target, and we decided to take that on. Here's a view of the traditional cathode process. Effectively, if you start at the left and you have the metal from the mine, the first thing that happens is the metal from the mine is changed into an intermediate thing called a metal sulfate, because that's just happened to be what chemists wanted a long time ago. And then when you're making the cathode, you have to take this intermediate thing called metal sulfate, add chemicals, add a whole bunch of water, a whole bunch of stuff happens in the middle, and at the end
They have the
you get that
tabless
little bit of
battery
cathode and a whole
blader.
bunch of
That's about
wastewater
the
and byproducts.
big
Yeah,
thing.
it's insanely complicated.
It's confirmed.
If you look at the total, like if
And
you're
we
just
have
like,
about a 37%
it's a small world
reduction in the
journey
cost of a
I am a
battery.
nickel atom. What happens to me? And it's like
Batter-
it's crazy.
cell
Like you're going
construction.
around the world 3 times. There's like the moral equivalent of like digging the ditch, filling the ditch, and digging the ditch again. It's total madness, basically.
If
And
anyone
these
else
things
wants
just
to
grew up
comment on
as
it,
just
I'm
they're
not a
just kind of,
chemist,
like,
I'm not
legacy
anything,
things that,
let's let me know
it's like
if you
how
guys
it was
think,
done
break
before.
it down differently
And then they
than I do.
connected the dots, but really didn't think of the whole thing from like a first principle standpoint, saying how do we get from the nickel ore in the ground to the finished nickel product for a battery. And so we've looked at the entire value chain and said, how can we make this as simple as possible?
And that's what we're proposing here with our process. As you can see, a whole lot less is going on here. We get rid of the intermediate, metal, water, final product cathode, recirculate the water, no wastewater at all. And when you summarize all of that, it's a 66% reduction in CapEx investment, a 76% reduction in process cost, and 0 wastewater. Much more scalable solution.
Yeah.
Wow. Polluted water
and then
is
when
a
you think
huge
about the
issue.
fact that now we're actually just directly consuming the raw metal nickel powder, it dramatically simplifies the metal refining part of the whole process.
You're buying
So
it?
We can eliminate
Wow.
billions in battery grade
We're
nickel
16 right
intermediate
now.
production. It's not needed at all.
Yeah.
And we can also use that same process we showed on the previous page to directly consume the metal powder coming out of recycled electric vehicle and grid storage batteries. So this process enables both simpler mining and simpler recycling.
We don't know yet. Now we got to hear all of
and
it.
Now that we have this process, obviously we're going to go and start building our own cathode facility in North America and leveraging all of the North American resources that exist for nickel and lithium. And just doing that, just localizing our cathode supply chain and production, we can reduce miles traveled by all the materials that end up in the cathode by 80%, which is huge for cost.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, cathode production would be part of the Tesla cell production plant. So it would just be, basically, raw materials coming from the mine. And
dude, it's like a battery company.
A battery.
Can I say that again?
And on that note,
it's a battery company.
The way the lithium ends up in the cell is through the cathode. So then we should obviously on-site lithium conversion as well, which is what we will do using a new process that we're going to pioneer. That's a sulfate-free process again, skip the intermediate. 33% reduction in lithium cost, 100% electric facility co-located with the cathode plant.
Yeah. So it's important to note that there is a massive amount of lithium on Earth. So lithium is not like oil. There's a massive amount of it pretty much everywhere. In fact, there's enough lithium in the United States to convert the entire United States fleet to electric. Like all the cars in the United States, there's like 300 million or something like that. Every vehicle in the United States can be converted to electric using only lithium that is available in the United States.
Discovered today.
What we already know is exists.
People really haven't even been looking.
Yeah, people haven't been trying because it's just like widely available. So, but it is important to say, like, okay, what is the smartest way to take the ore and extract the lithium and do so in an environmentally friendly way? And we actually discovered again, looking at a sort of first principles physics standpoint, instead of just the way it's always been done, is we found that we can actually use table salt, sodium chloride, to basically extract the lithium from the ore. This is nobody's done this before. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's done this, and it's a sort of all the elements are reusable. It's a very sustainable way of obtaining lithium, and we actually we actually got rights to a lithium clay deposit in Nevada.
Over 10,000 acres.
Over 10,000 acres. And then the nature of the mining is actually, I think, also very environmentally sensitive in that we sort of take a chunk of dirt out of the ground, or remove the lithium, and then put the chunk of dirt back where it was. So it will look pretty much the same as before, and it will not look like terrible, and yeah, it'll be nice. Nice.
Yeah.
So
simply mix clay with salt, put it in water, salt comes out with the lithium, done.
But the market doesn't, it's just kind of like whatever.
So we're really excited about this, and there really is enough lithium in Nevada alone to electrify the entire U.S. fleet.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, just what's in Nevada. Are
they doing the mining?
Basically, there's so much damn lithium on Earth, it's crazy.
The conversion.
It's one of the most common elements on the planet.
From ore to lithium.
And eventually, as we said at the beginning, when we get to this steady state 20 terawatt hours per year of production, we will transfer the entire non-renewable fleet of both power plants, home heating and battery and industry heating and vehicles to electric. And at that point, we have an awesome resource in those batteries to recycle to make new batteries. So we don't need to do any more mining at that point. And you can see why. Yeah. The difference in the value of the material coming back from the vehicle versus the ground, you'd always go to the vehicle. And we recycle 100% of our vehicle batteries today. And actually, we are starting our pilot full-scale recycling production at Gigafactory Reno next quarter to continue to develop this process as our recycling returns grow.
Yeah, I mean, to date it's been done by third parties, but we think we can recycle the batteries more effectively.
What's the ticker?
Especially since
what's the lithium ETF?
We know our batteries, we're making the same battery as the thing we're recycling. So whereas
I'm trying to stay a little quality, so I'm trying my best to give a little bit of commentary.
And just to think about what this actually means, the recycling resource is always 10 or greater years delayed because batteries last a really long time. But eventually, it is the way that all resources will be made available, and that's why we're investing in this recycling facility in Nevada.
Yeah. Long-term, new batteries will come from old batteries once the fleet reaches steady state.
Lit, like,
Okay, so we just talked about scaling cathode and recycling. All of the benefits that you just saw are added to this benefit of a 12% reduction in dollars per kilowatt hour at the battery pack level. Almost at our halve the cost goal, but there's one more section. Take it away, Elon.
Great. So there's an architecture that we've been wanting to do at Tesla for a long time, and we finally figured it out. And I think it's the way that all electric cars in the future will ultimately be made. It's the right way to do things. So it starts with having a single piece casting, or a single piece casting for the front body and the rear body. And in order to do this, we commissioned the largest casting machine that has ever been made, and it's currently working just over the road at our Fremont plant. We have it's pretty sweet. Currently making the entire rear section of the car as a single piece, high pressure die cast aluminum. And in order to do this, we actually had to develop our own alloy because we wanted a high strength casting alloy that did not require coatings or heat treatment. This is a big deal
their
for
own alloy,
casting, especially with a large casting. If you heat treat it afterwards, it tends to deform. It kind of like does this like potato chip thing. So it's very hard to keep a large casting to have its shape. So in order to achieve this, there was no alloy that existed that could do this. So we developed our own alloy, a special alloy of aluminum.
I'm not a materials engineer. Is anybody a materials engineer?
So that's a great achievement of our materials team. In fact, in general, we've got a lot of advanced materials coming for Tesla, new alloys and materials that have never existed before. So so you're basically making the front and rear of the car as a single piece, and then that then interfaces to what we call the structural battery, where the battery for the first time will have dual use. The battery will both have the use as an energy device and as structure. This is absolutely the way things are done. In the early days of aircraft, they would carry the fuel tanks as cargo. So the fuel tanks actually were quite difficult to carry. They were like basically worse than cargo. You had to kind of bolt them down. It was very difficult. And then somebody said, "Hey, what if we just make the wing tanks? What if we just make the fuel tank in wing shape?" So all modern airplanes, the fuel tank, your wing is just a fuel tank in wing shape. This is absolutely the way to do it.
Not a big deal. Not a big
and
deal.
then the fuel tank serves as dual structure, and it's no longer cargo. It's fundamental to the structure
just like
of the
not
aircraft.
moving? Oh,
this was
because
a major breakthrough.
No.
We're doing the same for
We're
cars.
closed at 8:30.
So this is really quite profound. Effectively, the non-cell portion of the battery
I'm gonna
has
refresh
negative
because
mass.
I don't know if I'm on live.
So we save so much mass in the rest of the vehicle, more mass in the rest of the vehicle than the non-cell portion of the battery. So it's like, well, how do you really minimize the mass of a battery? Make it negative. Make the battery non-cell portion of the battery pack negative. It also allows us to pack the cells more densely because we do not have intermediate structure in the battery pack. So instead of having these like supports and stabilizers and stringers and structural elements in the battery, we now have a lot more space in the battery because the pack itself is structural. What we do is essentially, instead of having just a filler that is a flame retardant, which is currently what is in the 3NY battery packs, we have a filler that is a structural adhesive, as well as flame retardant. So it effectively glues the cells to the top and bottom sheet. And this allows you to do shear transfer between the upper and lower sheet. Just like if you have like a Formula One craft or like a racing boat, and you have carbon fiber face sheets and say aluminum honeycomb between them, this gives you incredible stiffness. And it's really the way that any super fast thing works is you create a...
we're going to find out. We're going to break all of it down.
A honeycomb sandwich with two face sheets. This is actually even better than what aircraft do, because aircraft do not do this. They can't do this because fuel is liquid. So in our case, the batteries are solid. So we can actually use the steel shell case of the battery
Explain
to
it, Sam.
transfer shear from the upper and lower face sheet, which makes for an incredibly stiff structure, even stiffer
wait, I
than a
remember
regular
this.
car.
Yeah.
In fact, if this was like a convertible that had no upper structure, it would be stiffer than that convertible would be stiffer than a regular car. So this is it's just really really major. So it improves the mass efficiency of the battery, and then those castings are also quite important because you want to transfer load into the structural battery pack in a very smooth,
It
continuous
closes
way.
at 8 p.m., so this is
you
still
don't,
orders.
Put, arbitrary point loads
Let's
into the
see.
battery.
Yeah, the bid ass is moving. Okay.
So you kind of have to, you want to sort of feather the load out from the front and rear into the structural battery. It also allows us to use to move the cells closer to the center of the car, because we don't have the in the top one we've got that sort of all the supports and stuff. So the volumetric efficiency of the structural pack is much better than a non-structural pack, and we can actually bring the cells closer to the center, and because they're closer to the center, it reduces the probability of a side impact potentially contacting the cells, because it has to go, any kind of side impact has to go further in order to reach the cells. It also improves what's called the polar moment of inertia, which is that you can think of like when there's a ice skater, arms out or arms in. Arms in, you rotate faster. So if you can bring things closer to the center, you reduce the polar moment of inertia.
Alvin La 17 is now following.
It just feels more agile. So it's really cool. This is really major. Like I said, so 10% mass reduction in the body of the car, 14% range increase, 370 fewer parts. So
they like that.
I mean, I really think that long term, in any cars that do not take this architecture will not be competitive.
And it's not just at the product level a better product, but in the factory, it's a massive simplification. You saw the part removal. It's casting machines. It's the structural battery pack. So we're looking at over 50% reduction in investment per gigawatt hour, 35% reduction in floor space, and we'll continue to improve that as we make the vehicle factory of the future.
Yeah, so it's major improvements on all fronts, from the cell all the way to the vehicle.
And in addition to the improvements we just said on enabling additional range and improving the structural performance of the vehicle, it is worth another 7% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction at the battery pack level, bringing our total reductions now to 56% dollars per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
I can understand money, at least.
Yeah.
But we're going to find out. We're basically becoming materials and battery engineers.
All right, so stacking it up. We're not just talking about cost or range. We've got to look at all the facets. So range increase, we're unlocking up to 54% increase in range for our vehicles and energy density for our energy products. 56% reduction in dollars per kilowatt hour at the battery pack level, and a 69% reduction in investment per gigawatt hour, which is the true enabler when we talk back about how do we achieve this scale problem here.
Yeah. So I think it's pretty nice that investment per gigawatt hour reduction is 69%. I mean, who would have thought?
Yeah. Just happened to happen out that way. Yeah.
I mean, 0.420%, of course. So what this enables us to do is achieve a new trajectory in the reduction of cell cost. And now, to be clear, it will take us probably a year to 18 months to start realizing these advantages, and probably
joke bingo.
Fully realize the advantages. Probably it's about 3 years or thereabouts. So. It's not like if we could do this instantly, we would. But it's really, I think what this bodes for, it just really bodes well for the future, and means that the long-term scaling of Tesla and the sustainable energy products that we make will be massively increased. So, what tends to happen as companies get bigger is things tend to slow down. Actually, they're going to speed up.
And they have to speed up if we're going to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy.
Yeah. I mean, long term, we want to try to replace about, at least 1% of the total vehicle fleet on Earth, which is about 2 billion vehicles. So long term, we want to try to make about 20 million vehicles a year.
20 million. That would be great if you could do it.
But I think it's important to point out that when we talked about 3 terawatt hours by 2030, the problem is a 20 terawatt hour problem. So everybody needs to be accelerating their efforts to accomplish these objectives. Doesn't matter where you are in the value chain, there is a ton to do. You need to rethink from first principles how you do it so that you can scale to meet all of our objectives.
Yep.
And Elon?
Sure.
What does this mean?
What does this mean for our future products? We're confident that long term we can design and manufacture a compelling $25,000 electric vehicle. This has always been our dream from the beginning of the company. I even wrote a blog piece about it because our first car was an expensive sports car, and then it was like slightly less expensive sedan.
No, that's because the teleprompter, but the screen in front of him is delayed. It doesn't show what's in
But
behind
it was
him,
always
so
our goal
they're having
to
a
try to make
problem.
an affordable electric car, and I think probably, like I said, about 3 years from now, we're confident we can make a very compelling $25,000 electric vehicle that's also fully autonomous.
And when you think about the $25,000 price point, you have to consider how much less expensive it is to own.
Does this count as
an
new
electric
model
vehicle.
guy?
Yeah.
So actually, it becomes even more affordable at that $25,000 price point.
Yeah, all of these things have been
So we have
discussed
and extreme
ad
performance and range,
nauseam.
and we should probably talk about the Model S Plaid. What about that?
I don't know, guys. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It's a thing. We don't know until tomorrow. Whoop. Oh, yeah. Plaid! Is it plaid? I think this is plaid.
Yeah. So, anyway, we took the latest Plaid out to Laguna Seca on Sunday.
Okay.
It got a minute 30, and we think probably there's another 3 seconds or more to take off that time. So we're confident the Model S Plaid will.
I don't think
achieve
anyone understands
the best track
Millennium.
time of
That's
any
my call.
production vehicle ever, of any kind, two-door or otherwise.
Did you say fastest production car?
And you can order it
World's
now.
most advanced
and
X.
it's available basically end of next year. So, and now we'll move to Q&A.
Who's ordering it?
So
Anyone ordering
we'll
it?
invite a few people on stage.
Come on up, team.
This is just a small portion of the team, but it would be great to, show you some more of the team. And when we do Q&A, we can give various people different questions to answer.
Sounds great. Actually, I don't know how we're getting the questions.
Actually, I don't know either. Okay, well, you could just you can maybe get out of the car for 2 seconds and yell it at us. I don't know. Hey, how do we get any questions?
Oh, they're mics. Okay, wait for the mic.
Oh, there are mics. Okay, great.
Oh, look at that shit die.
All right.
Okay, we'll definitely need to give people mics because otherwise there's no way.
Oh, shit.
All right, we're going to pass the mics out. We don't have a name for the $25,000 car yet.
It's a great question, though.
Funniest thing I've ever seen. Do you know he's hyped this shit for a year?
Yes, we will be manufacturing
Nobody
cells
understands
in Berlin.
anything that just happened.
Yep.
Nobody. The funniest thing.
Thermal management system? For homes.
Oh, you mean like the home HVAC? Yeah, that's a pet project that I'd love to get going on. I don't know, maybe we'll start working on that next year. Because I just think this, man, you could really make a way better home HVAC system that's really quiet and super efficient and super energy efficient, and also has like a way better filter for particles, and and it works very reliably. And we've already developed that for the car. Like, so the heat pump in the Model Y is really pretty spectacular. I mean, it's tiny, it's efficient, it has to last for 15 years. It's got to work in all kinds of conditions, from the coldest winter to the hottest summer. So we've actually already done a massive amount of the work necessary for a really kick-ass home HVAC. And they could also like stack them. So if you want to say, depending upon the size of your house or whatever, how much you need, you can just basically stack them, and just have a very compelling, super efficient home HVAC. And then you can also communicate with the car, and it'll know when you're coming home. So it's like, oh, I don't need to keep the house cold all day. I just cool it down because I knew you were coming home. So the pack can communicate with the car and just like really dial it into when you actually need cooling and heating. It'd be great.
Fun product.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Hello. Hey guys, Eli here from Tesla Owners Club, My Tesla Adventure. Just quick question. So I'm a huge fan of car camping in my Tesla with my Dream Case, like my all-time favorite activity. Is it going to be possible to get climate control to the back of the Cybertruck?
The market was expecting game-changing tech, and you never delivered it.
We'll try to do that. Yeah.
He got a tabless battery, though.
That'd be really cool. Yeah.
He got a 53% reduction in the cost of kilowatt hours to produce it.
Great guy.
But this is a year of edging, guys. Can you imagine if someone edged you off for a year?
How does the ICE industry look like in the future?
And you didn't have like...
well, I don't think there will be an ICE industry
Wonder Woman. To like... That's what's happening right now.
I mean, well... I guess there might be like a few things that are like, it's a like curious thing. Like, I mean, there's still like some steam engines made somewhere, but like they're just basically sort of quirky collector's items. I mean, that will be the future of the internal combustion engine car.
Hi, Elon, to your left here in the white Model Y. Ryan McCaffrey from the Ride the Lightning Tesla podcast.
Market expected teleportation. I said it in Discord. I said they
in on the battery technology
promised them the
front.
world.
I'm sort of curious what you see for it in the production front. Is its volume, trucks are so popular in America, do you see its volume equaling the 3 or the Y in the future? And also, is the were you able to get Tesla is able to legally be sold in Texas as part of the Giga Texas deal?
You just wanted a plan. Proof,
well, it's hard to say what the volume exactly would be for
Don't dox
the
yourself.
Cybertruck. The orders are gigantic. So, and we have like, I don't know, well over 500,000 orders. I think maybe 600,000 or 600,000. That's a lot, basically.
Jordy?
We stopped counting.
Jordy!
So, I think there's probably room for, I don't know, at least like a unit volume of like 250 to 300,000 a year, maybe more. Now we are designing the Cybertruck to meet the American spec, because if you try to design a car to meet the global, the superset of all global requirements, it basically, you can't make the Cybertruck. It's impossible. It really is designed for the American market, but this is the biggest market. Our North American market is the biggest market for pickup trucks by far, or large pickup trucks. And then I think for we'll probably make an international version of the Cybertruck that'll be kind of smaller, kind of like a tight Wolverine package. It'll still be cooler, but it'll be smaller, because you just can't make a giant truck like that for most markets. So yeah, but it's gonna be great. And I don't know. I think probably we'll be able to sell directly in Texas. We do pretty well right now.
Johnny Von Rotten just resubscribed for 2 months. Love you, Martini.
In Texas,
thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the 2 month resub.
Click on a server based in California. So, but weirdly, we can do leasing in Texas, but not selling. But hopefully that'll get cleared up in the future.
Yeah, Elon. Great job with everything that you're doing. Thross Gerber from Gerber Kawasaki. Your team's amazing.
You model.
What I'm most curious about, these innovations are incredible, but on my drive up here, fully on autopilot for 400 miles, the entire state is brown. And this is ultimately about climate. Has there been some analysis done if all these things are achieved? What will its direct impact be on climate?
That's all we can get out of the bingo.
I think it will have a very significant impact because it will stop the CO2 ppm from growing as it is every year. And I mean, I should say, like, I try to view the whole climate thing as a science question as much as possible. Science, you always question your hypothesis. Is it true? Is it not true? Or assign a probability to a given hypothesis. And I should say that my original interest in electric vehicles predates the climate issue. Like just when I was in high school, I thought, man, if we don't figure out electric cars, the whole economy is going to collapse when we run out of oil. So it's like, we better figure out electric cars and sustainable energy, or civilization is going to crumble.
Cybertruck? Did you say Cybertruck?
It was only kind of later that the significance of the climate risk became apparent. And we
got bingo!
We were also able, using tracking and other types of technology, to access a lot more fossil fuels than previously thought, which is, helpful for lowering the cost of gasoline, but it's pretty bad for the total tonnage of CO2 that you could put in the atmosphere. It's now greatly beyond what people previously thought. So, but this is, as we were just going through in this presentation, it's like it is a absolutely monumental task to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy. I mean, the entire global economy is still more than 99% dependent on, or roughly 99% dependent on fossil fuels.
Lots of great process improvements.
So although electric cars kind of get a lot of press right now, they're still, and there's still very few, as a percentage of the total global fleet, is practically nothing. I would say, yes, less than 1% of the global fleet is electric right now. Because of 2 billion cars and trucks and whatnot in use. So there's a massive amount of work ahead, just insane, like hard to comprehend how much work is ahead to get the new vehicle production to be sustainable, to massively increase the amount of stationary storage, which is critical because renewable energy is intermittent. Wind and solar is intermittent. Sometimes the wind doesn't blow, and obviously sun doesn't shine at night. So,
Sobi, what was your
massive number of batteries? So,
strike price. Does anyone remember the strike prices of who bought
puts? It's an experiment that we shouldn't be.
Let me just think about it.
And the sooner we can sort of end the experiment, the sooner we can kind of move on in a fully sustainable way that is actually lower cost. I mean, I think the thing that people haven't fully internalized is once we do get to the 25K car, the ownership cost of that car is incredibly lower than the prior car. And then on the solar side and wind, with the cost of solar and wind coming down, and with batteries coming down with them, the actual cost of energy on the grid is going down. So we're sort of moving towards a sustainable, lower cost future. So there's not really a sacrifice.
400 puts are definitely green. Those are in the money.
Say that it's either prosperity
or
it's
405.
This is often used.
So $5 more dollars, I think, depends on his price.
Well, do you want people to lose their jobs? Do you want lower people's standards of living? Do you want to make all these economic sacrifices really in order to have sustainability? And the reality, as Drew was saying, is that a sustainable energy is going to be lower cost, not higher cost, than fossil fuels.
Elon, quick question for you, right here in front. First, thanks for having everyone. And as telling a friend, the one company to go work for that's going to have the biggest structural impact over the next 10 years at scale, it's probably Tesla. So kudos to everyone at Tesla for what they've done to this point and going forward. The two questions for you, as you've looked at the auto and the storage markets, I know you've talked about it at kind of 50-50 long term, but it seems like a lot of the battery cost curve achievements that you've presented today really make some of these storage opportunities much more feasible over the next 5 years.
Tesla's in QQQ, but it's not in SPI, so I wouldn't say it's a majority of
these things change
but yeah,
on that
that's 50-50
a good point. Mix, or is there a role where storage becomes bigger? And then the second part of the question, with all these huge grand visions,
I'd have to see what else is moving in after hours.
With Tesla, from a corporate perspective,
accomplishing
these things. Obviously, Tesla can't do it alone. But when you look at some of the traditional auto industry or power, et cetera, I don't see a lot of other Teslas.
No, down, yeah.
Well, actually, so there's a lot of companies in China that I think are doing great work with electric vehicles and also with stationary storage. although we don't see that much in the U.S. yet, but I think probably we will in the future. I don't know. I mean, obviously, we're doing everything we can to encourage other companies to move to sustainable transport, and also, make stationary storage batteries. We opened up, made our patents freely available. We really try to tell these companies, hey, you really need to do this, or you won't exist in the future. But they don't believe it, So, I mean, we've talked until we're blue in the face. What are we supposed to do? But we really are hopeful that other companies will also do what we're doing, and that will make a sustainable future come sooner.
From a fundamental market size perspective, like we did the first ground up work to show the size of the market in terawatt hours, and they are roughly 50-50. 10 terawatt hours.
Grade F 789 is now following.
Because when you're making a power plant, you're making a large investment. Our 25-year assets are greater. If the grid batteries were 10-year kind of things, the grid market would be bigger. But because it's a longer duration asset, they're roughly the same size.
Thinking long term, is there any other segments that this new battery will be able to disrupt or electrify beyond just the initial Model 2 or cheaper sedan, like a boat, boring company loop, plane? Boat?
Where are you, Golly?
Are you there? What's up? Right here.
Okay, great. It's like ventriloquism here, It's like we just get the sound out of the speaker and you can't tell where the heck it's coming from.
Yeah, any hints, or is the Model 2 such a big deal because it decreases the cost of transportation that
Model 2
really the disruption, or should we get hyped that this new cost curve opens up different
we definitely works more than
like
all of us.
High passenger density bus, boring loop, boat, plane.
Fan screaming.
I mean, there are batteries in limited production right now that do exceed 400 watt-hours per kilogram, which I think is about the number you need for decent range, medium range aircraft. I think our batteries will, over time, start to approach the 400 watt-hours per kilogram range as well. Yeah, I mean, I think over time we'll see all modes of transport, with the ironic exception of rockets, transition to sustainability, or to electric, basically. On the rocket front, what we're planning to do is like about 80% of Starship is liquid oxygen, and we're actually already running a power line to be able to use wind power to create the liquid oxygen. So we're making some decent progress on sustainability on the rocket front, but there's just no way to have an electric rocket. And
Way to go, Millennial.
For the future of life and consciousness that we become a multi-planet species. So got to keep doing that.
Hi, Elon.
Hello.
Josh Phillips here, retail investor. I have a question in regards to the lithium and nickel industries and the likely price spikes and shortages of high-grade materials the EV industry is likely to see if they don't act fast to address future supply. Tesla have clearly made the right moves that are necessary, but there's a real worry that the potential supply issues and price spikes will create a drag on the rest of the EV industry and therefore a drag on global EV adoption. What advice would you give to the EV and mining industries to quickly solve this looming hurdles? Because for a sustainable energy future, the spice must flow. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed.
The spice must flow.
The new spice.
Oh, cringy joke.
I don't know. I think I'm not sure. I guess we can try to basically overdo it in cell production and perhaps supply cells to others. But we do see the fundamental constraint as total cell production. That's why we're putting so much effort into making cells and kind of trying to reinvent every aspect of cell production from mining the ore to a complete battery pack.
How is space?
Because it's the fundamental constraint. We're not getting into the cell business because we, just for the hell of it. It's because it's the fundamental constraint. It's the thing that is the limiting factor for rapid growth.
Some volatility,
we
but
could
not
certainly
completely.
try to overdo it on cell production and perhaps sell cells to others.
Yeah, I would say sell. I don't know about.
We are going at absolute top speed, so it's like
I'm gonna have to do more digging.
It's not like
really
we're holding it back.
Dig in on the battery company.
But I think like just
battery.
making really efficient cars and you know that have low drag coefficient, low rolling resistance, efficient powertrains. I mean that's kind of what we've done in order to make iron phosphate still have a good range. So the iron phosphate's lower energy density solution, but there's you know while there are some limitations on the total amount of nickel produced every year, there's really no limit on the iron. There's so much iron, it's ridiculous. So you can really scale up iron phosphate, you know, at a raw materials basis faster, more than you can nickel. But yeah.
And just to point out, you know, when we were walking through this presentation, we intentionally separated all the different aspects. The benefits of structural battery apply to a iron-based cathode in the same way they apply to a nickel-based cathode.
Yeah.
So you get longer range iron-based vehicles, and also the silicon benefit can apply to the iron-based vehicles as well. So we can do a lot to extend the range of an iron-based vehicle, which is why it's a key part of the roadmap going forward. And then I invited Turner up here to talk about what the mining industry can do.
Yeah. Diversification on the cathode side is obviously massive, and EVs are all about efficiency. And so for the EV industry, for the vehicle industry, we need to see powertrain efficiency really increase at all other companies matching Tesla powertrain efficiency so that everyone can have that diversified cathode approach where LFP is used in medium range and even really make a 300-mile vehicle with LFP. And really the goal that we were trying to present here was a model for vertical integration, strategic vertical integration that a lot of different people can do. What we need to see is vertical integration that shortens the process path from mine to cathode. And you know what we're doing here is novel, and we're trying to push the industry in that direction. So you know we're presenting a model here that anyone can follow.
Yeah, in fact, if there's anything that,
so
that you guys
I'm
want to
hearing
comment
it's
on,
about the
feel free
scale
to
all
step
over,
forward
over,
and
over.
say something.
That's their message.
I think the key is to be smart about your chemistry choices,
Yeah, you
materials choices.
Talk louder.
Yeah, if you're smart about your materials choices, the spice will continue to flow.
Yeah.
You don't need to use the same kind everywhere, and it's about strategically planning it out.
Yeah, we got
for
bingo,
miners,
bro.
I think we are
Dude,
incentivizing them
reference.
quite a bit to ramp up their production.
Yeah, and actually we had good calls. Like they're all motivated. I think that they've been sort of sitting back, being like, "Are you going to grow like crazy?" And we're like, "Yeah, we're going to grow like crazy." And then I think this indicates we're going to grow like crazy, and that's what the miners want to hear. And then they'll go make the investments.
Hello, Elon. This is Ben Limpick. I'm a musician. I was wondering, does Tesla have any future plans to make partnerships with music companies like it has done with Tencent Games or things like that for you guys to actually kind of expand your services for artists and other types of creative
Music,
people to get
Tesla
involved
music.
in, producing content that can be part of the
Goals.
Tesla ecosystem, or so other people that do creative things can get involved with you guys?
I can see that.
Well, we
Victoria.
don't. We haven't really thought about that much, but I suppose it's probably something we should think about. We will be providing a title on Teslas. So we're providing more music sources that people can choose from, and
Tidal.
just generally trying to improve the entertainment experience in the cars. And I think actually, as we go to a more autonomous future, the importance of entertainment and productivity will become greater and greater. I mean, to the degree that if you're just basically sitting in your car, the car is fully autonomous and driving somewhere. It's sort of like being in a, the car is essentially your chauffeur, and then the things that become important are, okay, well, let's have good entertainment, and if you want to do some productivity stuff, then that actually starts to become much more important because you're no longer spending your attention driving the car. So it will be extremely important in the future.
Should we do some of the say.com questions?
Ooh, say.com questions. Yeah, theater apps instead of a browser.
second one?
I could see that being.
Yeah, the first one I think we already answered. Like if we
Who's
have
been in a
if we're
Tesla?
able
Who's
to make
driven
enough
a
cells,
Tesla? Who owns a
which we'll
Tesla?
try to
I
do,
really want to know,
we will
guys.
supply other companies.
RoboCab. I
It's
would
definitely
love
not
that.
an intentional
He
effort
hasn't-
to keep the
he
cells
hasn't
to
mentioned
ourselves.
anything about it
If
being
we
an
can
Uber.
make enough for other companies, we will supply them. And we're trying to do the right thing for advancing the
Canoe,
sustainable
yeah,
energy,
like the
whatever
canoe?
that is. So vehicle to grid, we get asked that a lot. I think one of the things that's important to note is the vehicle to grid. It doesn't unless you have a power cutoff. Like you need to cut off your main supply to the grid. Otherwise, if you lose the power in your house, you'll basically just backflow energy to the grid. So just having a reversal in the power flow does not actually keep the lights on. You need a whole separate system to cut off power to the grid. And I think that's also the case that people really want the freedom to be able to drive and to charge at their house. And it's obviously really problematic if you get to morning and your car instead of being charged, it discharged into the house, and then you're sort of okay. Now I can either drive or use the battery to power my house. I think it's actually going to be better for people's freedom of action to have a power wall and a car separate, and then it's everything works. And you add that, you basically combine that with solar, either solar retrofit or solar glass roof, and local battery storage. So you basically become your own utility, and then the car is can be charged also with solar. I think that's like the stuff that works. That said, like we can certainly do vehicle to grid. And I think we can basically enable that with software in Europe or something, right?
Yeah. We are future generations of power electronics. We will be able to do this more or less everywhere from a energy market participation perspective. But yeah, from a backing up the house, and it just so happens that the way the North American connectors are on all the cars in North America, it doesn't matter whether it's the Tesla connector or the connector that the other vehicles have, doesn't actually support powering your home. It's unfortunate. So you need an additional hardware to do that. But yeah, in the future, all versions of our vehicles will be able to at least do bidirectional power flow for the purposes of energy market participation. But even for that, it's important to remember that your car isn't plugged in 24/7. So it's kind of an unpredictable resource for the grid. It'll have a value, but it's not the same as a stationary battery pack.
Yeah, honestly, a vehicle grid,
why
sounds
powering
good,
the
but I
grid
think
from the
actually has
Tesla
a much
car
lower
is
utility than
important
people think.
is because basically all these
I think
houses would
very
become
few people would
peaker
actually
plants for
use vehicle to grid.
utility.
And we actually had that with the original Roadster. We had
That's why.
vehicle to grid capabilities. Nobody used it.
It would stabilize the grid if that was possible. And it would provide an incentive back to people
How do we
if they
find the
could
engineers
charge.
to do everything we're saying?
How do we find the engineers to do all these things? I guess we recruit a lot of engineers from all parts of the world. I think Tesla has a good reputation for doing exciting engineering, and that tends to attract a lot of the top engineers in the world.
I'm going to do a breakdown.
Because they know
Don't
that their
worry.
efforts at Tesla will really serve the greater good, and we're super hardcore about engineering. Tesla is like first and foremost an engineering company. It's like hardcore engineering is what we do. Like the sheer amount of hardcore engineering done at Tesla is insane. And if you look at, say, there's various surveys done of engineering schools, where do you want to go? Like, what's your top choices? And actually, the top two choices last few years have been Tesla and SpaceX. So sometimes it's Tesla first, sometimes SpaceX first, but those are the two top ones.
No vehicle to grid.
If you are motivated to
confirmed.
solve some of these problems, which are the hardest problems in the world to solve, that really fundamentally enable the future we all need, please reach out.
Yeah, and
help us work on these problems.
Absolutely, and like you said, the battle is far from over. Less than 1% of the global automotive fleet has been converted to electric, and even maybe less than 0.1% of stationary storage has been done. So stationary storage has barely begun. converting the global vehicle fleet to electric has barely begun. So there's still a massive amount of engineering work to be done at Tesla and other companies to accelerate this transition to sustainability.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
This is Jordan from Mark Asset Management. So you've talked about the importance of the factory, and you've mentioned the ground-up design process and a lot of the new things that you're going to be doing or started to do in Shanghai, Berlin, and Austin. Can you just maybe help us understand and quantify like how financially meaningful all of those improvements will be? And then given what you're trying to accomplish as a company, is it fair to assume that the vast majority of improvement will be given back to the customer in the form of lower prices?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly we will try to give back as much as possible to the customers. It's not like, it's not like Tesla's profitability is crazy high. Our average profitability for the last 4 quarters is like maybe 1%. So just to be clear, it's not like, we're minting money. Our valuation makes it seem like we are, but we're not.
Ooh, Tesla
so,
too high.
We do want to try to make the price as competitive as we can without like losing money. And if you lose money, then if you keep losing money, you'll just die. So we have to. This thing called profit is just like we need to bring in more money than we spend, otherwise we're dead. So.
But affordability is key to how we scale,
Yeah.
right? Like the demand goes nonlinear as you reduce the price of the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to sort of separate the difference between affordability and value for money, or desirability of the product. So, for a lot of people, they want to buy a Tesla, they simply don't have enough money. We could make the car infinitely desirable, but if somebody does not have enough money, they can't buy it. Sometimes, people kind of forget this. It's like
He understands business confirmed.
People have to have enough money to buy the car, and just making a car super desirable but expensive does not mean they can afford it. So it's absolutely important critical that we make cars that people can actually afford. Yeah. So we should
over
go
here
some of
now.
these things. Just scroll down or something. Oh.
When do you expect Tesla vehicles to beat ICE vehicles on initial purchase price? I think a way to answer that question is, in the classes of vehicles we sell today, we're already doing that.
Yeah, we're already pretty close. And then factoring in total cost of ownership, and the fact that electric vehicles require much less servicing, and are way cheaper to run. When you look at like total cost of ownership, and you can obviously lease a car. So if you just like lease a car or get a loan for a car,
Even
you've got
lower,
your
guys. We're now
monthly
at
payment,
397. We're under under 400.
And your cost of
So
servicing.
Jordy
And the
should
fully
be
considered cost of an
doing
electric car
really,
is,
really well.
Much less than a gasoline car of the same nominal purchase price. I mean, that said, and like maybe on the order of 3 years, when we can do a lower cost car, like a $25,000 car. I think that will be
from the talk. I think that's
basically
everyone's
on
sentiment.
par, maybe slightly
You're
better than a
promising the
comparable
world.
gasoline car. So I think maybe it's.
I don't think
on the
he
order of 3
did.
years.
I just think
ish.
that's the natural thing about tech. Is it's so hyped up. It happened in the NVIDIA call.
How have
It
the
happened in
technology
the
advancements and
automation
increased
day. Like
verticalization of battery
I
manufacturing
told
influence
you
your
guys
ability to
this in the
improve environmental and
Discord.
social impact of the supply chain. And I think, yeah.
I think we sort of have said that already.
Yeah.
Do we have some ability to scroll through this? Just scroll away.
We covered recycling.
Yeah. Well, just scroll until we've got stuff that we haven't covered.
Well, we definitely covered that top
Yeah,
one.
a lot of these things we've already answered, I think.
What Burry said?
Covered that. That one.
Timeout redemption. Why?
I think we literally just answered that.
Yeah. Oh, I saw a cathode durability
Is
question.
there
Let's go
something
to
I
that
missed
one.
in Discord then?
Go down, go down, go down. Good technical question. Keep going. How are you going to address
Thanks for
cathode
the
durability
3
and cost and environmental
joins
impact trifecta?
to the Discord.
Is this something
That's
you're
cool.
going to leave the upstream supply chain to solve? No, I think we tried to answer that directly. I mean, we really are looking
you.
at not just
Purpleton?
what happens in the cathode facility,
We
but
need
like
a
currently outside
it's
the
an
cathode
extension
facility.
that's not
really the
connected
inside,
to
and
me being
removing
able to see the chat.
processes that shouldn't have
and
been
that
there in the
makes it
first place,
unfortunate.
and the use of reagents that
Oh, it's because I'm not
are
watching
just
Twitch
costly
chat
and
anymore.
not necessary, and removing a bunch of wastewater.
Thank you so much, Purple.
Guys, is there anything you want to add to? Maybe we could like go through everyone and like maybe say what you're doing and say a few words. I don't know.
Sure. I just want to reiterate the fact that this is a massive problem.
Massive problem.
And it seems like Tesla's on its way and ahead, but we need everybody's help because it's everybody's planet, and we're not going to get to 20 terawatt-hours by ourselves. So please think about this carefully as it affects everybody. So let's get on
The
it.
Apple announcement,
And obviously, if you care
NVIDIA,
about solving
Autonomy
sustainability,
Day,
and doing hardcore
Cybertruck
engineering,
announcement.
definitely come work at Tesla.
I don't know how many examples we need to do until we understand. Buy the rumor, sell the news.
And
Is there some possibility it does go up? Yeah, absolutely. But I just think you have to think of investing like probability.
When you take
right?
materials out of the process, when you
This
integrate
was an
processes
awesome shit
together,
fest. I'm satisfied.
You have to do a lot of things at once, and that's like this immense engineering challenge. And so, like, to appreciate that, like, you need, like, to get through this, we need, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
the best
You're
engineers we've got.
absolutely
We've got this
correct.
awesome team.
Players
I just
year
want to
one,
shout
but I
out
think-
also to all of our team watching. Like,
I think it's
you
skewed
guys are
to
awesome.
buy the rumor,
Like,
sell
you
the
absolutely
news,
kicked ass
not
putting this together. And
buy
yeah.
the news.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tesla team. Totally agree.
Right on. Yeah, that's it. Like, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Rodney Westmoreland, managing the construction here at Tesla.
For me, ZM
what
is
I would
very
like to
rare.
say is
I
one,
will
shout
literally
out to
start
the
pulling
team.
up
The
an
team has
Excel
been
sheet
working
of all of
effortlessly.
these
A
things, and
very,
you guys
very
will
tough,
see.
Project here for 24 hours a day, it seems like, around the clock to have this complete. The thing that sets us apart from a lot of other construction, we have a construction company here. The thing that sets us apart is that we're integrated in the manufacturing process. So every detail that comes from Drew's mouth is directly implicated into the system that we're building. That way, what would typically take 3 or 4 months to create a specification, our design team is working right with the manufacturing team to allow us to speed that process up tremendously. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a important part of the vertically integrated approach is to be able to design the
You're gonna
factory
get
around the
employed at
equipment, in
Tesla?
fact, together with the equipment, so that you can build the factory at lower cost and more quickly.
I'm Scott. I focus on cell design. I think it's hard to put into words how inspiring this is. I've been at this for a long time with
cannibalization
Tesla.
of sales?
And,
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
I really hope others
Since
do join
when?
us.
Since when, Scott?
Since 2005. Yep,
Yes.
With many of you. But thank you. It. Yeah, a year before Drew, but who's keeping track? But I'm really stoked at what the team's been able to accomplish over the last, short period of time, about a year. It's been really an incredible transformation. I mean, hopefully what we've shown you inspires you to join us or join somebody else in the effort. And I couldn't think of a greater, more intelligent, more hardworking team to be working on with this problem.
Hi, Peter. I lead the manufacturing improvement team. And I guess the point that I would like to make is manufacturing improvements is like the accelerator. So like you think about the execution that Rodney talked about in terms of how fast we've been able to put together this factory, which is
I am,
amazing and
Neandra. I
something
sold
that's
off
been
half of my
really
position.
Incredible to be a part of. That's not
I'm
enough. What
still
we
in
need
at
to do is improve the
317.
manufacturing technology. That's the real accelerator.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah,
that's what we're really
absolutely. I'm
focused
sorry.
on. Elon talks about it all the time. That really
My
going and
my
improving
purchase
that
price is
system is what
371.
will
Wow, I
enable
inverted
us
that.
to get to the
Wishful
scale and the cost that
thinking.
we need.
So
And
I'm
then the other
fine.
point that I would
It's
make
still
is
a profitable
on the recruiting
trade.
side, like it doesn't matter if you know about batteries. If you come from any industry, you
They
can
want you to
do
floss,
something
Adrian.
fantastic in the work that we're doing. We talk to people from industries that you
What's
wouldn't
your
imagine.
purchase price,
like I talked to a guy
Neandra?
who makes golf balls, and he has stuff which is really impactful for what we're doing. So, if you're in any industry and you want to be, impactful.
So I
then,
locked in about
come join us.
5,000 because I have 100 shares. for that first that half, and
Hi,
then
I'm Tony.
now
I've been working in
$20 was
lithium
$100,
and
so
cathode
about
materials for
2,000
almost
if
23
it
years
doesn't
now.
drop from here.
And this is the
Extra.
most growth I've seen in a company. I've been here a little over a year and a half. We're hiring
Yeah, it is pretty
amazing
funny, Ice.
people that are allowing us to leverage technology that most of the industry is struggling to achieve. So to answer the question, how are we going to do this? We are really advancing the materials manufacturing for cathodes and for lithium beyond what has been accomplished in the previous 20 years.
It's exciting.
Yeah, my name's Turner. Work closely with the team. I've worked a lot with everyone here, and on the cathode and upstream materials side, it's really important that everyone understand that this growth is coming. This growth is real. We are going to make all of these batteries, and everyone needs to grow with us. The entire supply chain needs to grow with us.
I think that's a reference to Nickel
and
again.
if you have an idea that simplifies anything in the supply chain, come talk to us. Come work with us. And let's do it.
Do it. I can't
Any
wait.
existing specification is wrong. Any existing
That's always
manufacturing
true.
method is wrong. Process equipment, it's wrong. It's just a question
Thank
of how wrong.
you. I think that should look
Quote
better.
Elon Musk.
Yes, exactly. We're wrong. Just a question of how wrong. Just try to be less wrong.
So tell us how we're wrong and how we could do it better so that we can accelerate and improve as fast as possible.
All right. Well, I guess thank you everyone for coming. I hope you liked the presentation. Very exciting future ahead. We're going to work our damnedest to transition the world to sustainable energy as quickly as possible, and your support and help is key to that success. So thanks again, super appreciated, and look forward to the next event. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was great. I think it was great. However, okay, market analysis wise is, I think there's different levels of this is how I would describe it. There are different levels of information that everyone in the market has. And for people who are really informed, this was big. People who may be even higher informed than me, okay, I don't know, because I don't know what I don't know, okay? Okay, because I don't know what I don't know. But at my level of information, I still think this was big because why? We got the tabless electrode. We brought down the price about 56. I think it was 56% in total, or was it 57? I'll have to go back and look. Okay. We got huge quantities of scale improvements from skipping steps. Elon recently said that it's about the scale, and that's what the announcement was about. I thought there was an off chance that maybe we would get a new battery. Now the tabless electrode, I really have to sit and think about how significant it is, right? But I think on a trading's perspective, okay, so that was an investor's perspective, right? Now let's talk about people with low information, okay? People with low information density who may not interact with Tesla on a daily basis, a weekly basis, or even research about the investing side of it. Maybe they just know about Elon and that he sent people to the moon and that he, you know, runs this battery company and he has SpaceX and heard a little bit about Starlink. And being a space ISP, so to speak, right? And the Boring Company and how they're going to start drilling under Vegas. And maybe they heard, you can call them plebs, this is a subspace. And maybe, you know, they heard about this stuff and the allure of Elon. You know, Elon reaches 4 million people and you cannot expect them to all know about Tesla. But they went out there and they bought some Tesla stock, okay? And that's called a hype train. And they do it with NVIDIA. They did it with the product announcements. And you can feel it right now, right? The emotional deflation. Did everyone feel that? I called it out. I think that's what's happening. You know, we have people in the chat that are much better at psychology than I am. Millennial and Exile, they do it for a living. So I would love if you guys are in the chat to maybe give some feedback about that. And I think that's what happens with this hype. You know, if it's always people, the way you need to think about how people judge performance is the performance is the delta, or rather the difference between the expectation and the reality that they face, right? And then if that doesn't match up in their brain, regardless of the reality of the situation, they have an emotional response and they trade based on that, right? I don't know that many retail investors have, I called it, I don't want to say retail because I hate it. I hate being called that. I don't like it. It's like a fucking bad word, but whatever. But I still think that that's what buy the rumor, sell the news is about. I absolutely believe that. I think this is case in fact what's happening. And for a market that maybe have different densities of information knowledge, or different densities of knowledge, right? That's what you have to consider when you're trading, right? Investing is a completely different thing. When you're thinking of the long term, it's about put up or shut up. It's about the reality of the situation and nothing more. People seem fucking with by this dip. Goldman Sachs PM recommended me to become one. Ooh, that's nice. It's scary to invest in what you don't know. It's easier to invest when there's a new shiny. Batteries aren't hype enough. Yeah, batteries are a difficult thing. I mean, we went through it today. It was difficult for me. Absolutely. I'm not a battery engineer. You know, I didn't have a lot of knowledge with it. Can Tesla's price be 2,500 within the next 10 years? 10 years? A lot can happen in 10 years. You got to think about what's happened. Okay, let's use growth as a proxy, right? So they're saying in 2008 that Tesla, from 2008 to 2017, Tesla reduced, I think it was 50% of the battery cost. Do they have the replay up?
Assets do end up having to be set aside for marketing.
Some of what's going on in the plant.
It's charging and discharging cells and verifying the quality of the cell. Turns out we've charged and discharged billions and billions of cells in our vehicles, so we know a thing or two.
It needs to retain its structure. So
no, it was before that.
If it doesn't retain its structure, then you lose cycle life.
So if they reduce it, so what you have to do is extrapolate the reduction in price, and I think that definitely is a way to think about whether it could reach 2,500.
Just fundamentally what the nickel,
right? But are you talking about 2,500 now or the split adjusted price?
Dollar per kilowatt hour cathode of just the metal, using just LME, London Metal.
26 billion. Many gigawatt hours. That's why
I have to get to it. He just revolutionized storage and energy capacity.
From the ground up.
Yeah.
And now we do this.
I think he revolutionized price.
Yeah.
He did start a race for battery tech.
It's weird the slides don't show up.
I think. I mean, he basically started the race for EV by making them popular. We cannot discount the cultural significance of Elon Musk. He was fought for Iron Man. That has a market effect. I I would absolutely disagree with people who don't think that that has something to play.
On a single innovation, some research project that'll never see the light of day. It's a plan that has taken creative engineering and industrialization across every facet of what makes a cell into a battery pack, from raw material to the finished thing. And we're going to go through that plan with you today.
Probably the most exciting thing for normies is presenting a 25K vehicle in 3 years. Yeah, a more affordable car is absolutely good, but did you hear the little thing that he said, right? He said a desirable car doesn't necessarily mean a lower priced car, right? That's why they work on things like games inside the car and music. It's not all about price. You know, think about all the ridiculous shit that we all buy that isn't on price, because if not, then we buy the cheapest thing at Walmart. Not everybody in this room buys the cheapest thing at Walmart.
This is over a meter long in a typical 2170 cell. So it's quite a long winding.
These are all great questions, Gen 10. I think you're thinking absolutely on the right path.
And then, to explain what's actually going on here, we've identified we've got anode, cathode, separator, positive and negative terminal. Watch what happens as we. Here we go.
What do you call Iron Man out of his suit? Stark naked. That's good. Nice quality. Nice nerd joke. I like it.
This is the basic of what makes all lithium-ion.
Millennials used to it. So you mentioned if Tesla will be selling the batteries to other EV companies. I did not hear that, Josh, but did anybody else? I did not hear that. He has mentioned that before, just not in.
Why is the one called 18650, although not on the slide?
Not in the battery day or shareholder meeting. I don't think.
The diameter, and the second two digits refer to the length. So that helps explain why are these weird. What's up with these weird numbers? But like nobody could explain to me why.
Speaking of naked, maybe turn the camera before AJ gets in the shower.
So like, okay, well, we're deleting the zero that nobody can explain.
Are you getting in the shower? Why is he saying you're getting in the shower?
That's why it's technically it's like the 8650.
They say you can see the bathroom, I guess. So just.
We just got rid of the extra zero because it's pointless.
Okay.
And this was a evolutionary step.
Okay, so what I do want to talk about is the things that I think are super important. There we go. Yeah, 50% it was. See, this is from 2008 to 2017. We have a 50% increase in production, right? And the reason why we're looking at growth or improvement is the reason they're pointing this out, right? Is you think so? Hi? When he was talking about overproducing the cells. I don't know. I feel like I need to watch it again for sure. I'm going to watch it all over again. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. So let's go back real quick. I found the spot that we were talking about. Okay, so if you want to think about price, okay, the way that I would think about it is, well, first off, and for anyone who's new to investing in stocks, the way you think about price is you take the future price and you discount it to the present. So you have to come up with a model for what you think is going to happen, right? So a way to do that is very simple way is to say, what is their growth today, or what is their improvement over a period of time, and kind of model it out. Okay. And it's not a great sophisticated way to do it, but at least it's something, right? So with 50% energy from 2008 to 2017, you can kind of start to see growth. And instead I would look at the money is the typical way that you think about it. But also to come up with that model of the price, you can look at other things, right? And a lot of people were talking about how are they going to scale the batteries, how they're going to scale production. So a good way is to look at when companies tell you what their increases are, right? So I do think that Tesla is first and foremost responsible for the reduction in battery costs that have happened since they existed. You okay? No, you just heard a bang. Yeah, he briefly said they might supply other companies when he was talking about the Nevada stuff. He did miss. One can hope green energy is the future, has been said since the 90s. I'm really hoping. I mean, it's getting popularized, and it's really tough because you have to get people. Here's the thing about Tesla. You have to get people to be early adopters to deal with all the problems. Like the first people who bought Model S's or Roadsters, right, had to deal with charging their car where there weren't superchargers everywhere. And they had to deal with charging their cars when there weren't level 2 superchargers or plugs everywhere, you know? So it's really about capturing I would say the early adopter. I think now we're at the enthusiast stage, right? What is the difference between an early adopter and an enthusiast? So what I'm trying to help you guys do is frame a framework for thinking about investing. So that way, when you go to the next company and see what happens, you can observe patterns, right? Exiled, nice. So you got to think about the enthusiasts, and I think arguably now we're hitting the enthusiast level of auto buyer, right? What do you guys think? Do you think we're still an early adopter enthusiast? So an early adopter is like the first dude who bought the first iPhone, right? We're talking about 1-2 generations of the iPhone. Enthusiast, you go into second, third, fourth, maybe fourth, fifth. We're heading into mainstream, right? And I think iPhone may be hitting the neophyte stage, right? Where everybody in your I think it's already there actually. Everybody and your grandmother has one, right?
I'm nervous about waiting until tomorrow to go for the second trip in the storage unit.
Okay.
I have a feeling we're gonna have to get everything out of here and into the car, and
yeah,
we can't fit it all at the same time.
Okay.
So I'm probably gonna take what I've picked out so far that needs to go back, which is that pile and your chair.
Okay, give me the uncomfortable one. So we're moving out tomorrow, so it's it's tough. Yeah, just give me one of the chairs and I'll sit in that. You can take my chair. Okay, so we have one vote for early adopter. We've got enthusiast. I know. Apple is neophyte? Okay. Early adopter. People who live in apartments can't charge electric vehicles at home. That's a great observation. Yeah. They've got the supercharger, but you know, you have to pay for the supercharger too, at not a wholesale rate. I think so. When you think about these stages, right? I think they're like curves. Okay. So there's this thing called adaptive markets theory, and it means a lot of this stuff changes very rapidly as you go through the cycle. Okay. So we've got early adopter and mainstream and then neophyte. Okay. So we got neophyte here where we have total market saturation or some saturation of the market.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
Somebody in Dallas is interested in taking the Yeti microphone.
Didn't somebody want my Yeti microphone? We'll give it to you when we get to Dallas, but who was it? Should we bring it? I think it was Ginger who wanted it.
Dallas,
Yeah.
so dig it up.
Is Ginger around? Yeah, because this is my AT 2020, so I don't need the Yeti. So you have Neophyte, and then the second thing that you have is you're kind of enthusiast right here, and your early adopter here, and you have your mainstream person, okay? But within that, right? Because nobody can change. Everyone falls into this categories, and okay, not everybody does, but maybe you do in different segments, right? Maybe with a car, you'll take an early adopter. Like I would say Exile's a fucking early adopter. Now you dipped, I'll DM him. Thank you. I'm leaving Atlanta. We're going to Dallas. You think we're in Main Street? I think we're right here. I think we're here. I give it some probability that we're here. So this is what I'm trying to tell everybody, that I think it comes in waves, and you could be at the back end and still like have half of the population inside mainstream and half of the population inside enthusiast, right? And obviously you still, hopefully you still have your early adopters. So it would be like this, right? Do you see what I'm saying? No, yeah, no problem. I'm happy to catch you up. Life is great. It's better that you know and we talk about it. Pragmatists, conservatives, skeptics, laggards. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this much better. This is a great, much better explanation, because innovators, even earlier than early adopters, early majority, late majority. I think when I buy things, I'm around here. I'm an early majority. I'm not an early adopter. And then it was all right. I got my ear got all fucked up, so it kind of ruined my time here. I don't think EV cost is pragmatic yet. I think there's still a lot of pain points. I think it's better, but I'm an early adopter, and this is where you have to check your investor bias at the door, I think. Good night, Neandra. Thank you for hanging out with me and seeing the Tesla thing. I appreciate it. So I have to check my investor bias and kind of think like a mainstream car person. Imagine a mainstream car person that may have not even just started hearing about Tesla. There are people who just started hearing about Tesla. Yeah, I don't think a BMW or Mercedes, like the C-Class for the Mercedes maybe, I think they have an A-Class now, or the BMW 3 Series is mainstream. Maybe like in LA or other places, but you have to think about the majority of people, right? Think of like all people, right? Sounds like something burning. I need more water. I'm gonna have. Oh, everyone is tweeting. Oh, everyone really liked the buy the rumor sell the news tweet. Nice. In an article I read recently, a company about Albion i3 to go green as company car didn't think they wanted. I do not know the details of the one in a normal car instead of one in cash instead. So part of building fundamental qualitative information, right? Because that's what you're doing. You're doing fundamental analysis. Don't let anyone tell you you're not doing fundamental analysis just because you aren't in Excel. It's just you're doing qualitative instead of quantitative, right? Because quantitative is about the math and the model and hard data, right? Qualitative is about the other stuff, talking to customers, understanding what they have. You know, you can do some of your stock research while you're out and about, you know, talk to people. Have they ever heard of a Tesla? Now, be very careful because that's anecdotal evidence and you have to consider the source of who you're talking to. Are you talking to some person that literally couldn't give a shit about the car that they drive? Are you talking about somebody who literally doesn't give a shit about the house that they have and the Tesla Powerwall or the solar product that they could have, right? And consider that and put them into a bucket of mainstream or enthusiast, right? So we should go interview strippers like in The Big Short. Sometimes I don't know if I should I think it should be of an importance, but I think it should be like 10%, 10 to 15%. You know, it's like a gut check for me. I gotta go have some kind of feel with the product. Why do I do this, right? Don't listen to me. Listen to people who are much better than me, right? So there's this guy, there's this great investor, and I just spaced on his name because that's my life. Oh, what's that book? What's the book? What's the book called? What's the book called? One Up on Wall Street. Peter Lynch. Okay, so I read this book called One Up on Wall Street, and it's Peter Lynch. And let's just go to Wikipedia so I get it right. So as the manager of Magellan Fund at Fidelity Investments between 1977 and 1990, Lynch averaged a 30% annual return. This is better than Buffett, but not as long as Buffett. Maybe in the Soros territory, I think, consistently more than doubling the S&P 500 stock market and making the best performing mutual fund in the world. During his 13-year tenure, assets under management increased from 18 million to 14 billion. Okay. And his shtick was invest in stuff that you know. Like if I had a TLDR of what he talks about is invest in stuff that you know. And so that's part of kind of going out there with the information base that you have. Like if you're Cycling Panda, who is a car autonomy engineer, that's why he looks at Tesla. That's why he looks at NIO and Waymo and Volvo. You know, and I'm going to weight his opinion way better than mine. And yeah, I'd laugh at Nicola. So I think
One Witches is now following.
Nickel specialist. So I think, you know, there's something to be said about that kind of stuff. But again, think about all these structures when you're thinking about this investment and check your investor bias at the door. It was very hard for me up to Battery Day, and everyone saw it in the Discord that I am fangirling Tesla so hard. And you have to keep that shit to a minimum so that way you make sound investments. I am not that great at it with Tesla. I bet, and with Tesla, I am the weakest at it, which makes me the most nervous about it. So think about those structures of who these people are and why they're buying. Now, that's just for consumer products. You know, you also have to think about businesses too. And businesses think completely different than this. Fanboying Nikola. Ugh. I called that shit. I don't give a fucking shit. I hated Nikola off the bat. Okay. So I think as a breakdown, okay, so let's think. Let's brainstorm as a breakdown of battery day. For me, we're going to put this into confirmations, what we confirmed, versus hype that was... Okay? You already hate all specs. Well, because the financials of it are so bad. I don't know. It's like you can have a good product, but a bad balance sheet. You know, you can have a good product, but a bad capital raising process. You know what I mean? Oh no, Purpleton. You're fanboying Tycho. I don't think I even looked at that. Is that the Canoe spec? No, that was HCAC. Which one is that? I would have described it that way too, Panda. Okay, so confirmations versus hype for battery day. I think we confirmed the tabless electrode. We confirmed the dry electrode battery. What we confirmed is that for the hype, right? And some of this stuff is stuff I already knew, but I think it helps for them to just kind of say it. So cars recharging from the grid. So this is called vehicle to grid. So it's when a vehicle is inside your house and the idea that it could, from the pack, recharge the grid. And the idea would be you would help stabilize the grid if it was on alternative energy, because alternative energy on a utility grid isn't very stable. And so providing that back to the grid is stabilizing. The word or the problem is actually called the duck curve. Duck. So I think they confirmed that, one, it doesn't exist today, and second, that that's something that they're considering, or that it will come in the future. So they've already decided on that, but who knows about timeline or whatever, but that's what they said, right? What other confirmations versus hype that you guys think there was? So where's a car getting electricity from? From its battery. So it's connected into, let's say the idea would be with your power wall and your electric generation, which would be either your retrofit of your solar panel or your solar roof. And that would charge either the car directly or be stored into the power wall and go back into your car and back onto the grid. Now the power wall technically can do it right now. Does all this make sense? Completely revolutionizing production industrial lines to meet promised quotas. Yeah. I would call this scale in a general sense. I'm just gonna put millennials. Why doesn't that paste? Dicks. Arrgh. Yeah, well, you don't necessarily need the solar panels, miss, because what happens is you could take the the excess power from the grid and store it in the car. So technically, you wouldn't even need solar to generate energy, right? Because it's just about stabilizing the grid. You don't even need to have the power wall in that hype idea with the vehicle to grid, right? Scale industrial production. Yeah, for vertical integration. Oh boy. You know, I have a tablet. I should just use it because this is chicken scratch. This is chicken scratch. Chicken scratch. Hold on, let me just draw a chicken. We're gonna draw a chicken because that's a thing. How do I draw a chicken? I don't know, like this? Maybe like an orange beak? Fuck! And a little bit of the feathers. I think this is a duck. Fuck you, I was gonna make fun of you. I already know it. Maybe we'll make it into a It's not a duck, it's a fucking chicken. Get at me. Come on, guys. It's not a, oh, it's a duck. It's a grandma stance. What is that? Well, yeah, my chicken doesn't look like that. I have artist dyslexia. What do you want from me? Oh, man. At least it's a good looking duck. Oh, it's on fire with spelling. It's not a turkey. Stop with the turkey. Okay, what other hype did we have? Okay, so we had cell chemistry hype. I think that's what we could burst. What do you guys think? Cell chemist. I think cell chemistry hype. I think I have to do more analysis because I think I have to go deeper, right? This is part of what you need to know. I think there was cell chemistry hype. I thought somebody thought we were going to have silicon. Somebody thought we were going to have graphite batteries, which from most of what I'm reading is total hype. Yeah, silicon batteries, silicon. What's this, millennial? Fuck you, millennial. They touched on the cell chemistry a little. It's definitely in the more coming later category, though. It is, yeah, I would. So Tesla. What's the price at? Okay, so the market closes, I think, at 8 or 8:30. 8:30. But it looks like just not a lot of movement. We had quite the drop. So the close was 424 and it looks like we're going to close at 830, you know, quite under that. Roughly $30 under that. But we could even see the hype come up until, you know, no, yeah, 395.10 bid. Those were the things I think that were confirmed and hyped. Let me think about it a little bit more. Vehicle to grid. See, vehicle to grid, they thought, oh, they're an energy company. I mean, a utility company. Oh, I think pretty new was that they're going to be, you know, some mining company functions. I think we're talking about processing. Okay, processing ore. I don't know if they're going to undertake that or they just came up with a new thing and then they'll ask somebody else to do it. Recycling. Yeah, recycling. Okay, so let's put mining company. Let's put that in hype then. So we're going to put it in hype. I agree. Because they're saying it's economically advantageous to recycle. It's, you know what? It's almost like the SAT should not only be reading comprehension, but it should be video comprehension. World is changing, man. What else we got? Any other? I think this is a really good list. I think I'm gonna tweet it. Okay, now another thing is, I know it's kind of crazy, but I want to go look on Twitter and just see what people are saying. Unless anyone wants to. Okay, so Tom Nash, great YouTuber, by the way, was super technical, but a lot of golden nuggets to talk about. Heading to bed, but we'll give you a deep dive update tomorrow. Thanks for showing up and watching it with me. Disclaimer, I'm buying more Tesla. Anyone gonna buy the 25K autonomous Tesla? Well, I think you guys are calling it. Okay, so that's another thing that we need. 25K Model 2. More confirmations, I think, is the Plaid and Plaid Model S, you know, for car enthusiasts. Look at the disappointment. Okay, battery day is over. On to that FSD rewrite. Oh yeah, so we confirmed FSD V2, I think he said was coming. I don't know, I get this might be hype. I'm gonna put it in a hype category. Well, I don't know that they've solved the duck curve yet. But they're definitely in energy generation. They're definitely in energy storage. And they're providing that today for utility companies. But as far as it making it to the car, it's like they need to hear that phrase, but the capacity is already there. It's so weird because they're thinking of it in terms of million miles. So one thing you need to be very careful of is life is great. Have a good bed. Have a good sleep. Didn't they say it's not worth to add the car battery to the grid? Yeah, you're right, actually. He said no one would use it. I think those were his words. One thing I would have liked to see is how much impact these new batteries will have on the Model 3 and Y. Laguna lap times. Play at S is at 133, and Elon thinks he can get a few more seconds out of it. So, Porsche Spider. Wow, that's really fast, huh? What's at 130? The Hurricane. McLaren P1. Ooh. Dodge Viper. Porsche 911 GT2 RS. Woo! You imagine? That's sense. The first 500-mile Tesla. That's true. True. For the Plaid? We need bi-directional wireless charging. Yes, you would need new hardware on the cars. I don't know that it would be wireless charging. But if I could get bi-directional wireless charging, that would be cool. New structure design for the cars with weight reduction. Yes. Okay, this is good. We're gonna keep this together and investigate. It's about the scale. Tabless. Okay, so we talked about the tabless cell. We have that there. She's saying dry look dode coating process. We got that. Tesla in-house cathode. Reduces capex by 66. Single piece casting. Okay, so we did add that. Thank you, Panda. Lucid is shitting their pants right now. Sounds really awesome, but everything is still the same. Show your list again. Here's my list. We should just put that on Notion. Yeah, I need to. We'll put this. This is, I think, it's a lot to process. I know people on Twitter are saying the same, and it's not. The reason they're feeling it's the same is because they didn't check their investor bias at the door. I thought there was some
M4CH0GR Fond is now following.
Okay, you guys keep me honest. You feel like I said there was some remote chance that they could talk about a battery, but you know, it's about the little manufacturing things. It's about the small increments, incremental technology. Oh my God, Millennial went from neutral to bull. I don't know that I'm a bull at this price. But for people who hear me like day in and day out, because you know, I have a lot of emotions around Tesla. I get it. I don't know. I think it's important to check yourself of how you thought. And you know what? Actually, I should really hit up Notion more because then we can see what we wrote too. Thank you for the follow, Diamond.
Diamond Shadow 234 is now following.
Okay, so he's saying sounds awesome, but everything is still the same. The sentiment is, do you feel the deflation? If event ends at 4:20, did it really? No way. Model S Plaid and Battery Day now trending on Twitter. That was about 36 minutes ago. So Plaid S is basically 3 or 4 quarters late, but the specs are better than expected. Ooh, that's hot. Look at that. Some prototypes. Oh no. Don't show the ATV. The Cybertruck though. Very cool. Plaid is secured. I never committed to 50K, so that's my life. Plaid secured. Oh my gosh, they really want the Plaid. Tesla silicon anodes. So much to digest. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Don't judge my chicken scratch. Can you time me out? Why would I time you out? I started buying the Cliff sub 400. No judgment, please. It's your money. You do with what it is. They did mention solar several times. You know, we even have somebody who bought Nikola. You know, I really want to encourage differences of opinion, and we need to not, you know, judge someone because I get it. It's rough. Like if I was to be advocating Tesla around a bunch of like Nikola devotees, it would be really tough for me. It's fun to troll each other. Yeah, it's true. If Space can pay me out, I may be looking at Tesla instead of Apple. Woof. They spelled out sexy cars at the front. Oh my god, I love this. I don't get negative mass breakthrough. Everything else on Earth is irrelevant. I do not understand this. Oh, it's a troll of Tesla. Okay, that's fine. Wow, look how expensive the Plaid is. $134,000. It starts at 70, bro. Nikola kid. And what else we got? I want the smaller version. epic event. Wow, that facility is massive. The sheet is beautiful. Semi Roaster ATV and Star Trek. We were literally watching the live stream in the cars behind it. One of the hardest parts of investing is when you believe in the long-term thesis, but you know the next few quarters will be mediocre or quarters where the fundamentals are backfilling into an elevated stock price. Holding dead money is excruciating but necessary for big gains. Okay, so this is exactly what is tough about long-term holding. Okay, what he's saying is, you remember that period where Tesla traded even for 4 years? Negative mass. Ooh, Jacob, you know a lot about the batteries? How can I encourage you to be part of the chat in Discord and the Twitch chat? I know you're here and that's good, but I'm really liking this. Negative mass referred to using the structural battery as the bottom chassis. This eliminates or negates the additional mass of previously designed chassis. This eliminates or negates the additional mass of previously designed chassis. Okay, so let's go back to what he said. Do you think, Jacob, that is, he's saying it's the most important thing because he's saying everything else is irrelevant, right? Do you think that's the most, I'm new here as of today. Yeah, I'm just happy that somebody's into the batteries. So, do you think that is the most important thing? How important? I'm new as of today. Look. Let's watch that again then. Structure of battery. Maybe just Google it a bit. I don't see any mention of it. Okay, let's watch it again then. Okay, when did we get to structure of batteries? It's toward the end. Are we here? No, that's the body. No, where was it? I know where you're talking about. I think it was right around... Okay, right around here. Here.
What if we just make the wing tanks... what if we just make the fuel tank in wing shape? So... all modern airplanes, the fuel tank, your wing is just a fuel tank in wing shape. This is absolutely the way to do it. And then the fuel tank serves as dual structure, and it's no longer cargo. It's fundamental to the structure of the aircraft. This was a major breakthrough. We're doing the same for cars.
No, do I have to do that moment?
So,
explain it as you were talking to a small child. That's what Mertori did. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. It's like Apple announcing a slimmer iPhone with a new camera. Ah. Wow.
So this is really quite profound. Effectively, the non-cell portion of the battery has negative mass. So we save so much mass in the rest of the vehicle. We save more mass in the rest of the vehicle than the non-cell portion of the battery. So it's like, well, how do you really minimize the mass of a battery? Make it negative. Make the battery non-cell portion of the battery pack negative. It also allows us to pack the cells more densely because we do not have intermediate structure in the battery pack. So instead of having these like supports and stabilizers and stringers and structural elements in the battery, we now have a lot more space in the battery because the pack itself is structural. What we do is essentially, instead of having just a filler that is a flame retardant, which is currently what is in the 3NY battery packs, we have a filler that is a structural adhesive, as well as flame retardant. So it effectively glues the cells to the top and bottom sheet. And this allows you to do shear transfer between the upper and lower sheet. Just like if you have like a Formula One craft or like a racing boat, and you have carbon fiber face sheets and say aluminum honeycomb between them, this gives you incredible stiffness. And it's really the way that any super fast thing works is you create basically a honeycomb sandwich with two face sheets. This is actually even better than what aircraft do, because aircraft do not do this. They can't do this because fuel is liquid. So in our case, the batteries are solid. So we can actually use the steel shell case of the battery to transfer shear from the upper and lower face sheet, which makes for an incredibly stiff structure, even stiffer than a regular car.
Yeah.
In fact, if this was a convertible that had no upper structure, it would be stiffer than that convertible would be stiffer than a regular car. So this is it's just really really major. So it improves the mass efficiency of the battery, and then those castings are also quite important because you want to transfer load into the structural battery pack in a very smooth, continuous way, so you don't put arbitrary point loads into the battery. So you kind of have to, you want to sort of feather the load out from the front and rear into the structural battery. It also allows us to use to move the cells closer to the center of the car, because we don't have the in the top one we've got that sort of all the supports and stuff. So the volumetric efficiency of the structural pack is much better than a non-structural pack, and we can actually bring the cells closer to the center, and because they're closer to the center, it reduces the probability of a side impact potentially contacting the cells, because it has to go, any kind of side impact has to go further in order to reach the cells. It also improves what's called the polar moment of inertia, which is that you can think of like when there's a ice skater, arms out or arms in. Arms in, you rotate faster.
Millennials
so if
hardcore.
you can bring things closer to the center, you reduce the polar moment of inertia, and that means the car maneuvers better. It just feels better. You won't know why, but it just feels more agile. So it's really cool. This is really major. Like I said, so 10% mass reduction in the body of the car. 14% range increase, 370 fewer parts.
14% range opportunity. I love the hogs.
I really think that long term, any cars that do not take this architecture will not be competitive.
And it's not just at the product level a better product.
Okay, so last night, just like the rest of the normal people in the world, I was watching the Tesla.
Okay, let me put it on my watch later. We have to digest all of this and put it into Notion. I can't even... It's so much. I'm ready, but I'm ready for all of this. This is when you go to work as an investor. Now in Notion, I don't know that I said redemption. Does this affect safety and accidents though? They said there was some benefit to safety, I think. But some people were saying in chat, I remember, if you put them closer together, maybe more fire incidents. So this is when you go to work. Everyone watched it and they're like, man, they're going to let everyone else digest this. And you as an investor, it is your responsibility, if you are a long-term investor and you kind of invest like I do, you need to digest it yourself. Okay? What I used to do is I didn't want to read anything that anyone said. And basically I would read the first source. So I would watch it over and over again. And then I would just Google everything I could. Somebody was trying to tell me that Tesla's revenue hasn't grown. It's nice to see this because I was like, I don't know about that. It is a little flat in the other quarters, but this is not. I thought it was flat through 2017 through 2015. Somewhere it's flat. I know it kind of flattens out. Yeah, like this is a little flat-ish, right? Well, everything announced is exciting to me. I'm concerned with Elon time. Okay, so for those of you who may not know Tesla, since you guys, there was a lot of people who tuned into this who were from my community and may not understand my obsession with Tesla, but they deal with it like VW. Elon time refers to Elon saying it's going to be done by X time, and then, you know, maybe 3 quarters later it'll be done. Now, I don't know. I don't feel. I think it's a. Okay, yes. Do I think it's a little exaggerating in the past? Yeah, absolutely. But like, you got to think who Elon is and how he thinks, right? He's thinking years ahead, and the financial machine of the United States is quarter based, which is kind of psychotic if you think about somebody who's like, let's imagine that you're going to become a doctor, which is arguably a 7 to 8 year process, right? If you're thinking about all the way from bachelor's, right? And you have to report every quarter what you're about to do on that way there, all through high school. Oh, he didn't do it by quarter whatever. You know, I don't know. $7 for GP, $10 for specialist. Well, F, it's even longer. Look at that. Yeah, so Exiled's gonna bought the plaid. Pre-ordered the plaid. Model is plaid. That's what I mean. All this is exciting to me in the sense that we're starting a race. He might be starting an industrial revolution based on renewable energy. Yeah, Murtori, I think that's a great. I might steal that phrase. May I use that phrase, Murtori? Because it's really great. Thank you, Murtori. The race requires other racers. Millennial. The thing is, like, when I see visionaries, and a lot of them don't follow through, you gotta understand, like, I think one of my most crazy moments on an emotional level, and this is outside of my investor level, right, was just watching Elon and, you know, when they did the SpaceX launch, I was just like, that's great. I understand we've already done that, but it's a milestone for him. It is the first private company to go into space. You know, so I don't know. I feel like he has a probability of being capable of this kind of shit. Nope, he's tweeting. we go. Nice. Well, I guess he's tweeting, so we need to look at. So remember, tweets and replies. He has a lot of replies. Steve Jurvetson is leaving, I guess. We will be, so he's saying that he doesn't think that they're going to have revenue growth this year, I think is what he's saying. Or still growth, maybe a little bit below the 50% revenue growth per year. Who knows? How are you guys going to interpret that? No honorable mention of the Boring Company? No, I didn't. Well, non-defense contractor private company. I thought it was the first private company to take in space. If I'm wrong on that, then absolutely. I am even more happy than this is your first day here. I hope you continue it and correct the shit out of me if that's something that you enjoy to do. If you don't get value out of it, that's fine. It says it won't be more than 50% revenue growth. Yep. Technically, ULA is private as an offshoot of Boeing and Lockheed. Is it though? Okay, I guess. Okay, so I will say non-defense contractor, private company. Damn it. Got that wrong, but that's fine. We'll be a little bit low that this year. Is he saying anything else? Elon, do you love Turkish people? Okay, interesting. Oh, now he's mentioning. I had seen no references to Nikola, except now I'm starting to see all this. I think he's really affected by it. The perception that he's a little Nikola-esque. Have you seen the mainstream media and how they are perceiving the news of Trevor? They're associating Trevor with Elon, and I it's got to be in his mind. Well, hopefully you can learn some from us, and we can learn some from you. Ultimately, that's what I want the community to be about, because I absolutely think that we're all in varying stages of wrong. It's just how wrong we are. You know, I learned lots of new things from companies, and I'm still trying to transition to learning about companies while doing my content creator shit. And I do think that my deep research is suffering because of it. You know, I used to read about companies like 14 hours a day, like straight up. You can ask AJ. Okay, does that count on the bingo square? Bingo square, bingo square. Which one? The Cybertruck, he talked about it. We got bingo. I'll just post it in Discord. Why are you on Twitter? You got a presentation right now. That was earlier. Important note. Okay, so it was just a couple tweets. Still funny. He just said, haha, why are you on Twitter? Fuck. Oh, yay. Thank you. The new alloy is made specifically for casting. It is a high-strength alloy. It does not require coatings or heat treatment. Heat treating after a material has been casted tends to deform. I mean, you can explain it to me, but I need, like, significance. I think significance is, like, the whole thing about investing. Like, what does this mean? That's more DD than 100% of investors. Lots of respect for that. Well, you know, I think it has an advantage, but no, you definitely can go over. I don't know, but if you like deep research, that's what we like to do. Millennial is more, you know, medical, small medical companies. I like attacking bigger companies. I used to do a little bit smaller tech, but it's really tough because you don't have other people, right? A big part of what I do is I go and I look at what other people say that I feel that I can trust. Like, who are they, right? Like, you find like a battery engineer who has decided to start investing, so then he does the battery engineer like breakdown, right? Or like you go find like Aswath Damoradan, who is a professor of valuation at NYU, and you go see what he does, you know? It's kind of like not doing everything yourself. And so I find that the medium-sized companies, and Tesla isn't medium, but you know what I mean? It means that instead of designing their cars to fit the properties of the materials, they're redesigning the materials to fit the designs. Okay, so custom. Many companies may or may not choose to make these compromises in business decisions. So that's kind of what I'm seeing about the industry, is that I want to know if, because, you know, you're such in a new industry, that could Tesla have such a competitive advantage because they are making custom materials, aka vertical integration, that it will disable other competitors? And these innovations, will they be so crazy that they could spawn whole businesses within Tesla? He did a thing. DeMornay has a new blog post, by the way. Does he really? What is it on? Is it on Tesla? I've been watching his. Don't worry, Chawu. No, I mean these kinds of innovations, right? From vertical, that stem from vertical integration, not necessarily the materials. Not necessarily just the materials that we talked about, but all of it, right? Does this I think this is renewed focus on vertical integration. And I've been hearing within the industry that this is a real big issue because we're asking larger volumes of typically smaller vendors who don't have the capital resources. I mean, look at Tesla, right? After the stock split, they announced a $5 billion capital raise, and it went like that. Right? Part of business is capital raising. You've got to be good at it. Arguably, it is an essential force in building new products. I mean, building new companies, right? Oh, they all want the shirt. See why do I call in 20? Oh, I don't know that I can. I have to pack. Oh, Millennial will have to break it down for me. I need to start looking closely at CYDY. Even closer than I have been at ACRX. No EPS, environmental, societal, and governance scores, and how they're unreliable. Shamu? Oh man, if he answers yes, yes it is, I'm going to crack. I would frame it. I would frame my one response from Elon Musk. Yes, I am that much of a fangirl. Holy shit. Can I give a hint why the Porsche Holdings had no reason to race EV cars? They hold VW, Audi, Skoda. They were owned by Qatar Holdings, now 17%, but it used to be so much more oil. Do you have a link for all that? Oh, that seems like an interesting story. It's always important to see who owns what. Like back in the day when Tesla was, I think it was 20% owned by Mercedes. You saw so many Mercedes parts in it. It was really interesting. Yep. I'm just gonna We kind of figured out a lot of the presentation beforehand. What are you dumb lemmings so excited about? Stupid Musk fangirls. This guy's so funny. This was the most important deck for the Tesla investor. This is Elon Musk's hardcore smackdown to anyone still thinks EVs can't be profitable. Absolutely. I absolutely agree. Range increase, kilowatt hour reduction, investment per gigawatt hour of reduction. Okay, let's take that and put that in here. I love that guy. It's great. There's only VW shares. Ah, okay. What did he said? What did Mordan said? Oh, so much information. I'm so excited. Ooh, he's calling out the bubble. I love it. Yeah, I bet. Let me just see. Okay, so that's his blog post. Is there another one? Yeah. I missed another one. Stock splits and index inclusions? Oh man, I've missed some. I haven't. Okay, that's so I've missed reading too, actually. So that's definitely on what I need to do. Do you think all the battery announcements are already priced into Tesla's huge last few months? Absolutely. Remember, this is just my opinion. You really need to do your own due diligence, but I feel like it's priced. This is a crazy price. Just look at that shit. You know, charts that do this bubble shit do not like. Let's have a little perspective. This is what I call the hype to battery day. I marked it. I marked it on the chart because I said this is the hype to battery day. That was 2 months ago. Because I started to really hear the hype. Okay? They have since made 2 trades of trading it. Thankfully, they all went up. But this is what I'm saying. I think this is hype. I hate that I'm driving tomorrow. I almost may have to have my live stream out because I think that it's going to be super important to see what happens after this. 50 billion. That would be 10 times down where they are. So you're pricing it, I guess, in the 42 range. Which would be sometime last year. Earlier this year, yeah. April. Yeah. No, 42 range. It'll be sometime last year. I think that's really aggressive. Because you have to think about the market, right? You know, when you price a house, you price its actual price and then they add on the market. Have you ever seen an appraisal, right? I just don't think that you're going to get it at that. But that's my opinion. Please do your own due diligence. I think we're in the 200s. With everything I saw today, I don't know, I gotta sit and really think about it. And I would love for Aswath to do another breakdown. And I was selling, so what is, if it was a 5-to-1 stock split, what was selling puts at 800? That's where I was. What was that? What's that? Was it a 5-to-1 split or a 4-to-1 split? 5-to-1 split. Okay, so at 800, 160. Okay, 160. Thank you, Hardigan. Doubt it. Okay, let's hear your thoughts. Yeah, I think that's kind of my thing is don't underestimate the cult. And the cult is there. And yeah, I don't think it's going away. I don't think there's a high probability of it going away. Well, Tesla's a story stock, right? That's the word that they use in valuation, I think. Exod, you're the best with these tools. Let's see. Okay, Exiled, are you there? Can we make one that has financial implications in confirmations and 3 things on it? And then I think that one's perfect. Vehicle degree. But who is buying a new Tesla now? There are people buying. Guys, the economy is beaten down. It will last pretty long until they can produce the new batteries. So Tesla's the only car manufacturer this year that has actually increased their vehicle sales. So to do that through a recession is really amazing. But remember, they're really small still. So, you know, and I think what we're seeing is a shift of spending into tech. And arguably, people see Tesla as the tech of cars, right? You know, I think people are moving to areas where there's less people and they're going to need new cars because of it. Okay. So I need to go to the vertical integration benefits because I think that's the most important part. See, so when we're talking about Tesla's the only car, okay, industry outperformance, global vehicle delivery growth in the last 4 quarters. Tesla grew 15%, while everybody else, look, GM last. Okay. Obviously, you need to go to other information sources because it's biased, right? Because the company's going to say good things about itself. It's not going to say bad things about itself. That almost you have to go to detractors of Tesla and get that kind of information because they point out good things for you to stay balanced, right? You like hardware, Jacob? Neo 2. Is Tesla actually profitable without selling EV credits? If you took all that out, no. But they can't lie because fraud. Well, okay, so here's the thing. Fraud exists, so it is up to you to do your due diligence. When people say do your DD, you need to do your DD. Do I like the American system of, you know, I think people get accountable eventually, you know?
I call them fun coupons. See that? A fun coupon.
Typha stream at Martini2HS18GG.
Thanks, Notori, for the 50 bits. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're finding value here. So this is also building multiple huge factories. Why would you even expect to be profitable? Well, you know, there was some hype around inclusion into the S&P, and one of the requirements into the S&P is you have to have 4 quarters of profitability. Hi, Tori. Thanks for hanging out with me. You hung out for a long time. I appreciate you hanging out. We got a lot to break down. I'm actually traveling tomorrow to Dallas, so I will be tweeting. I will be in the Discord as much as I can. But when I get settled there, the next day we're going to do a breakdown, okay? Okay, I got to go find that thing so that way Excel can add it to it. So we need to do the financial impacts of the vertical integration. For me, that's the most amazing thing that we saw throughout this. Where was that? It was somewhere near the end. There. Okay, so put vertical integration first and under it. Range. 56% dollar per kilowatt hour reduction and 69% gigawatt hour reduction. Okay, the next thing that I need to think about again, I need to look again what Elon said. Because he yeah, well, it went down like a fart in church. I need to see what Elon said. I wish I could get alerts on replies. Where was it? Where was it? He responded to Whole Mars blog.
I call them fun coupons.
Thank you for the one bit, Goku.
A fun coupon.
Elon MUUUSK.
I think he's being sarcastic, right? Okay, so who thinks he's being sarcastic? I think he's serious because he responded, right? If battery production is going to scale 55 times in 10 years, that means on average we'll see a 50% increase in production output every year. Okay, so that's not it. I think it's more about this slide. Okay. Range increase, dollar per kilowatt reduction. How did you like the batteries? I think that the thing here to look at is the dollar per kilowatt hour reduction. I absolutely agree. I think that's it. I mean, you make it half the half the cost. No, I want to verify that. We need to verify that. I've been fooled once. I will not be fooled again, so I have to... this is me now. I verify everything. You know, a lot of time they can deliver the stuff, and they overestimate that the economy will continue to rise. We have already 3 countries in Europe under lockdown. Here in Germany, lockdowns planned regional. Well, yeah, I mean, but that's Elon thinking years ahead. You like hardware, software, and biotech since it overlaps with my background the most. Ooh, did you do biotech too? Software has dominated the Silicon Valley. Tesla and SpaceX are swinging the pendulum back to hardware innovation. I want to find the next hardware innovator. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. Nobody thinks about the hardware. The question is that they didn't make it yet, right? They expect to have those gains, but it's not a guarantee. Correct. It's not a guarantee. So basically what we're going to have to do is go through the thing again and dissect, because some of these gains were, there were some confirmations in the cell design that we've already produced some batteries, and he mentioned an amount. Some of these are, some of these are hopes and dreams. So I think I can't really say, you know, I have to go through this. There were some, I remember him saying some things, but this is my first look. So like, give me a second. Some people were like, fuck this. I'm not even going to go on record. They're like, I'll see you in 2 days. Probably when the engineers get at it. Review this shit. We're getting Starship batteries, new alloy. New alloy? No. I think that was a deflation. That's why it's like not a lot of it. Not a lot of it. We'll see. Okay, so I think so. It's 9 p.m. Eastern. I have to make it to my storage unit before we go. But guys, I'm so happy that you stuck it through with me, and I hope you guys enjoyed Battery Day. I want to encourage all of those that were new to join the Discord, join the socials. I'm very active on, I would say the most active platform is Discord. So if you want to hang out, talk to a lot of people, everyone has different, you know, thoughts. Usually during the day, during the trading day, they're in there talking about finance. You can find random people for other things like games and just whatever at night and on the weekend. Just join a voice channel if you want. If you want to lurk and type in money voice text, you can do that. Obviously, tell us you're there. Don't lurk all the time. It's about interaction. But thank you for the stream. Have a safe drive to our. Thanks, Lonely. I hope you guys had a great night. I did. I thought it was exciting. And having the drive-in shareholder conference, that was funny. My portfolio didn't enjoy Battery Day. Yeah, the price did go down, yeah. But are you trading or are you investing? If you're investing, this is, you know, a bump in the road. Thanks, Ajax. Thanks, guys. You're the best. I'll see you guys later. You can't what? Okay, let me get my thing.